Ancient Mesopotamia, the land of Sumer, Assyria, Babylon, a place where the supernatural was a part of everyday life. It is in this world that unseen forces could bring disease or misfortune, and of course, specialized practitioners wielded the arcane knowledge to counteract them. In fact, the word occult in the ancient Mesopotamian context encompasses a broad range of hidden arts: divination, exorcism, incantations, necromancy, and in general magic rituals that to us might seem like something out of a story. But to Mesopotamians, they were a serious part of life and a very real part of history. But occult knowledge in Mesopotamia was not something that was forbidden or fringe. It was often part of learned tradition and general religious practice. The people of Sumer and Akkad, and later Babylonia and Assyria, believed that the world was teeming with invisible forces. Ghosts, demons, and gods could influence human lives, and magic was just the tool that we needed to manage these forces. This is unlike, say, ancient Egypt, which developed extensive guidebooks for the afterlife. Mesopotamia's approach to the supernatural was pragmatic and quite varied. Knowledge of spells and omens were cultivated by scholarly priests, and by the 3rd millennium BCE we find cuneiform texts recording incantations and protective spells. In fact, the Sumerian word for ghost, gidim, appears on tablets as far back as the early dynastic period, 2900 to 2330 BCE. That certainly indicates a deep-seated belief in these occult practices. Of course, the Mesopotamians imagined themselves in a demon-haunted world. If someone fell ill or sudden misfortune struck, it was commonly attributed to malevolent forces. And it is this mindset that we are brought here to discuss today. Ancient Mesopotamian occultism. What a topic. Allow me to welcome you, first, not just to the video, but to the channel. Always good manners to say hello to any newcomers. And if you've not yet clicked the subscribe button, perhaps you'd feel inclined to do so, along with leaving a like and a comment down below. It certainly helps push us out in the algorithm, and then more people can experience videos like this, and, well, we can somewhat fight the brain rot on this platform. Now, you will be able to enjoy this video from start to finish completely uninterrupted. Because it's completely ad-free, along with all the other videos on the channel, you won't have any pesky ads coming up in the middle to disrupt the experience. This is possible due to the support we receive on Patreon, YouTube memberships, the merch store, and the occasional donation through either Super Thanks or the PayPal link, rather. You can find all these links in the pinned comment, video description, and the channel description. Now, with all that being said, welcomes out of the way and e-begging done for, let us get on to the topic for today: Mesopotamian occultism. So let's first understand its practitioners and how they were trained. You see, far from being outsiders, many occult practitioners were just part of the apparatus of the intellectual elite. Young scribes in Mesopotamia underwent a rigorous education in reading and writing cuneiform, often starting in a tablet school called an eduba, or perhaps under a family tutor if they had one. After mastering the basics, a student could specialize in one of several advanced disciplines. First, divination, barutu, interpreting divine omens from sources like animal entrails, celestial movements, or strange birth defects. Diviners were consulted to reveal the god's will or predict the future. Then we had incantation and exorcism, which is ashputu, the domain of the exorcist, the ashipu, who used spells and rituals to dispel evil influences, whether demons, curses, or ghosts, whichever one it was. They were effectively occult doctors who addressed those supernatural afflictions. And then we had lamentation, that is kaluto. The lamentation priest, called the kalu, would perform chants and prayers to appease gods in rituals. Now, while not magic in the demonic sense, this was another specialization in the broader religious toolkit. Through this advanced training, exorcists and diviners became basically scholar priests. They studied and copied tablets containing centuries-old magical texts. Many texts were written in Sumerian, a language no longer spoken in the first millennium BCE, but preserved as a sacred tongue for incantations. A would-be exorcist had to memorize and master countless incantation formulas, rituals, and proper liturgy to call on gods like A, the patron of wisdom, or Shamash, the sun god and judge, for help. And this was esoteric knowledge, often passed down from father to son. Indeed, some families specialized in the occult art for generations. For example, in the city of Sippar, a prominent family in the 6th century BCE served as exorcists over multiple generations, and left behind an archive of about 300 tablets recorded to their profession. Well, 2/3 of their library was practical business documents, but about 1/3 consisted of magico-medical texts, recipes for remedies and incantations to treat various ailments caused by spirits or sorcery. This shows how integrated the occult was within both scholarship and daily life. Exorcists were, at the same time, healers, priests, and also respected intellectuals. But it is important to distinguish between legitimate magic practitioners, like the Ashibu or Bauru, who operated within that sanctioned religious framework, from the sorcerers who abused malevolent magic, that is, Kishbu in Akkadian. The Mesopotamians did not have a concept of witchcraft, you see, as a separate sort of entity within the magical world, but rather Kishbu referred to harmful magic. Essentially, anybody trying to harness spells to injure or just curse somebody, doing bad things, basically. Those who practice such dark arts, now we might call them witches or warlocks, I suppose, were feared and despised. In contrast, the exorcists and diviners were viewed as very positive figures, using occult knowledge for protection and healing. The moral distinction is even reflected in Mesopotamian law. The Babylonian Code of Hammurabi from 1750 BCE has a provision addressing witchcraft. If someone was accused of casting a deadly spell on another, but the accusation could not be proven, the accuser would be put to death for a false accusation. Well, this certainly would discourage anybody from reporting it, I suppose. But if the accusation had some basis, the accused had to undergo an ordeal by water, that is, plunging into the sacred river. Surviving this trial meant that the person was innocent, and the accuser would be executed. Drowning was taken as proof of guilt, and you wouldn't need to execute the accused because, well, they were already dead at the bottom of the river. In any case, it's quite a remarkable law, and it shows two things. First, that the belief in harmful magic was strong enough to warrant a trial by ordeal. Second, that misuse of magic was a serious offense. In Mesopotamia, at that time, there was good magic, sanctioned and rather appreciated, respected by society, and of course bad magic, somewhat less respected and punishable by death. Now what about the witch? Because we mentioned that word, didn't we? We can use it in Mesopotamian law. Well, a bit of a shadowy figure, typically imagined as someone, often a woman but not exclusively, who employed magic to harm others for personal gain or just general malice. Surviving texts depict the fears people had of falling victim to curses, illness, loss of love, sudden business failures. Any unexplained suffering might be blamed on an enemy's spell. One text implores the gods to undo a witch's curse, described as an evil thing sent against a man, which has tied him up like a bundle. The anxiety over witches was not unlike later witchcraft panics in other cultures, actually. Except the difference was in Mesopotamia, where there were no mass witch hunts, no government-sanctioned things like that. Instead, afflicted individuals in Mesopotamia would simply hire an exorcist to break the curse. In fact, some of the most elaborate occult rituals from Mesopotamia are counter-witchcraft ceremonies. The pinnacle is a series of tablets known as maklu, meaning burning. Maklu, from the first millennium BCE, is essentially a comprehensive anti-witchcraft manual. Kind of like a ritual or ceremony. A dramatic overnight ceremony to nullify evil spells and destroy the influence of the malevolent witches. One performance of maklu is recorded to have taken place around 670, perhaps on behalf of the Assyrian king himself. The rite began late in the evening. The exorcist invoked the gods of night, such as the moon god, Sin, and stars, as witnesses, and then set about burning figurines that represented these suspected witches, along with their demonic allies. As the effigies went up in flames, the priest recited incantations condemning the evil forces to their destruction. We actually have a translated excerpt from Maklu's first tablet that gives us a bit of a taste of this ritual fire magic. I'll read it now, actually. I raise up the torch and burn the statues of the demon, the spirit, the lurker, the ghost, and any evil that seizes mankind. Dissolve, melt, drip ever away. May your smoke rise ever heavenward. May the sun extinguish your embers. May the son of A, the exorcist of the gods, cut off your emanations. As these words were spoken, the figurines of the witch and her accomplices were literally melting in the flames. That imagery, dissolve, drip, melt away, emphasizes total annihilation of the evil spell. Through sympathetic magic, destroying the likeness of the witch was believed to destroy her power. The Maklu ritual continued until dawn. Throughout the night, the afflicted patient's room was carefully prepared as a kind of sacred battleground. The exorcist would anoint the patient with holy oil, draw protective magic circles around the bed, and position apotropaic, that is, protective objects at the corners of the room. Various substances might be used too. Water for purification, herbs to ward off the evil spirits, and cords with knots that are tied and untied as part of the spell casting. In any case, at the break of day, as sunlight entered, which was considered purifying, the patient would wash themselves in a final cleansing act. By then, according to the ritual texts, the witch's malevolent influence would be nullified. The tablets say the witch's body is turned into a phantom, and her ghost is driven away, implying that any supernatural link or attachment that she had to the victim had been severed. It is notable that Maklu and similar rituals sometimes mention both male and female practitioners of evil magic. The word kishbu, sorcery itself, is gender neutral. However, the stereotype of the witch as female is strong in the incantations. Often the texts single out Kasaptu, the female witch. Nonetheless, the presence of male witches, Kasapu, is acknowledged too. The exorcists in their incantations wanted to cover all bases, I suppose. An evildoer, regardless of gender, needs to be taken care of. The existence of these elaborate counterspells tell us that Mesopotamians saw witchcraft as a real and present danger, but they also believed it could be confronted with the right rituals. Fear of witches was balanced by confidence in the protective magic of the exorcist. People procured amulets, rituals, and all sorts of blessings to guard against envy and occult attacks. Let's take this for an example. A common protective measure was burying small figurines of protective spirits under the thresholds of one house to block entry of malevolent forces. Assyrian kings even buried large statues of guardian demons beneath their palaces to ward off evil. We also find personal incantations meant to be recited by lay people, essentially home magic to protect children, to ensure love and prosperity. Of course, that is to say that professional exorcists were the experts. There was a little bit of basic magical know-how that permeated ordinary society. A little bit of prevention, I suppose, before things got too out of hand. But let's go beyond human witches, because the Mesopotamian occult landscape was certainly crowded with demons too. They were often the boogeyman, blamed for disease, accidents, madness, any little inconvenience. These were not devils in the latter Christian sense, don't quite think of it like that, but more of a collection of malevolent or mischievous entities. Some were personified curses or forces. Others were monstrous figures from old mythology. So let's just name a few. There was Lamashtu, a terrifying female demoness who preyed on infants and pregnant women. Pazuzu, a wind demon with a fearsome visage who, ironically, was invoked to repel Lamashtu. The Utuku and Ekimu, general terms for vengeful spirits. The Urebisu, the lurker, who hid in dark corners to pounce on victims. And the so-called 7 evil spirits who were described as swirling like storms, bringing destruction in their wake. Mesopotamians truly felt surrounded by unseen creatures, any of which could strike, if not kept in check, that is. The job of an exorcist was essentially demonology put into practice. He was a healer of supernatural afflictions, much like a doctor diagnosing an illness. The exorcist would determine which demon or spirit was at fault by observing symptoms or omens, and then choose the appropriate remedy. Tablets from the first millennium BCE preserve dozens of detailed exorcism protocols and incantations. Excuse me. For example, an exorcist manual might say, if a patient suffers nightmares and constant fever, check if a certain demon's influence is indicated. Then perform a particular ritual on a specific day, using particular herbs and incantations. One first millennium text, known to modern scholars, enumerates many types of demons and the formulae to expel, or perhaps appease them. Well, the process of exorcism in Mesopotamia combined spoken spells with physical action. A first-hand description from cuneiform sources tells us that a typical exorcist ritual involved hours of preparation and chanting. The exorcist would recite prayers and incantations, directly addressing the evil entity and commanding it to leave the patient's body or home. But simultaneously, he might invoke benevolent forces, calling on a god or even something like the purifying power of fire and water to aid in banishing the demon. Physical props were important too. Incense could be burned to cleanse the area. Fragrant cedar or juniper smoke was thought to drive demons away. The exorcist also used objects to transfer the evil. A classic technique was to use a figurine or a bit of wool as a proxy for the demon or curse. The incantation would then command the illness or demon to go into that object, which was subsequently disposed of, for instance, burned, buried, or perhaps thrown into a river. By dumping the object, the ailment would, in theory, go away with it. The method is explicitly described, quote, "The evil is put into an image, and that image is cast out." There's a practical psychology behind the magic, I suppose. But exorcists did not only react to possession or illness, they also proactively protected people. For example, families placed plaques or amulets depicting Pazuzu, the demon-turned-guardian, into their homes. Pazuzu had a monstrous face, talons and wings, and was believed to scare off other demons. A small bronze Pazuzu figurine might be hung around a pregnant woman's neck to guard her unborn child from the clutches of the evil Lamashtu demon. Likewise, terracotta plaques depicting friendly spirits or angels were used as a kind of magical good vibe, I suppose. Even dogs were considered to be powerful protectors. Archaeologists have found clay dog figurines buried under thresholds with inscriptions like "Do not enter," effectively a kind of guard dog, but in a spiritual sense, I suppose. But what is really fascinating is how systematic Mesopotamian exorcism was. The Ashipu were not improvising on the fly. They drew on large corpuses of written lore. One such text, often called the Exorcist Manual by modern scholars, is a catalogue of incantation series and ritual texts an exorcist should know. It lists names of dozens of tablet series, such as Evil Demons or Burning the Maklu series, that is, indicating that a fully trained exorcist was expected to be familiar with all of the standard works on magic and demonology. So, in essence, Mesopotamia developed an early form of occult science. Knowledge was recorded, standardized, and passed down. A first millennium exorcist in Assyria might still recite Sumerian language incantations that were first composed a millennium or more earlier, treating them as a time-honored formula with inherent power. We even have a glimpse of an exorcist's life from a personal archive found in the city of Assur. It belonged to a man named Kisiru Assur, who lived in the 7th century BCE. Tablets from his library show step by step on how he was trained by his father and grandfather, both exorcists, by the way, carrying forward the family trade. As an apprentice, Kisir Ashur studied medical diagnostics, herbal remedies and magical rites side by side. One tablet from his instruction records how to treat a patient's confusion, believed to be caused by a ghost. The procedure involves sweeping the ground, sprinkling purifying water, setting up an incense burner and offering beer, then crafting a figurine of the ghost out of clay, fat, and wax. The patient would then hold his figurine up to the sun god Shamash, while the exorcist recites a lengthy incantation, effectively presenting the possessing spirit to the divine light to be judged and removed. This mix of medical care and magic was typical. Mesopotamian exorcists did not separate the physical from the spiritual either. If a demon caused a fever, the treatment might involve both a cooling poultice and a spell to cast out the fire demon, as it were. Now, interestingly, some of the remedies prescribed show a degree of clever insight into chemistry and psychology, even if they were couched in ancient magic. One ghost-banishing ritual called for the patient to wear a pouch containing foul-smelling ingredients like sulfur, fish eyes, and goat hair, presumably to repulse the ghost. But one can certainly imagine it might also repel real pests and possibly even clear nasal congestion. Another cure for persistent ghosts was to pour out 3 libations of donkey urine into the house. Sounds a bit bizarre, and I don't think many people would be doing the donkey urine trick in our modern time. Well, actually, you might be surprised. But the rationale was that every thirsty ghost might drink the urine thinking it was beer, and then be so disgusted by the taste that he would flee. Anecdotes like that certainly show the intersection of superstition and a little bit of shrewd creativity in Mesopotamian magic. But if we want to talk about probably the most fascinating but also the most controversial factor of Mesopotamian occult practice, it's probably necromancy. If you don't know what that is, it is the summoning or consulting of the dead. Mesopotamia had a very bleak view of the afterlife, you see. All souls, whether they were good or bad, had to go to Irkala, the land of no return. A pretty dingy underground realm of dust and darkness, ruled over by the goddess Ereshkigal. The dead were thought to be perpetually thirsty and hungry, subsisting on scraps and muddy water, unless their living relatives offered them food and drink, and that is why families made funerary offerings like the Kispu rituals to their ancestors, to keep their spirits at peace, in the world below. A neglected ghost or someone who suffered a troubling death could become a restless ghost, that is, Etumu in Akkadian and Gidim in Sumerian, that roamed the world of the living. These ghosts were not abstract wraiths, however. They retained the personality and the memories of the person. The ghost might return out of anger, love, or perhaps just simply confusion at its plight, not realizing that it was actually dead. In fact, Mesopotamian records have many references to ghosts causing trouble and how to, quote, lay them. It's not what you think. One spell vividly describes a haunting by a lurking ghost, quote, an unknown, unidentified ghost of the roaming, malicious hooligan type who flickers like flame and flashes like lightning, sneaking into houses and terrorizing the living. It doesn't sound good, doesn't it? It's this text that shows how a ghost frightens and snarls at its victim, hiding in corners, slithering along walls and stalking its prey even into the streets. The effect of these ghostly assaults was believed to be real illness. Mesopotamians explained certain sicknesses as, quote, ghost possession. For example, you might get sudden dizziness, nightmares. You might hear disembodied voices, or even something as specific as a person having ringing in the ears persistently. That could be blamed on a ghost literally getting into your head. In fact, cuneiform tablets note that the word for ghost could be written with signs that mean open ear, hinting that the spirit entering through the ear could cause quite a bit of mischief. If someone drowned, their ghost might cause their victim to feel short of breath, like one who has just come up from water. You know, it's like having that pressure on you, that kind of thing. So in this way, the manner of a ghost's death was thought to correlate with the symptoms it inflicted upon the living. A pretty empathetic yet quite eerie concept. So, to get rid of a ghost, Mesopotamian exorcists performed special rituals akin to, well, I suppose it's kind of like Ghostbusters, this kind of thing. Well, the aim was often not so much to destroy the ghost or anything like that, but rather to convince it to return to the underworld where it belonged, kind of to trap the ghost. One common ritual involves setting out a meal for the ghost, bread, water, beer, essentially appeasing it, and then formally bidding it farewell to go home to the realm of the dead. Sometimes more coercive measures would be needed. including making figurines of the ghost and burying them with offerings to symbolically reinter the spirit. There were also incantations addressed to Ereshkigal and Nergal, the gods of the underworld, asking them to drag back a wandering ghost that had escaped their domain. Occasionally, however, the living sought to summon a ghost intentionally. This is necromancy proper, and it was rarer. The evidence for necromancy in Mesopotamia is comparatively scant, which suggests it was not a routine practice, and may have been seen as quite dangerous and impure. Yet we do have a few tantalizing references. The earliest known comes from a 19th century BC Old Assyrian clay letter found in the city of Kanesh in Anatolia. In this letter, two women write to their brother, Imdu Ilu, urging him to return home because they have received an ominous warning about his life. But how did they get the warning? Well, they say that the message came from the god Asur through three sources: a dream interpreter, an omen reader, and the spirits of the dead whom they had consulted. In other words, these women had apparently performed a kind of seance, communicating with ancestral ghosts to try and glean a bit of information. Now this is in fact the oldest known necromancy on record, and it notably involves women as the practitioners. The tablet doesn't detail the ritual used, perhaps they poured libations into a pit or used some conduit to reach the dead, but it clearly indicates that under extraordinary circumstances, contacting ghosts was considered a pretty reasonable option. And then we have later texts too, and they allude to necromancy also. Mesopotamian lexical texts, essentially ancient glossaries, contain terms for necromancer, such as Sa ilu shelietemi, literally, the one who asks for the ghost. Another term was Mushelu etemi, quote, the one who raises a ghost, implying the act of making a ghost appear. Now, these professions don't turn up often in actual historical records, again hinting that they were rare or secretive. But necromancy likely carried a stigma. Disturbing the dead was potentially an affront to the gods. Interestingly, in the first millennium, Babylonian and Assyrian texts, necromancy is sometimes listed among illicit magical practices, right up there with witchcraft, as things that an exorcist might be called in to counteract. But still, Mesopotamian literature shows the idea of speaking with the dead captured the imagination. In the famous Sumerian myth, Gilgamesh, that hero king from Uruk, I've done a full reading of it on this channel, by the way, if you're interested in that, the readings playlist. He manages to summon the spirit of his dead friend Enkidu from the underworld for a conversation. In the story, Gilgamesh, Enkidu, and the netherworld, Enkidu's ghost climbs up like a gust of wind through a crack in the earth after gods allow him to return briefly. Gilgamesh eagerly asks him what he has seen among the dead, and Enkidu's spirit replies with haunting images. For example, he says that those who died without proper heirs or burial fare poorly, whereas those who had many sons and proper funerals sit content. At one point, Gilgamesh asks, "Did you see my little stillborn children who never knew existence?" Enkidu answers, "I saw them. They play at a table of gold and silver, laden with honey and ghee." This poignant scene of miscarried infants being cared for in the afterlife is kind of a rare gentle note in Mesopotamian underworld lore, but it also implies that through necromancy or divine favor, getting knowledge from the dead was possible. In any case, Gilgamesh managed to learn secrets that only a dead man could know. Once again, the full story is quite complex, but it's definitely well worth listening to. It is accounts like this that blur the line between approved religious communication and the taboo art of necromancy. In practice, what an exorcist might do if necromancy was required would be to perform a ritual at night, often in a special pit or hole in the ground called an apu. Texts in Akkadian and even other ancient languages suggest that a spirit pit could be used to let a ghost come up to the surface. Offerings of food or drink would be placed to attract the ghost too. So you might imagine a pretty eerie nocturnal ceremony. There's no way to dress it up as something that is pleasant, I suppose. A pit gets dug in a courtyard. The exorcist chants over it while pouring beer and honey to entice a spirit upward, and perhaps holding a human skull as a focal point for the spirit. In fact, at least one late Babylonian ritual involved using a skull as a vessel for a summoned ghost. The skull, likely obtained from a burial ground, would house the spirit temporarily, so it could be questioned safely, and then it would be reburied to send the ghost back to the underworld. Certainly, practices like that were deemed as dangerous and double-edged. The same ghosts that could provide wisdom about the future or hidden matters could also bring madness or curse the living if they were not handled correctly. So you better get a pretty good exorcist. Definitely not the realm for those, just for the layman, I suppose. And it is quite telling that later civilizations, like the Israelites, banned necromancy, like the Bible story of the Witch of Endor, who summoned the ghost of Samuel at King Saul's behest. It's essentially a tale about necromancy, and it portrays Saul's acts as desperate and sinful. Mesopotamia, being older, shows us the likely template for such beliefs. Necromancy was a secret art, perhaps quietly acknowledged, but certainly not openly celebrated. Now, while exorcists might be called in for serious causes of haunting or even demonic possessions, magical thinking pervaded daily life in general. People used simpler charms and folk remedies for common needs, a sort of everyday occultism, alongside the high ceremonial magic. So let's talk about a few of them. First, we have in terms of health and healing. Many illnesses were treated with a combination of practical remedies and incantations. A tablet might prescribe a salve for a wound alongside with a spoken charm to draw out the infection. One Mesopotamian cure for toothache actually involves chewing on a certain root while reciting a myth about the tooth worm. Effectively, a spell that coaxes the pain to leave. Healers, who could also be the same as exorcists or other specialists called ashu, believed that diseases had supernatural agents. So a fever might be the breath of a demon, to be driven out with both cooling herbs and anti-demon incantations. Then we have protective amulets too, and this is actually very common. So ordinary people wore amulets inscribed with prayers, or perhaps even images of protective deities. The common amulet for travelers was a small clay tablet or cylinder seal depicting the sun god Shamash, or it's sometimes the storm god Adad, hoping for their protection as they travel on the road. Children might wear charms too, to guard against Lilithu, night spirits akin later to Lilith, or just the evil eye in general. And even names could be magical. Parents often gave babies theophoric names, like Ili Shuma, my God has heard, to invoke divine guardianship from birth. And that's kind of like Egyptian names too. Yeah, there's a bit of that going on in Egypt as well. Well, we also have hints of love spells and fertility rituals. One incantation found on a tablet is effectively a love charm of sorts, calling upon Ishtar to inflame the heart of a desired lover. And on the flip side, there were charms to restore sexual potency or cure impotence, a topic of enough concern that there's entire stories of old Babylonian incantations for virilities, sometimes refer to the Sumerian phrase sazigar, meaning rise up. Well, these might involve making an amulet with certain herbs and reciting a plea to a god or goddess of passion. But then there's just the domestic magic too. Simple folk rituals that might be done at home without the real need for a priest. For example, if one's house felt infected by bad luck, a family might sweep out the house while verbally sweeping out the misfortune, and then sprinkle salt or flour at the doorway while invoking blessings. A pretty mundane act with magical intent. Another everyday practice was the use of figurines or drawings to avert evil. A homeowner might bury a tiny figurine of a protective genie at each cardinal point of the house's foundation during construction, essentially installing a spiritual guard post. Cuneiform instructions for building a new house often include prayers on how to make it a house with a happy heart, free of evil, bridging architecture and magic together. So the key point is that Mesopotamian magic wasn't confined to temple dark rooms or royal courts. It was right there, in the living rooms of normal people. The boundary between religion, medicine, and magic was quite a porous one. A mother's lullaby to her child could double as a protective spell, asking the gods to keep away nightmares. A farmer seeing pests on his crops might recite a charm to appease the demons of locusts, as well as physically try to remove them. Effectively, in their mindset, visible actions and invisible appeals went hand in hand. But if we're talking about Mesopotamian occult stuff, we can't really not mention the divination act of it, and that is reading signs and, things like that, kind of like augury, to gain secret knowledge, the future or the will of the gods. Now, while divination was highly respected, even more in the exorcism in some contexts, it can be considered part of the occult because, well, it involves hidden knowledge and elaborate rituals quite often. The Mesopotamians were famed in the ancient world for their divinatory arts. Later cultures like the Greeks and Romans looked to Chaldeans, a term they used for Babylonian star priests, as masters of astrology. Well, Mesopotamian diviners used a bewildering array of methods too. So let's go with the first one, which is liver divination, which is hepatoscopy. Hepatoscopy, perhaps. Yeah, let's go hepatoscopy. That sounds better. Well, it's perhaps the most distinctive method. This involved examining the liver of a sacrificed sheep or goat. The liver was seen as a microcosm of the universe, you see. Diviners would inspect lobes, spots, and strange markings on the liver's surface, each which would correspond to an omen in their textbooks. Thousands of clay liver models and manuals have been found too, indicating how formalized this practice was. For example, a manual might say, if the liver's gallbladder is elongated and points to the left, it means an enemy's army will advance. Kings routinely asked diviners to perform liver readings before battles or important decisions. And then we have, of course, astrology. And, well, traditionally Mesopotamia is seen as the birthplace of this practice. By the 2nd millennium BCE, Babylonian scholars were recording the movements of planets and noting correlations with real-world events. The massive compendium, Enuma Anu Enlil, compiles hundreds of celestial omens. Let's look at a typical entry. If Venus disappears in the west and remains hidden for however many days, there will be famine in the land. You see, these star readers believed that the gods wrote messages in the sky, but they weren't clear, always a little cryptic. It was up to them to decode them, and if you could decode them, well, you could prepare for what was to come. This is less like personal horoscope astrology and more like state omens. It was used to advise kings about the fate of their kingdom. But of course, one can only imagine that normal people would be making their own observations of the night sky. After all, we all look on the same sky, don't we? Well, next we have dream interpretation. Another accepted form of divination was interpreting people's dreams and visions, this kind of thing. Special diviners, or sometimes even exorcists, might be called to interpret a perplexing dream. They had dream omen lists, much like the omen lists for livers and stars. For instance, one might consult a tablet that says something like, if a man dreams he's flying over the earth, it is a good omen, meaning he will attain a position of power. Or perhaps, if someone dreams about a river flowing with blood, it means that disease is about to strike. In any case, dreams were considered one way the gods, or perhaps even ghosts, communicated with the living. And then they had the normal, everyday omens. The Mesopotamians also read meaning into chance events. If a certain kind of bird flew by one's right, it could be lucky. But if a black cat crossed the road, yes, that's right, even then, it goes pretty far back, doesn't it? Well, that might be a warning. There were omens drawn from the shapes of oil poured on water, from the way smoke rose from a fire, even from the patterns that worms made in wood. Pretty much anything unusual could carry a message. It was just up to the observer to interpret it. I suppose it's a bit of fun in any case. In any case, it did take an expert to give a proper reading, though, to look up traditional interpretations, but still, like I said, as with the night sky, really anyone can observe that and make up what they want. But importantly, divination was not considered magic in the sense of casting spells, but it was part of the same intellectual sphere that often practiced by the same learned scribes. The diviner, Baru, might work alongside the exorcist, one diagnosing the future or uncovering hidden causes, the other performing the remedy. Let's take, for example, if ill omens suggested the king was in danger from a curse, the exorcist would then be summoned to perform the apotropaic or protective rituals to avert that fate. Quite proud of myself pronouncing that word properly. Now, the sheer volume of divination texts in Mesopotamia certainly is a testament to how much they valued knowing the hidden truth. A king like Esarhaddon of Assyria, 7th century BCE, never undertook a major campaign without multiple divinations. He would have priests inspect dozens of livers and watch the skies for months for any sign of divine disfavor. If the omens were bad, he might delay war or perform additional rituals to try and change the fate. And that certainly is a theme in the occult, the desire for control in a very uncertain world. And by mastering this occult knowledge, whether incantations to banish a demon or omens to foresee danger, the Mesopotamians sought to impose a measure of order on that very unorderly world around them. So we can certainly see that the occult traditions of ancient Mesopotamia present a pretty rich history of human attempts to engage with the unseen. For over 3,000 years, from the first Sumerian city-states to the late Babylonian Empire, priests and practitioners refined a pretty complex system of magical and divinatory knowledge. And they left behind not only fascinating tales of demons and ghosts, but also a kind of proto-scientific methodology, catalogues of symptoms and spells, observations of the heavens, experiments in ritual efficacy, all carefully recorded on clay, We're quite lucky they did that. Clay lasts a lot longer than papyrus. The fact that a significant portion of Mesopotamian literature survives is related to magic and divination shows how central the occult really was. And in a way, the occult was both feared and respected. People feared malevolent magic with the wrath of demons, but they also deeply respected the professionals who could harness supernatural powers for good. Exorcists and diviners held prestigious positions at court and temples. The texts were copied generation after generation, even as the spoken language changed. That indicates certainly a reverence for this wisdom. The legacy of the practices did not vanish with Babylon's fall either. Through the Babylonians and Assyrians, elements of Mesopotamian occult knowledge trickled down into other cultures. The Hittites, Canaanites, and others of the Near East adopted or paralleled many Mesopotamian spells and demons. Later, Greek and Roman writers knew of Babylon's astrological prowess, and the Chaldean experts whose star lore shaped horoscopic astrology still practiced today. Even the concept of exorcism in religious traditions, the idea that a trained holy person could come and cast a demon out, that has certainly uncanny echoes of the Mesopotamian Ashibutu. Some scholars see lines of continuity, for instance between Mesopotamian demons Pazuzu and later Middle Eastern demonology, or between the incantation formulas and biblical psalms of protection. It certainly rhymes, and everything comes from somewhere. Yet beyond influence, it is stories and details that really captivate us. So we come away from studying Mesopotamian occultism today with a pretty striking image. That lone figure, that lone exorcist, doing his ritual bonfire, consuming the wax figures of witches, a ghost bound by a clay image, a young woman leading him back to the underworld, priests peering at the liver of a sheep for hints of the future, or an ancient father whispering a Sumerian spell to cure his sick child. These are the scenes among the oldest recorded evidence of humanity's fascination with the unseen world. And like we said at the start, this world was not a separate fringe realm, but it was just daily existence, an unseen partner, but always there. Those cuneiform tablets, painstakingly deciphered by modern scholars, reveal that our ancestors in the cradle of civilization grappled with many of the same fears that later generations, including our own, have. Fear of death, illness, unknown calamity. And they responded with creativity and ritual. So next time you're crossing your fingers behind your back, or perhaps whispering, please, 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 when you want something to happen, well, that comes from a long tradition. Perhaps after 5,000 years, or even longer, it is just built into the human psychology. Perhaps it always will be. In any case, I would like to thank you for joining me today. Interesting topic, Well, it's usually interesting topics on here. What comes to mind when you think of the history of Tibet? Perhaps you envision an idyllic mountain realm of monasteries and monks, a Shangri-La of spirituality and peace. Yet behind that romanticized image is a far more complex and, frankly, darker social reality. For centuries, traditional Tibetan society was built on a rigid hierarchy in which the vast majority of people lived as serfs or bound laborers under powerful lords and monasteries. In essence, old Tibet was far from a paradise. It was a land of feudal theocracy, where a small elite controlled all the land and wealth, and where ordinary Tibetans bore the heavy burdens of servitude. A life effectively in chains. This history of slavery and serfdom in Tibet is a story of contrast and paradox. It's a tale of a devoutly Buddhist society that preached compassion, yet tolerated a social order that kept many in hereditary bondage. And it's also a tale of abrupt transformation, how in the mid-20th century this age-old system was shattered by outside forces amid claims of liberation, another complicated aspect to the epilogue of the story. So today, we are going to journey through this contested history, from Tibet's feudal past through to the dramatic reforms of the 1950s, and we'll talk about the truths, the myths, the controversies surrounding slavery in Tibet. And don't worry, we'll give both sides equal time to talk about those. But before I start the video today, I'd like to welcome you to the channel. It's good to have you here if you're new, and if you're yet to click that subscribe button, I encourage you to do so. Like the video, leave a comment. It really helps in the algorithm. Now, this video will be completely uninterrupted for your enjoyment, all the way through. Now, that is because of the generous contributions on Patreon, YouTube members, donations to the PayPal and Super Thanks on YouTube, and also those who checked out the merch store. Thank you very much. If you want to find those relevant links, you can have a look in the pinned comment, video description, or channel description. You'll get to where you need to go if you want to go there. Now, with all that being said, welcome's out of the way. Let's begin. Now, to understand slavery, or more accurately, serfdom in Tibet, we have to picture the structure of Tibetan society as existed for hundreds of years up to the mid-20th century. Traditional Tibet was essentially a feudal theocracy. And what does that mean? It means that both political and spiritual authority were intertwined, and land was controlled by two powerful groups, that is, the noble aristocracy and the Buddhist monasteries. From at least the 17th century onwards, especially after 1642 when the Dalai Lama's government was established, Tibet was ruled by a clerical elite centered in Lhasa. The Dalai Lama himself was the supreme authority, a spiritual leader who also governed the state. Below him, a small number of aristocratic families, perhaps only a few hundred families in total, and large monastery institutions owned most of the land and pretty much all the resources. These were Tibet's lords. Some were secular nobles with hereditary titles. Others were high lamas or monastic officials, and they wielded immense power over the common people. The majority of Tibetans in that era were peasants bound to the land, variously referred to as Meso in Tibetan, literally common people, a term which has been translated into serfs, essentially. They worked on the estates of the nobles and monasteries and paid heavy taxes and labor dues. By most accounts, roughly 90% or more of Tibet's population lived under this serfdom system. Essentially, peasants tied by birth to serving a particular lord or estate. Only a small slice of the population, such as about 5% of families who were nobility, and perhaps an additional few percent who were high-ranking lamas, officials, or wealthy traders, were free from these obligations. At the bottom of the social pyramid were also a minority of outcasts known as Ragyapa, who did most of the undesirable work, blacksmithing, butchery, garbage work, that kind of thing, and were treated as untouchables in this stratified society. So in short, the Tibet that Western travelers romanticize as a mystical Buddhist utopia in reality had a caste-like hierarchy with a privileged elite and an impoverished underclass which were bound in servitude. But what did it mean to be a serf in old Tibet? Because we know this word from the European context and all of that, and of course while the term serf is borrowed from European history, it captures key aspects of the Tibetan case. But the Tibetan serf system is a little bit different. Sea serfs were hereditarily bound to their lord's estate. A family that tilled a plot of land under a lord could not freely leave or permanently migrate elsewhere without permission. They were not chattel slaves to be bought and sold on a whim. In theory, Tibetan serfs had certain customary rights and owned some personal property, but their lives were decidedly unfree. Each serf household owed taxes in kind, barley, butter, livestock, other produce, and had to perform corvée labor for their lord. This labor could include working in the lord's fields, building roads, transporting goods, or domestic service in the lord's manor. The requirements were often onerous. Many serfs had to spend weeks or months each year doing labor for the monastery or noble estate, in addition to tilling their own small plot to feed their family. Hard work. Now, if a serf failed to meet these obligations or attempted to flee, they faced severe punishments under the law of the land. Now, it is important to note that traditional Tibetan serfdom was also theocratic in nature. The largest landowners were not only secular nobles, but also the great monasteries and incarnate lamas. By the mid-20th century, monasteries like Drepung, Ganden, Sera, and others each controlled huge estates with tens of thousands of serfs. Devout peasants might faithfully deliver the share of their harvest to support monks and believe the religious elite deserved these offerings. Yet from a social perspective, the monasteries acted much like feudal landlords. High lamas could be, in effect, feudal lords in robes. This blend of religion and feudalism sets Tibet apart from, say, medieval Europe, where the church and nobility were separate estates. In Tibet, they were often one and the same. This ideology of karma also reinforced the social order. Many Tibetans believed one's position in this life, whether wealthy lord or poor serf, was a result of one's past life merit. As one observer noted, in old Tibet, the rich felt very little guilt about sitting on the necks of the poor, and the poor were taught to accept their lot patiently as the karmic order. Compassion was preached in theory, but in practice inequality was seen as just the natural way of the world. And so within this system, there were several categories of unfree people. Most common were the tralpa, or tax-paying serfs, who were attached to an estate but typically had the right to farm a small piece of land for themselves in return for heavy taxes and labor duty. They could not sell or relinquish their land without approval, and their children inherited the same obligations. Born, live, and die. A slave, basically. Now, other serfs, often called duchung, that is, small householders, had no land of their own and lived directly on their lord's household or on their lord's property, completely dependent on the lord's provisions. These individuals were more akin to household servants or slaves, often working as stable hands, servants, or artisans at behest of the lord. There even existed a class of nangzan, literally household slaves, in a few estates. These were people whose ancestors had been owned outright by the estate holders, a form of slavery that predated the later arrangement of serfdom. But by the 20th century, true chattel slavery, in which people were bought and sold like property, was reportedly rare in central Tibet. One British colonial officer in the 1920s observed that, quote, slavery is not common in Tibet compared to some neighboring regions. Nevertheless, a small number of nangzan slaves were still present in certain manners even up to the 1950s, representing a vestigial form of bondage where humans were treated as transferable property of a lord's household. In one documented case, as late as 1943, a nobleman named Trimon Norbu sold 100 of his serfs to a monastery official, essentially trading human lives as you might sell goats or cows. Well, this transaction was recorded in the Tibetan archives. It shows how an estate owner's power over, quote, his people could extend to outright buying and selling. Now, if that's not slavery, I don't know what is. So for the serfs and slaves of old Tibet, daily life was defined by obligation to the lord, and that could often be quite harsh. A typical family of serfs lived in a small farmhouse or shack on the land that they cultivated, barely managing to subsist on what remained after they turned over the prescribed share of grain and butter to the estate. Corvée labor was a particularly dreaded burden. Lords could demand that serfs transport goods long distances, spend weeks building a road or a manor wall, or attend the lord's herds at a moment's notice. Families had to balance this unpaid labor with the struggle to work in their own fields and survive the brutal winters of the Tibetan plateau. And believe me, they are brutal. Hunger and poverty were commonplace. As the feudal dues were kept many households on the edge of subsistence. And it has been noted that Tibet society was extremely poor and subsistence-based, so even without malicious intent, this system left the lower classes chronically vulnerable to exploitation. Beyond economic exploitation, the serfs were also subject to their masters' legal authority and whims. In old Tibet, landowners possessed a great judicial and punitive power over the people beneath them. Local lords, including the big monasteries, administered most day-to-day justice, since a central court system was minimal. This meant a lord could punish a serf for disobedience or delinquency as he saw fit, punishments that could be shockingly severe. The routine one was flogging for serious infractions. Physical mutilation was historically used as well. Thieves might have a hand amputated. Debtors could be chained, put in stocks. Foreigners who traveled to Tibet before the 1950s recorded some gruesome scenes. Robert W. Ford, a British radio operator who lived in eastern Tibet in the 40s, recalled seeing a man who had all been deprived of an arm or a leg for theft, the stumps crudely cauterized if at all. Penal amputations carried out without antiseptics or sterile dressings. He described these sights to underscore that, whatever its spiritual renown, quote, old Tibet was definitely not Shangri-La, end quote. Similarly, Sir Charles Bell, a British diplomat in Lhasa during the 20s, wrote that a Tibetan landlord could have his tenant beaten as severely as he wished, short of killing him outright, and could even place the serf in wooden stocks or iron fetters for long periods. The only check on the brutality was a traditional legal code, which politely urged moderation, advising that local lords not take things too far. In effect, however, the serfs had very little legal protection. They had no political voice and no ability to seek justice outside the feudal hierarchy, except in some cases by appealing to higher lords or the Dalai Lama's courts in Lhasa. But that is a long and uncertain road. Now I will remind you again that all of this is happening within the 20th century. This is not the medieval times, not even early modern times, but well and truly into the 20th century. Well, despite these oppressive features, it would still be pretty oversimplified to portray every aspect of Tibetan serfdom as unrelentingly horrific. The system was buttressed by a long-standing custom, and there were understood obligations on the part of lords as well. Many lords, secular and monastic alike, saw themselves as paternal figures to their serfs. They were expected to provide some security in lean times, to administer charity on religious holidays, and not to wantonly kill or mistreat their dependents. Social relationships could be personal and complex. In some estates, a form of mutual dependence is said to exist. The serfs provided labor and allegiance, while the lord provided stewardship and protection. A traditional saying is that, quote, the head of the family and the people drink from the same stream, implying a kind of community bond, or at least dressing up a poor system in its finest clothes, I suppose. To the extent that serfs believed in the spiritual authority of their masters, especially incarnate lamas, loyalty could even be willingly given. There were reported instances where serfs professed affection or respect for a benevolent master who treated them well. Indeed, foreign visitors noted that some serfs appeared cheerful or deeply religious, finding meaning in their faith while enduring hardship. And I suppose you have to remember, too, that serfdom was the norm of life that they knew. Few could imagine a radically different social order. Well, that being said, you shouldn't romanticize it. Even if certain enlightened lords were kind, the structure of society left serfs with no freedom of movement or economic opportunity beyond what their birth afforded to them. Ambition was stifled. A bright commoner's best hope might be to join a monastery. Becoming a monk was perhaps one of the escape routes from serf status for some boys, or to seek patronage as a servant in a noble household. Social mobility was pretty minimal, but a handful of serfs did manage to improve their lot. For example, through trade or craft, some became relatively prosperous, or even lent money to poorer neighbors, but they remained legally under a lord's domain. In principle, a serf family could also lease themselves temporarily away from their estate by paying a fee to the lord, a practice scholars call the human lease. Well, in such cases, a serf who could afford it might buy the right to live and work elsewhere for a year or more, essentially renting out some personal freedom. Well, this indicates that the practice of serfdom in Tibet had variations. It was not entirely static, not entirely uniform. But nevertheless, the fact that a person had to pay his master for the privilege to move or avoid labor duty shows how constraining the system was. Once again, a very ugly system dressed up in its finest. Concrete examples from historical records drive home the reality of this. We've already mentioned the sale of 100 serfs in 1943, an extreme but revealing case. And another infamous example often cited is a punitive mutilation case in 1924. In that incident, local officials ordered the eye gouging of a man as a punishment, a grotesque measure out of a medieval playbook. You weren't finding stuff like that in other parts of the world at that time, that's for sure. It's said that this punishment was so rare by then that the officials actually had to consult old text to figure out how to carry it out, and nobody alive had practical experience with it. When the central government in Lhasa, led by the Dalai Lama, learned of this brutality, the officials responsible were themselves punished, because by the early 20th century, even Tibet's Dalai Lama and rulers recognized cruelty like that as excessive. In fact, the 13th Dalai Lama, who ruled Tibet in the first half of the 20th century, had formally banned capital punishment and torture in 1913, issuing edicts to end practices like mutilation. Well, this suggests that Tibet was taking slow steps towards moderating the worst abuses, at least under more progressive leadership. However, As the 1924 case shows, in remote areas, old habits died hard, and enforcement of reform was spotty. The overall picture is that while not every lord was a tyrant, not every serf lived in misery, systematic inequality and instances of severe abuses were inherent in the Tibetan social system. The majority of Tibetans had zero say in their governments, and their labor and obedience were extracted by tradition backed with force. The spiritual underpinnings of society did not prevent earthly exploitation, but rather they were used to bolster it. Well, by the early 20th century, Tibet was one of the few remaining societies in the world still largely untouched by modern concepts of equality or democracy. However, signs of change, or at least the desire for change, began to appear from within Tibet, well before Communist China arrived on the scene. Facing the winds of a new century, some Tibetan leaders realized that their nation's archaic system needed reform. The 13th Dalai Lama, Thubten Gyatso in particular, tried to modernize Tibet during his reign, which spanned from roughly 1895 to 1933. This Dalai Lama had the experience of the intrusion of British forces in 1904 and the subsequent threat of Qing Chinese domination. These crises convinced him that Tibet must strengthen and update itself. He introduced a number of reforms, reorganizing and enlarging the small Tibetan army, attempting to streamline the administration and curbing some abuses by officials in monasteries. As mentioned, he outlawed brutal corporal punishments like mutilation and the death penalty in 1913, reflecting a modernizing vision of justice. And in a notable social gesture, the 13th Dalai Lama also declared an amnesty for runaway serfs in 1913, effectively forgiving those serfs who had fled their masters and allowing them to settle as free farmers on whatever land they would be cultivating. He decreed that any unclaimed land tilled by escaped serfs would become theirs, a policy aimed at undercutting the power of serf owners and rewarding enterprise. And this is a remarkable edict. It shows a top-down attempt to alleviate serfdom by encouraging a transition to small, independent farming. Yet, despite such progressive impulses, the feudal structure proved to be deeply resilient. The Dalai Lama's reforms were limited and met plenty of resistance. Powerful nobles and lamas had no interest in relinquishing their privileges, and the Dalai Lama, for all of his spiritual authority, often had to rule by consensus with those elites. In the decades after his death in 1933, Tibet's government largely stagnated under regents and conservative advisors who rolled back or slow-walked reforms. The young 14th Dalai Lama, Tenzin Gyatso, assumed full power in the 1950s as a teenager, just as new storms gathered around Tibet. Even in his shorter tenure of de facto rule before exile, the 14th Dalai Lama showed reformist inclinations. He was aware of his people's impoverishment and spoke of wanting to improve education, infrastructure, and, well, the lot of the ordinary person. In the mid-1950s, while still in Lhasa under the shadow of Chinese occupation, the Dalai Lama attempted some modest reforms. Notably, he reduced corvée taxes for poor peasants in certain areas and started Tibet's first secular schools. He even implemented land rent reduction on estates directly administered by his own office. These measures were small, experimental steps, pilot projects towards reforming serfdom. But by all accounts, the young Dalai Lama faced a delicate balancing act. If he pushed reform too hard and fast, he risked enraging the entrenched nobility and monastic hierarchs who formed his government's backbone. Ironically, even the Chinese authorities, who were then working with The Dalai Lama, under a policy of gradualism, cautioned him against being too aggressive, fearing it would spark rebellion among the Tibetan aristocracy and clergy. You see, Beijing's official line in the early 50s was that Tibet was not ready for socialist reform and would have to change at its own pace. A promise made in the 1951 agreement when China first took control of Tibet. Thus, the Dalai Lama was encouraged by the Chinese to postpone land reforms, and he did so, waiting for a more opportune moment. You can't just click your fingers and remove a system like that. The last thing that the Communist Party wanted was blood on the streets. Well, despite all these constraints, there was a growing recognition among educated Tibetans by the mid-century that the old feudal order had to evolve. A few lay officials and moderate monks in Lhasa supported the Dalai Lama's mild reform initiatives. In the eastern Tibetan regions, like Kham and Amdo, which had come under direct Chinese administration earlier, some progressive Tibetan cadres even collaborated with Chinese programs to end usury and relieve peasants' burdens in the 1950s. However, the majority of the aristocracy, the noble estate holders and high lamas, saw any talk of land reform or serf emancipation as a dire threat to their power and, well, the social fabric of Tibet in general. Now, this divide in Tibetan society between a forward-looking minority and a deeply traditional establishment set the stage for the conflict. The common serfs themselves, for the most part, were not openly agitating for revolution. Tibet had little in the way of grassroots peasant revolt in its history. Many in the peasantry were illiterate, isolated, and imbued with reverence for their masters, thus not politicized as a modern class. But if given hope of freedom, it's likely they would have welcomed change. As events would show, once the old bonds were broken in 1959, former serfs did embrace their own land and a chance to be free of their lords, albeit with a new government in charge. So, as of 1950, on the eve of the great upheaval, Tibet remained essentially what it had been for centuries, a feudal realm of lords and bonded peasants, albeit one where the first glimmers of reform had appeared, the last holdout in the world of a medieval system. But the tragedy, or perhaps the irony, was that internal reform had not gone far enough or fast enough to spare Tibet from outside intervention. A society that could not fundamentally change itself would soon find change forced upon them, and that force came from the new revolutionary state to the east, the People's Republic of China. So the year is 1950, and the Chinese Communist Party turned its gaze to Tibet as the last unpaid debt of what it considered to be Chinese national unification. The People's Liberation Army marched into Tibetan areas that year, and by the following year compelled Tibetan delegates to sign the 17-point agreement for the peaceful liberation of Tibet. Under this 1951 agreement, Beijing promised to preserve Tibet's existing social system under the authority of the Dalai Lama, at least for the time being. In other words, in 1951, China did not immediately claim it was coming to free Tibet's serfs from bondage. Rather, the Chinese rationale was couched in terms of ending imperialist influence. They accused Tibetan elites of being manipulated by British or American imperialists and returning Tibet to the motherland. The communist leadership initially followed a cautious policy in central Tibet. They allowed the Dalai Lama's government to continue functioning and left the serfdom system essentially intact throughout the 50s. Now, it might seem surprising. One might expect communist revolutionaries to instantly abolish landlordism. But Mao Zedong and Zhou Enlai calculated that Tibet was too remote and its society too devout and traditional to upend overnight without triggering a massive resistance. So they held off on land reform in central Tibet, and even while they were simultaneously carrying out radical land redistribution and collectivization just east of Tibet, in Chinese provinces, and even in Tibetan ethnic regions of Sichuan and Qinghai, it was a paradoxical period. Tibet under the Dalai Lama continued as a feudal theocracy, but now under the shadow of a communist state that had, pretty much everywhere else, abolished any trace of feudalism. Nevertheless, tensions were rising. In the eastern Tibetan regions of Kham and Amdo, many of which were outside the Dalai Lama's administration and incorporated into Chinese provinces, communist officials did push reforms earlier, starting in the mid-1950s. They reduced rents and tried to take land from local chieftains. These policies, combined with the heavy-handed suppression of a bit of the local culture, provoked violent backlash. Tibetan rebellions broke out in 56 and 7. In these eastern regions, Khampa fighters, fiercely traditional and often on horseback, took up arms to resist the Chinese changes. This guerrilla resistance later received covert support from the American CIA, a development that we will explore soon. The uprisings in the east were a clear sign that many Tibetans, especially those loyal to the old order, would rather fight than allow the communist revolution to remake their lives. So by 1959, the instability had reached the heartland of Tibet. A revolt erupted in Lhasa, driven by rumors that the Chinese planned to kidnap or harm the Dalai Lama. In the March of that year, thousands of Tibetans surged around the Lama's palace to protect him, and soon open fighting broke out between Tibetan insurgents and the Chinese army. The Dalai Lama fled into exile in India amid the chaos, and the Chinese military crushed the Lhasa uprising. In the aftermath, Beijing effectively tore up the 1951 agreement and dissolved the Tibetan local government. With the Dalai Lama gone, and the old ruling class either in flight or lying dead on the ground, the communists finally implemented the reforms they had long deferred. So what followed was, from one perspective, the long-awaited liberation of Tibet's serfs, then from another perspective, a period of trauma and upheaval, as an entire social system was dismantled by outsiders. China declared democratic reforms in Tibet in 1959. In practice, this meant the abrupt end of the nobles and monasteries' dominion. The communist work teams went village to village, organizing the poor peasants to denounce their former masters and the feudal system they were kept under. They held struggle sessions, where serfs were encouraged, or sometimes coerced, to speak out about the injustices they had suffered under feudalism, a cathartic and often violent process, reminiscent of what happened in China's own land reform. The estates of noble families were confiscated, monastic lands were seized by the state, serfdom and slavery were officially abolished. Tens of thousands of serfs were now told that they were free. They were no longer bound to any lord. Land was redistributed. Each peasant family typically got a piece of land, although some of the land had already been farming for their masters was now given to them outright, so it wasn't a big transition. The Chinese authorities later boasted that 1 million serfs and slaves in Tibet were now emancipated in this period, and indeed, former serfs recalled the bewildering excitement of receiving ownership documents for land, or of no longer having to deliver half their grain to the manor. You can certainly imagine it would be quite a relief. In addition, all of those old debts were cancelled the enormous loans and interest that had kept many peasant families in perpetual bondage to lenders were wiped clean, and this was enforced by the new communist government. The new regime also outlawed any corporal punishment or extra legal authority by former lords. From 1959 on, only the communist law and police, and ultimately the party, could administer justice in Tibet. So a landlord beating a peasant now was a crime, when before it was just a norm. From a social revolutionary standpoint, these changes were staggering and achieved in an extremely short time. By the early 60s, the age of secular and clerical feudal lords in Tibet was all over. Many of the aristocrats, had fled to India with the Dalai Lama, and those who stayed were often imprisoned or sent to re-education camps. The large monasteries, which had been economic as well as spiritual centers, were emptied of their landed estates. And soon, during the Cultural Revolution a few years later, the monasteries themselves would be physically demolished or closed. A pretty tragic blow to Tibetan culture, but that's another part of the story. Rather a tale of mass psychosis, I suppose. But for the ordinary Tibetan peasant, one form of oppression, the localized, centuries-old oppression by landlord and lama, was lifted, only to be replaced by new pressures under the new government. You see, initially, many ex-serfs were grateful simply to have rights to the land and not to fear the estate's steward's whip. There are accounts of poor Tibetans displaying obvious relief and even joy at the changes around 59 to 60. They were finally free to marry whom they chose. Previously, a serf often needed the lord's consent to marry or risked having spouses separated if they belonged on different estates. They could travel without a permit. They could keep the full yield of their labor, aside from a few new taxes to the state, which were generally lighter than the old corvée by a great margin. And in a symbolic act, the Chinese authorities held public burnings of the old debt contracts and feudal title deeds, proclaiming a new era of equality. But it's not that simple. This liberation came at a tremendous human cost and coercion. You see, Tibet in the early 60s was under military occupation, and resistance was met with brutal force. Thousands of Tibetans, especially former officials and monks who resisted, were killed or jailed during the crackdown. Entire families of the old elite were impoverished or persecuted. And while serfdom was gone, the new regime imposed collectivization policies that required peasants to join collective farms or communes, effectively meaning that after a brief taste of private land ownership, they were organized into state-controlled farming units. Food production initially improved somewhat with the end of the exploitative tithe system, but then Tibet, like China, was swept up in that disastrous Great Leap Forward of the early 60s. This radical campaign caused economic chaos and famine across China. Tibet was not spared. Grain requisitions by the state and agricultural upheaval led to food shortages in Tibet as well. Former serfs, who thought their lives would be immediately improved, sometimes found themselves going hungry, now under new leaders. Additionally, the violent radicalism of the Cultural Revolution between 1966 and 76 brought in forced atheism, the destruction of religious sites, and harsh labor for many Tibetans. So, the 1960s were by no means a happy time in Tibet. Despite the end of old serfdom, one might say that one oppressive system was exchanged for another. The drudgery and hierarchy of feudalism gave way to this regimentation and the ideology of a communist revolution that had little tolerance for dissent. But the difference was, this was a short-term thing. It's certainly worth noting that after the extremes of the late Mao era, Chinese policy in Tibet moderated. In the 80s and beyond, economic reforms and some cultural leniency allowed improvements in living standards. Many former serfs and their descendants in Tibet today will acknowledge that their material life is better now than what their grandparents had under that serf system. The Chinese government continually points to roads, hospitals, and schools built in Tibet as proof of the progress. And indeed, the feudal order that kept people illiterate and tied to the land could not have provided these modern amenities. Yet, alongside these improvements came with that loss of political freedom and cultural autonomy which Tibetans dearly prize. But the thing is, they only ever had that for about a tiny percentage of the population. So when they say the freedom that Tibetans prize, they mean the freedom that the aristocracy prized. So it's kind of a bittersweet legacy. It's fiercely debated. Was it a liberation or an annexation? Well, the answer is probably both. It depends on which aspect you consider. It was the liberation of a class of people from effective slavery, but it was achieved through the annexation of a country and subjugation of a nation's independence. So, you give a little, you get a little, I suppose. Well, let's talk about both of those sides. Because in the decades since this has happened, there's been a war of narratives, especially concerning the old social system and the changes after the 1950s. And while I have my own opinions, which might bleed through a little bit, we have to tread carefully and critically here. Because both the Chinese government and the Tibetan exile community have often exaggerated or selectively presented facts to serve political ends. The subject of slavery in Tibet has become quite a political weapon, I suppose. So let's examine the main viewpoints. First of all, the Chinese government narrative highlights Tibet's pre-1959 society as one of an unrelenting feudal nightmare. Beijing official publications describe old Tibet as basically hell on earth for normal people, painting lurid pictures of landlords slicing off peasants' noses and lamas consigning child slaves to endless toil. Chinese historians stress that 95% of Tibetans were serfs or slaves brutally oppressed by the 5% of nobles and clergy. They often cite the existence of debt slavery, cruel taxes and punishments to justify that China's intervention was necessary on a moral level. And in this narrative, the Chinese Communist Party is certainly the hero that peacefully liberated Tibetans from a backward and medieval system, ushering in human rights for the first time in Tibetan history. And indeed, since 2009, the PRC has even celebrated Serfs' Emancipation Day on March 28th to commemorate the abolition of serfdom in 1959. Well, I mean, that's certainly something worth celebrating, an Emancipation Day, but it is a pretty clear effort to legitimize Chinese rule to a historical moral claim. And there is a truth in the Chinese description of old Tibet's inequities, as we have detailed. They're just historical facts. Serfdom and harsh treatment did exist. Tibet was not a nice place to be, and it got a hell of a lot better once the Chinese intervened. But the Chinese narrative is also carrying its own biases. It tends to ignore any positive aspects of traditional Tibetan culture or the reform efforts that Tibetan leaders make. Do remember that, yes, while the 40s and 50s were certainly not good times, there were people within Tibet trying to do their best to bring Tibet out of its old ways. You know, it also conveniently forgets that China itself didn't initially invade Tibet to free serfs. That humanitarian rationale was retroactively emphasized. In fact, the Chinese rhetoric about liberating the serfs really became prominent only after the the 1959 uprising when Beijing needed to win domestic and international support by portraying its crackdown as more progressive. During the initial invasion of 50 to 51, Chinese propaganda spoke more about expelling imperialists and unifying the motherland, not much about freeing slaves, though for them expelling the imperialists, unifying the motherland, it kind of all comes in the same bag, really. The heavy focus on serfdom would come later, especially in response to the worldwide sympathy for the exiled Dalai Lama. You know, that one guy, kiss my tongue. Ugh. Was it suck my tongue that he said? I don't know if you've seen the video. Certainly lost him a lot of respect, that one, didn't it? In any case, we're not going to go there. Well, it was a way to undermine the Dalai Lama's moral authority by casting him as the former head of a slave-owning regime. Moreover, the Chinese accounts almost never acknowledged the suffering inflicted by China's own policies. For example, the famine and political purges of the 60s, which is rather convenient they don't mention them. They prefer to cherry-pick and idealize a demonized past, which certainly is a one-sided equation. Now, on the other hand, the Tibetan exile and pro-independence narrative often downplays the worst aspects of Old Tibet and highlights the atrocities of Chinese rule. The Dalai Lama himself has openly acknowledged that the old system was unjust, and he has called the relationship between landlord and serf in Tibet a form of serfdom, but argues it was milder than the Chinese version of serfdom, and that the poor in Tibet fared better than the poor under Chinese warlords. Which is a brave argument, I suppose. Tibetan exiles emphasized that by the mid-20th century the Tibetan government was already moving towards a reform, and given time the Tibetans could have just modernized on their own without violent intervention. They point out that no nation has the right to invade another to enforce social change, and from this exile perspective, whatever problems Old Tibet had did not justify the immense destruction and repression that befell Tibet after 1950. They also questioned the Chinese portrayal by noting that many claims of extreme cruelty are exaggerated or unrepresentative. For instance, exile scholars and Western sympathizers often note that serious punishments like eye gouging had been legally banned by the Dalai Lama long ago, and was virtually unheard of in later years. That 1924 case is cited as an aberration. They also argued that many serfs had avenues to improve their condition, or that communal ties softened class oppression, essentially suggesting that Tibet's serfdom wasn't as systematically savage as the Chinese accounts make it. Some prefer to call the common people subjects or peasants rather than serfs to avoid the pejorative connotations. And indeed, there is lively academic debate over the term serf. Critics say it's a Marxist lens imposed on Tibet, whereas defenders, like the scholar Melvin Goldstein, say it's an accurate depiction of hereditary bondage in any case. But regardless of the terminology, the exile narrative stresses that Tibet's social ills were being addressed gradually by Tibetans themselves, and that the efforts were cut short by China's invasion and assimilation policies. But the exile side, they also have their own vested interests and biases. Many leading voices in the Tibetan diaspora come from the old aristocracy or high monastic circles. Understandably, they have pride in their own heritage and might be reluctant to fully acknowledge their ancestors' system had grievous and barbaric flaws. There's a tendency in some pro-Tibet literature to nostalgically portray Old Tibet as harmonious and spiritually rich, glossing over the fact that a large segment of the population lived in grinding and enforced poverty. Furthermore, during the Cold War, the Tibetan exiles received significant backing from the United States via the CIA, and others who were eager to embarrass communist China. This support influenced how Tibet's story was told internationally. For example, in the 1960s, the CIA funded a secret program to aid Tibetan guerrillas fighting the Chinese. They also provided an annual subsidy on the order of $180,000 a year directly to the Dalai Lama's office in exile. Now, this doesn't mean that the Dalai Lama was a complete puppet, but there are certainly strings. It does mean that the Tibetan cause was entangled in geopolitical interests, and people don't give out money without expecting something in return. Now, Western media during the Cold War often uncritically adopted the image of the Dalai Lama as a noble and unblemished victim, and Tibet as this long-lost paradise of Shangri-La. It was inconvenient in that narrative to acknowledge the pre-1950 Tibet had major human rights issues of its own, and, well, most of them had disappeared under the new rule, at least after the Great Leap Forward and Cultural Revolution had gotten out of the way. Thus, until more recent decades, relatively little popular attention was given to the plight of Tibet's serfs under the Dalai Lamas. Instead, focus was on the plight of all Tibetans under communism, this CIA-sponsored Free Tibet movement. Well, let's try and remain neutral. We have to try and cut through these competing exaggerations. Now, most would agree that yes, Tibet was a feudal serf society before 1959, and that is a reality that cannot be sugar-coated. But you've also got to realize that Tibet was not uniquely evil in this. Its social structure was comparable to many traditional societies in Asia before modern reforms. For instance, China itself had a landlord-tenant system and even quasi-serfdom in some regions into the 20th century. Many Himalayan kingdoms and even European countries had serfdom in earlier times. Sure, but by the mid-20th century, the problem is Tibet's retention of serfdom. This retention was anachronistic. Sure, but it wasn't a wanton hellscape of torture at every turn, as propaganda might imply. Anthropological studies, using interviews with earlier elderly Tibetans, have revealed a picture where some serfs recall harsh treatment and humiliation, but others look upon the old days a little bit more favorably, emphasizing their community bonds or perhaps a kind patron. In any case, both realities coexisted, and we can't just throw one in the dustbin to serve some kind of political narrative. Crucially, historians note that after Tibet's incorporation into the People's Republic, both sides in the conflict started to mythologize history. The Chinese regime needed to justify its rule, so it fostered the narrative of that liberation from slavery, going so far as to publish books of former serfs testifying how grateful they were, or staging exhibits of torture instruments allegedly found in monasteries. Now, on the other side, Tibetan exiles, to bolster their claim for sympathy and support, often highlight the devastation of Chinese rule, while maintaining dignified silence or vagueness about the old class system. And they're also quite silent upon the child abuse within the Tibetan monasteries. You think the Catholic Church is bad? Well, it wasn't the only one. Perhaps a video for another time. It's only in recent years that exile right has become more frank in admitting that yes, the old system was flawed and unjust, but they didn't deserve foreign invasion. This is mainly what they say. The Dalai Lama himself in his later writings acknowledges that, quote, the old feudal system was exploitative and outdated, and that one of his regrets was not being able to enact reform before exile. He has even thanked the Chinese in a way for awakening Tibet to the need for change, while of course condemning the brutality of the methods. So it's a bit of a juxtaposition of narratives. But you have to acknowledge the Cold War context too. The Tibetan struggle for peace became a kind of a piece on the Cold War chessboard, I suppose. The CIA's involvement, training Tibetan fighters in Colorado, nonetheless, airdropping weapons into Tibet in the 1950s, funding the Dalai Lama's exile administration in the 60s, was driven by the US aim and propaganda efforts to smear and destabilize communist China. And this meant that a lot of information about Tibet was filtered through intelligence efforts, getting sympathy on the home front and abroad. For example, in the 50s and 60s, many sympathetic Western journalists and academics learned about Tibet via channels tied to the exile movement and its sponsors, which naturally emphasized Chinese atrocities and skirted around awkward questions of Tibet's former social inequality. Meanwhile, communist bloc writers towed Beijing's line, focusing solely on the evils of the old society, and never on the sufferings post-1959. And so we see how Tibet has kind of been the meat in the sandwich, used as a propaganda tool by both East and West. The Chinese had their own vested interest to claim a moral high ground in Tibet and deflect calls for self-determination, and the exiles and their supporters had their own interest to win international support by presenting Tibet as a noble and poor victim, an unjustly crushed people. But for us seeking truth, it's important to recognize these interests and read between the lines. In any case, maybe you want to find out the truth for yourself. So how about you get on a plane? Ignore all the CIA propaganda, ignore all the propaganda from the other side. Just go and see it for yourself. Tibet's lovely. Lhasa is beautiful. Potala Palace is fantastic. It's even on the Chinese currency. Hey, they've even got Tibetan script on the Chinese currency, along with, I think there's 4 scripts on it. How many scripts? Let me have a look. How many scripts are on it? Let's take a look. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We have 5 scripts on Chinese currency. Yes, I've just got some sitting there. The desk is a little messy, okay. Well, you'll find Tibetan on there as well. But, yeah, do go and have a look at Tibet. It's best if you go on a tour. There's a lot of driving and it's quite high elevation. Hey guys, thank you for joining me today. Perhaps a video a little bit on the political side. We don't want to go too much into politics, but you can't really ignore politics when you're talking about this kind of issue. In any case, thank you for seeing both sides of it. The year is 1732, and terrified peasants huddled around an open grave in rural Serbia. By flickering torchlight, they gaze upon the corpse of Arnold Paula, a man dead for weeks, yet strangely undecayed. Dried blood stains his lips. Heart-pounding, one man drives a wooden stake into the chest, and, as later reported, the corpse groans aloud, fresh blood gushing from the wound. The villagers recoil in fear and fascination, and here they are convinced that they have slain a vampire. I would forgive you if you thought that was a work of fiction, but this is actually an eyewitness report from an Austrian official at the time. Such was the reality of vampire hysteria in the early 18th century. Yet the fear of the restless, blood-hungry dead is far more ancient and widespread than this famous incident. If we travel back to the 12th century, we find an English monk chronicling how a reanimated corpse terrorized his village until it was dug up and burned. Journey further to antiquity, and we can hear Babylonian incantations against demons that devour flesh and suck from the veins of the living. Across thousands of years, across many cultures, people have shared an anxious question: could the dead return to prey upon the living? We're going to talk about how different societies have understood and reacted to the specter of the vampire, or their concept of it. From ancient Mesopotamian demons and classical myths, through medieval tales of revenants in Europe and Asia, to the mass panics of the early modern period, the belief in vampires, or their equivalents, has repeatedly gripped communities with terror. And it's all about the first-hand accounts today, the desperate measures that the villagers took to protect themselves, explanations that the learned offered, and the curious common threads linking a Sumerian priest, a Chinese scholar, and a Transylvanian peasant in a shared nightmare. We'll get to them all. And so, if you hadn't already figured it out already, we'll somewhat walk that blurry line between history and myth, where history's vampire panics reveal as much about human fears as they do any supernatural creature. The story of the vampire is as much of a story of our attempt to make sense of death and the unknown as it is a catalogue of ghoulish legend. So let's begin, with all that in mind, in the cradle of civilization, under the shadow of those ancient blood-drinking demons. But let me just quickly welcome you to the channel. It's good to meet any newcomers. Tell me where you're listening from. And good to see any people returning. Thank you to those supporting on the Patreon. That really helps keep the channel going. And those who checked out the merch store, thank you very much. Anyone who's not subscribed, I encourage you to click that button right next to the like. Now let's begin. So we know this word, vampire. It's not too much of an ancient word, but it certainly is an ancient concept. And long before the term existed, ancient peoples recounted legends of evil beings that rose from the dead, or walked the earth but never truly lived, feeding on human life. The earliest records come from Mesopotamia, the lands of Babylon, Assyria, and Sumer, and they're frankly quite chilling. In Assyrian texts, dating back over 3,000 years, we find prayers to ward off the Ekimu and Utuku, spirit entities with unmistakably vampiric traits. As for the Ekimu, it was said to be the angry ghost of somebody who died without proper burial, doomed to wander and torment the living until its body finally found rest. The Utuku was a related spirit of the forgotten dead, a person buried without the honor of funerary offerings. Hungry and resentful, the Utuku might emerge from the underworld to stalk the living, seeking sustenance from its victims. Some accounts explicitly describe these creatures as blood drinkers. To exorcise them required complex rituals and incantations by priests. One Assyrian incantation vividly describes a horde of 7 demons roaming in the night. It goes like this. 7 are they, knowing no mercy. They rage against mankind. They spill their blood like rain, devouring their flesh and sucking their veins. Demons, full of violence, ceaselessly devouring blood. Well, that sounds like a vampire to me. Such lines recorded in cuneiform on clay tablets are effectively humanity's first anti-vampire tracts. The terror they convey is pretty palpable, I'm sure you'll agree. A fear of malignant beings that devour flesh and drink blood, all slaughtering without mercy. Clearly the core image of the vampire, a relentless, bloodthirsty predator from beyond the grave, was already very much present in humanity's oldest literature. Interestingly, Mesopotamian lore even linked royalty to vampiric demons. A Sumerian list of kings, dating to about 2400 BC, claims the hero Gilgamesh's father was a Lilu demon. That's essentially a type of vampire spirit. You see, the Lilu belong to a class of vampiric demons alongside female counterparts like Lilitu and Ardat Lili. Lilitu, who survives in later Hebrew traditions as Lilith, was depicted as beautiful, but also murderous, notorious for preying on infants and young men. A legend would evolve over millennia, but already in Sumer, she was a blood-sucking creature from a nightmare. From Sumer and Babylon, these ideas flowed into the cultures that followed. The Hebrews, for example, absorbed Mesopotamian demonology and gave it their own twists. The Old Testament book of Proverbs, that's around 700 BC, contains a cryptic reference to an insatiable bloodsucker. Quote, "The Aluka has 2 daughters, crying, 'Give, give.'" The Hebrew word Aluka literally means leech, but many scholars interpret this passage as referring to a vampiric demon. In fact, early translators of the Bible into English were so struck by the similarity that one 19th century edition offers vampire as an alternate reading in the margin. Jewish folklore, likewise, developed the figure of Lilith, that is Lilitu's descendant, into Adam's first wife turned demoness, a winged night creature who drank the blood of infants and pregnant women. Lilith's legend was so feared that the ancient Jewish families hung amulets in nurseries to guard newborns from her deadly embrace. The classical world of Greece and Rome, well, they knew their share of blood-drinking monsters too. As trade and ideas passed from the Near East of the Mediterranean, the vampire motive took on new forms. The Greeks spoke of the Lamia, originally from a mythic Libyan queen, cursed by Zeus's wife Hera to become a child-eating demon. Lamia was said to lurk in darkness, seducing young men or snatching infants to drain their blood, and she could also shapeshift, often depicted with the face of a woman and the lower body of a serpentine monster. Greek mothers would warn unruly children that Lamia, or the Emposai, another breed of female demon, supposedly the servants of the goddess Hecate, might catch them in the night. And that term, Emposa, described a terrifying she-demon with 1 brass leg, who could appear as beautiful to lure men, and then, once they were off their guard, feast on the flesh and blood. These creatures appear in Greek literature, including comedic plays by Aristophanes and later folklore. Clearly, the fear of female night stalkers who consume human blood was well rooted in the Greek imagination. But we can't go past the Romans. They inherited the Greek lore, and they added their own name for such beings. Strix, plural being striges. A Strix in Roman myth was a kind of evil spirit or witch that turned into a nocturnal bird, often envisioned as an owl, to prey upon sleeping children. Roman poets like Ovid wrote about the Striges in ways that sound startlingly close to later vampire tales. In Ovid's Fasti, for instance, he recounts how a pair of Striges attacked an infant prince named Procas in his cradle at night. They swooped in to suck the blood from the baby's body, and were only driven off when the household awoke to the child's screams. Though the attack was thwarted, the baby was left pale and weak, with mysterious scratches on his cheeks, telltale signs, it was thought, of an assault of a Strix. To protect little Procas, the Romans performed a ritual. At the next dark moon, they hung garlic and wolfsbane around the window, and smeared the threshold with the blood of a piglet as an offering to keep the Strigas at bay. Garlic, notably, was believed to repel these creatures, just as it does in modern vampiric lore. A fascinating example of continuity in folk medicine. Deep roots on that one. But Roman writers even mention placing garlic or hawthorn in cradles as a ward against Strix's attacks. The use of hawthorn wood in particular, a white thorn stake essentially, to stab or repel Strigas foreshadows the classic wooden stake used against vampires centuries later. But beyond the well-known Mediterranean and Mesopotamian worlds, vampire-like myths can be found in other ancient cultures too. In ancient India, early sacred texts and folklore spoke of demons and spirits that drank blood or possessed the dead. The Sanskrit language gives us vetelas, undead beings who inhabit corpses. By the first millennium CE, if not earlier, Indian storytellers were spinning complex tales about King Vikramaditya and a Vetila, stories compiled in the Vetila Pansamvimstani, the 25 tales of the Vetila, around the 11th century. Each tale centers on Vetala, sometimes translated as vampire in English retellings, that animates a corpse and torments the king with riddles. While these stories are more fables than horror yarns, the Vetala is clearly a restless undead spirit, hanging upside down from trees in cemeteries, and delighting in mischief and death. The very concept shows an Indian understanding that some dead do not rest quietly. Likewise, a little further east, ancient China harbored early ideas of reanimated corpses. Texts from the Zhou and Han dynasties hinted beliefs that improper burial or lingering malevolent spirit energy could cause a corpse to rise. The Chinese did not have a single famous vampire myth in antiquity, but they did fear the hungered dead. For instance, some Han era documents mention corpses that would not decompose and might trouble the living, and Taoist priests were employed to exorcise or pacify such entities. As we shall see later, these beliefs would eventually crystallize in the form of the Jiangshi, hopping corpse, or rather rigid corpse in a more literal translation, during the imperial era, perhaps the only vampire that exhibits signs of rigor mortis. It's interesting. But even in the ancient Americas, they had their blood-sucking specters in their own mythology. The Aztecs of Mexico, for example, warned of the Cihuateteo, a vengeful spirit of a woman who died in childbirth. These ghostly women were said to roam on certain nights, attacking infants and drinking the blood of children. The Maya had the Camazots, a deity depicted as a monstrous bat associated with caves and night. Not a vampire per se, but a bat god that could easily be seen as an antecedent to later bat-associated vampiric lore. Meanwhile, in parts of Africa, tribal folklore spoke of creatures like the Asanbosam of the Ashanti people, a sinister being dwelling in trees with iron hooks for feet and teeth of iron, who would drop on unsuspecting passers-by to bite their throats. Though these African and American legends developed independently, they share a haunting resemblance to the vampire archetype, the dead or demonic coming back to prey on the living, often specifically on their blood or life force. And by the dawn of the Middle Ages, the mythic prototype of the vampire, a revenant that subsisted on human blood, was already ancient and global. Whether it was the Akimu, Lilith, Strix, Vitala, or by any other name, virtually every civilization had, at some point, some concept of a blood-craving creature of the night. Importantly, these early beliefs were typically part of religion and mythology. They were fears and stories, yes, but often managed by priests and magicians through rituals. Now, the real hysteria, the kind of communal panic that drives villagers to dig up graves, that would come a little later. To see that develop, we have to turn to how medieval societies, especially in Europe, began to interpret these age-old fears in the context of their own worldview. So we arrive in the medieval period, roughly the 5th to the 15th centuries, which brought a shift in how vampiric phenomena was perceived. In Christian Europe, classical demons like Lamia and Strix were reinterpreted through a more Christian lens. They became associated with the devil, witchcraft, or simply folded into a broad category of evil spirits. At the same time, ordinary folk throughout Europe continued to believe that sometimes the dead could physically return from the grave. These were usually called revenants, from the French revenir, meaning to return, rather than vampires. The term vampire itself was unknown in the West until the 18th century. But the behavior of these revenants often paralleled what we think of as vampiric. They rose from the tomb, plagued the living with harm or disease, and had to be corporeally destroyed to save the community. In an era racked by plagues, warfare, and deep religiosity, stories like this flourished, and crucially, they were often believed and recorded as true occurrences. One of the most remarkable medieval chronicles of revenants was William of Newburgh, a 12th century English monk and historian. In his Historia Rerum Anglicarum, that is, History of the English Affairs, alongside accounts of kings and battles, William included several hair-raising tales of the restless dead. He introduces these by frankly admitting that they might sound unbelievable, but insisting that, quote, did not frequent examples occurring in our own times suffice to establish this fact, I would not have dared recount them. In other words, William, an educated, God-fearing clergyman, felt compelled to report these cases because so many eyewitnesses swore on their lives that they were true. One such case took place in the quiet countryside of Yorkshire, a story sometimes dubbed the Amorous Reverend. A recently deceased man, notable in his life for his sinful and lustful behavior, was buried in the local graveyard. But according to William, he did not rest in peace. Shortly after his burial, the man's corpse began to get up and wander at night. He first returned to his own house, entering his widow's bedroom and attempting to lie with her in the marital bed. The terrified woman described being nearly crushed by the weight of his dead body as he climbed atop her, a detail that William relays with horror. After terrorizing his wife, the revenant roamed through the village, pounding on doors and calling out the names of his neighbors. Everyone who heard the knock or voice fell gravely ill in the days that followed. The entire village was in a complete panic. No one dared to go outside after dusk. The local priest finally consulted the Bishop of Lincoln, who happened to be the famous St. Hugh, by the way. The bishop's solution was not to organize a torch-wielding mob, but rather a spiritual remedy. He wrote out a letter of absolution for the dead man's soul, and had it read aloud and buried with the corpse. According to William, this act of piety finally put the spirit to rest for good, an elegantly non-violent end to a vampire-like infestation. Isn't that fantastic that this is happening almost 900 years ago, and we have the accounts all written down for us? Well, unfortunately, not all medieval revenant stories ended so gentle. In another case, William recounts a wayward monk in Yorkshire died unrepentant
and was buried on monastery grounds. But soon after, strange occurrences plagued the area at night. The dead monk was seen lurking around the living quarters, and those who encountered him fell sick. Taking matters into their own hands, a group of robust monks waited in ambush by his grave one night, and sure enough, the corpse clawed its way out under the cover of darkness. The watchers chased down the shrouded figure and struck it with an axe, causing the revenant to howl and flee back to its tomb. The next morning the monks exhumed the body. They found it looking unnaturally flush with blood, and fresh axe wounds marred its flesh. To them, that was concrete evidence that this was no ordinary corpse. The immediate solution was one that would become standard in later vampiric lore. They burned the body to ashes, and it was only then that the attacks ceased. William of Newburgh's most famous revenant tale took place in the town of Berwick. There, a wealthy, but by all accounts wicked man died and was buried in the churchyard. And soon after, people reported a giant black dog chasing a spectral figure through the streets at night. A dead man pursued by the howling hounds of hell. Those who glimpsed the revenant described it as a corporeal horror. The townsfolk, fearing pestilence, for in medieval thinking a walking corpse spread miasma and could bring plague, and it had finally forced them to act. According to William, 10 young men, renowned for their boldness, were deputized to unearth the pestiferous corpse. They did so in daytime, while the creature presumably lay inactive, and what they found in the coffin made their blood run cold. The body was bloated to an enormous corpulence and suffused with blood. It looked as if it had feasted on the blood of the living. Enraged, the young men hacked the corpse to pieces and burnt it to ash. This, they hoped, would end their nightmare. But alas, Berwick was soon hit with an outbreak of illness anyway, which the Chronicle dryly notes carried off a great portion of the town. But at least the revenant itself troubled them no more. One problem at a time, I suppose. The people blamed the earlier presence of the undead for poisoning the air with plague, a belief that shows how vampirism and disease were often linked in the pre-modern mind. Medieval writers from other parts of Europe echoed these accounts. In the Holy Roman Empire, from at least the 12th century, we hear of the Nachzerer, or the literally after-devourer, a type of Germanic revenant that stayed in its night grave but was thought to chew on its shroud or its own flesh, thus mystically draining life from surviving family members. The recommended defense was to exhume the corpse and place a brick or stone in its mouth to stop the chewing, or simply just decapitate the body. Practices archaeologists have indeed documented in medieval cemeteries. For example, a skull from 16th century Venice was discovered with a brick forcefully wedged between its jaws, almost certainly an instance of a suspected shroud-eater vampire burial. In Eastern Europe, the seeds of the classic vampire were present in the folklore of the Slavic and Balkan peoples. As early as the 11th century, a Russian prince was nicknamed Upir Lichi, meaning wicked vampire, in a document, first recorded use of the form of the word vampire. Throughout the Slavic lands, various terms existed, referring to an undead blood drinker or similar revenant. Typically, it was believed that certain people, especially the unbaptized, excommunicated, or those who had taken their own lives or practiced sorcery, or perhaps victims of an unnatural death, were especially prone to return as vampires. To prevent this, villagers took preventative measures with corpses, staking them into their graves with thorns or iron rods, burying them at crossroads, placing sickles or nets in the coffin. The idea was that the vampire would be so preoccupied counting the net's holes or entangled by the sickle that it wouldn't even rise. Or even they just started cremating the bodies shortly after death. These preventative folk customs were widespread, though often done quietly and without official church sanction. The Catholic and Orthodox churches of the Middle Ages had an uneasy stance on these superstitions. Officially, the idea of a dead body coming back to life under its own power was frankly heretical. Christian doctrine expected the resurrection only at the end of days, not just random ghouls in the interim. If a corpse walked, the church maintained it must be the work of the devil, not the person's soul. Nonetheless, local priests were pragmatic. They had to respond somehow. We saw Bishop Hugh of Lincoln advising a letter of absolution. Others permitted or even ordered the physical destruction of suspected vampires in particularly dire cases. Walter Map, a 12th century cleric and courtier in Wales, recounts one such incident. In Herefordshire, a wicked man, as they said, died and was buried. But soon the townsfolk heard him calling out at night, shouting the names of those who would soon die. Panic ensued, as people indeed fell ill after hearing their name. The matter reached the Bishop of Hereford, Gilbert Folliot, who delivered a crisp instruction reminiscent of a modern horror movie script. Quote, "Dig up the body and cut off the head with a spade, sprinkle it with holy water, and reinter it." The villagers followed the orders, beheading the corpse and dousing it in holy water before reburying it. And surprise, surprise, the nocturnal deaths ceased, a testament in the chronicler's view to the efficacy of combining folk medicine, i.e. decapitation, which is, well, it's perhaps the most medieval medicine you can get, with spiritual authority, holy water. Medieval Northern and Western Europe thus certainly knew vampire-like phenomena, usually under that old label of revenants, demons, or even witches. But it was in the Balkans and Eastern Europe where the vampire concept truly thrived in folklore at this time. The word vampire itself likely comes from Serbian or related Slavic languages. Eastern Orthodox Christian beliefs held that improperly buried or morally corrupt individuals might become unclean spirits after death. In Greek tradition, for instance, those excommunicated by the church were feared to become revenants whose bodies wouldn't decay and rise up to trouble the living until the ban was lifted or the corpse destroyed. Numerous Greek and Balkan folk tales from the late medieval era onward describe reanimated corpses that randomly knock on doors, attack people, drink blood, or just create poltergeist-like havoc, killing livestock, smashing up the furniture, that sort of thing. The remedies read like a catalogue of anti-vampire techniques. It's really interesting. Exhumation, staking with wood or iron, burning the heart or the entire corpse, even boiling the remains in wine after reburial at crossroads. It's important to note that these actions were usually taken in a state of communal alarm, essentially hysteria, when unexplained deaths or misfortunes struck and villagers groped for a cause. In an age before germ theory, if a whole family fell ill one after another, what more dramatic cause than a predatory dead relative? Thus, a plague of tuberculosis in a village might simply be blamed on a recently deceased neighbor who was now feeding on the survivors from beyond the grave. Outside of Europe, medieval chroniclers also speak of blood-drinking spirits. In the Middle East, the concept of the ghoul, that's right, ghoul is their name for it, became prominent in Arabic lore. Ghouls were desert-dwelling fiends, often female, who feasted on human flesh and lurked in cemeteries, essentially an Arabic version of a vampire-like creature, first mentioned in pre-Islamic poetry, and later popular through the 1001 Nights. While ghouls were more corpse-eaters than living blood-drinkers, the line was pretty thin. They were said to waylay travelers, sometimes draining them of blood, other times devouring their flesh. Islamic theologians debated the reality of such beings, classing them generally as a type of jinn, that is, evil spirit. But nonetheless, common people in the medieval Islamic world certainly took ghouls seriously. There are accounts of graveyards viewed as accursed because a ghoul was believed to haunt them. In Persia and South Asia, under Islamic influence, we find mentions of pasikdu, or other local demons that drink blood. Traditional remedies often combine spiritual recitation of Quranic verses with physical measures, like staking suspected ghouls or using iron blades. Iron was considered to be harmful to jinn. Meanwhile, in medieval India, belief in revenants and spirit vampires continued alongside Hindu and Buddhist practices. We've already mentioned those Vitala tales that illustrate the idea of possessed corpses. But additionally, Indian folklore feared beings like the Bhuta or Preta, the restless ghouls of someone who died violently or with unfulfilled desires. These entities could sometimes take physical form to attack the living or, alternatively, possess a living person and turn them vampiric. To guard against them, Indians would perform rites, recite mantras, or in some cases drive nails into the corpse's feet or neck to pin it to the earth, parallel to a Western stake, I suppose. An 11th century anthology records that people in cremation grounds would scatter mustard seeds or offer blood sacrifices to appease or at least distract the Vitalas and Bhutas. Interestingly akin to the European practice of scattering grains at graves, so a vampire would be forced to stop and count them, according to law. Such cross-cultural parallels suggest a common human desire to use folk magic against an imagined threat from the dead. But I do like this idea that vampires have to stop and count things. It's like for some reason they're thinking that all of the vampires have this kind of OCD. Maybe. Well, either way, by the end of the medieval period, the stage was set for the transition from scattered folklore to outright vampire panics. The idea of the physical undead was ingrained in many cultures. Society had developed a toolkit of responses from prayers and absolutions all the way up to burnings and decapitations, whichever one comes first. Yet most of these events were local and only sporadically documented. That would change in the early modern era, when improved communication, the spread of printed reports, scholarly letters, and government inquiries meant that a vampire crisis in one village could suddenly become international news. Ironically, as the world entered the age of enlightenment, fear of vampires would reach a new fever pitch. The early modern period, round the 16th to 18th centuries, witnessed some of the most famous outbreaks of vampire hysteria, particularly in Eastern Europe. These episodes are pretty noteworthy, not only for the fervor of the common folk, but for the fact that they came under the scrutiny of educated officials and scholars, which is a good thing. It sparks a wider debate. In a sense, vampires they were everywhere, going viral in an old-fashioned way, I suppose. Pamphlets, newspapers, and learned treatises across Europe began discussing and disputing them. It had become quite a hot topic, and what had been a contained folklore belief now became something of scientific and philosophical contention. So, let's talk about a few key incidents that fed this machine of vampire mania. One epicenter of early 18th century vampire panics was the Habsburg-controlled regions of Serbia and Wallachia, that is roughly modern-day Serbia and Romania. These areas on the fringe of empires and at the crossroads of East and West had long-standing local legends of vampires, often called strigoi as well, by the way. After the Ottoman Empire ceded northern Serbia to Austria in 1718, Austrian administrators encountered these beliefs head-on. In the late 1720s and 1730s, a series of unusual deaths in Serbian villages led to official investigations that produced some of the most detailed primary accounts of these supposed vampires. The first case to gain renown was that of Petar Blagojevic, often Germanized to Peter Blagojevich, in 1725. In a village called Kisilova, Blagojevich died and was buried, and by all accounts, it was a normal death. However, I'm sure you're waiting for the twist. Within a week, 9 other villagers suddenly perished after short, severe illnesses. On their deathbeds, several victims allegedly claimed Blagojevich's ghost or corpse had visited them at night and quite literally throttled them. Kisilova was in fear. The villagers begged the local Austrian official to allow them to exhume Blagojevich's body, convinced that he was a vampire responsible for the death. That official later sent a report, one of the earliest uses of the term vampire in a document, by the way, describing what was found. Blagojevich's corpses, though 10 weeks in a grave, showed no signs of rot, with a ruddy complexion. In fact, it almost looked alive. And the other problem was there was fresh blood found in his mouth, as if he had recently fed. Well, that was certainly proof enough for the villagers. They staked the body through the heart, causing more blood to flow, and then burned it to ash. After this gruesome ritual, the deaths ceased. The Austrian authorities, though skeptical, tolerated the exhumation as a matter of calming public hysteria. However, news of the incident spread beyond Kisilova, and in a matter of months, Vienna and even Paris were buzzing with sensational rumors of actual vampires stalking the countryside. What a time to be alive. Well, even more influential was the case we mentioned in the introduction of Arnold Paule in Serbia. Now, Arnold Paule was a Serbian ex-soldier who died around 1726 after a fall from a hay wagon. By local law, Paule himself had once been attacked by a vampire while living in Turkish Serbia, and he had taken prophylactic measures, smearing himself with vampiric blood and eating dirt from the vampire's grave, a folk remedy to prevent becoming one. But despite this, within weeks of Fowler's burial, villagers reportedly started seeing his apparition and then falling ill after encounters. 4 people died, allegedly from his predation. So, the villagers took action. About 40 days after Fowler's funeral, they exhumed him. And, well, it was the classic vampire lore come to life. Fowler's body was whole and undecayed. Fresh blood had flowed from his eyes, nose, mouth, and ears, and new, healthy skin and nails had grown to replace the old ones that sloughed off. Concluding that he was indeed a vampire, they followed the old custom. Stake through the heart. Nothing beats the stake through the heart. According to the later report, the corpse reacted with a horrible groan and gushed out blood, and if that wasn't a confirmation of guilt, nothing else would have been. The villagers then burned the body to ashes, and also executed the same procedure on 4 people he is said to have killed fearing that those victims would rise as vampires themselves. And for a time, at least, the village was at peace. However, vampire hysteria returned to Medveda with a vengeance a few years later, in 1731 to 32. A strange illness struck, perhaps 17 people over 3 months, young and old alike, often just after a short bout of weakness. Panicked villagers suspected that some of those who died in the previous vampire scare had not been properly dealt with, or they had unknowingly eaten meat from the animals that Paula had vampirized. One rumor was that Paula had attacked some cattle whose meat then infected people, sort of like a vampire contagion theory. Now, the Austrian authorities, alarmed at the reports, dispatched an investigative team, including a surgeon major named Johannes Flukinger. In early 1732, Flukinger and fellow officers systematically opened the graves of everyone who had died recently, and what they recorded reads like a medical thriller. In his report, titled Visum et Repertum, Seen and Discovered, Flukinger notes case by case the condition of each corpse. Many were nothing but skeletons, clearly not vampires. But shockingly, several were in a state that, to the investigators, defied natural explanation. One woman who had died 2 months prior was found with a completely fresh-looking body, pliable limbs, and fresh blood in her chest and organs upon autopsy. Another supposed victim, dead for more than 90 days, was similarly undecomposed with liquid blood inside. But the most hair-raising find was a 20-year-old woman who had died in childbirth and had been buried for 2 months. Not only was her body intact and full of fluid blood, but new skin and nails had grown. Classic signs of true vampirism. In total, Flukinger identified 11 corpses that fit the vampire profile, including a child. Under the supervision of the commission, each of these bodies had a stake driven through the heart. In several cases, the corpse reportedly let out that classic groan and bled freshly at the act. And then they were all burned. Those deemed non-vampiric were reburied with full rites. The case of Medveda, thus ended with an official seal of approval on a vampire hunt. Flukinger's work was sent up the chain of command, eventually published in the Vienna newspaper, and soon reprinted across Europe. And that was then the word vampire, or at least vampire with a Y, entered the common lexicon through these sensational publications. Enlightenment-era readers from clergy all the way to Voltaire were astonished that learned officers and surgeons were seriously entertaining the existence of the undead. But they were, so bad luck. Thus, through the 1720s and 1730s, the vampire epidemic in southeastern Europe became a subject of pretty hot discussion. For the first time, vampire hysteria had become international. Western European skeptics scoffed at these barbaric tales from the East. Yet, the very fact that formal reports existed gave the stories a kind of strange credibility. Governments and scholars began weighing in. In 1732, the same year Flukinger's report made waves, the word vampire appeared in an English publication for the first time, and the French learned journal Le Mercure Galant ran an article about vampires. Some theologians considered whether vampires might be revenant souls with God's permission, or demonic entities reanimating corpses. Physicians conjectured about unknown diseases that could preserve corpses or create a death-like trance. The phenomenon even reached Empress Maria Theresa of Austria, who later, in the 1750s, tasked her personal physician, Gerard van Swieten, with investigating the vampire claims. Van Swieten, a rigorous Enlightenment thinker, visited Moravia to examine vampire folklore and found it to be completely baseless. In a report titled Vampirismus, 1755, he explained away vampires as natural decomposition misunderstood by the ignorant. He noted, for example, that in certain soil conditions, a corpse might not decay as expected, or that a staked body can emit groaning sounds due to gases, all normal, if unpleasant, biological processes. Based on his debunking, Maria Theresa issued decrees prohibiting the opening of graves or mutilation of bodies for vampire beliefs, and that essentially outlawed vampire hunting in the Habsburg realms, putting a top-down end to the official vampire epidemic. Well, surprise, surprise, from then on, further cases in the region diminished markedly, or at least in the official record they did. Nevertheless, around the same 18th century period, vampire panics were occurring elsewhere. In neighboring Poland, for instance, documents from the 1690s to 1750s describe outbreaks of fear over the upior or wapiers, the Polish terms for vampire. One case in 1749, in a Polish town, saw a whole family exhumed and burned by neighbors who believed them to be rising from the grave. Such incidents were common enough that the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth's authorities at times issued edicts similar to Maria Theresa's, discouraging superstitious burials or grave violations. Prussia and Russia also had their share of vampire scares in frontier areas acquired from Poland or the Ottoman Empire, where Western officials encountered entrenched local vampire traditions. In the Greek islands under Ottoman rule, belief in the revenant was strong enough through the 17th and 18th centuries. One fascinating account comes from a French traveler, Joseph Piton de Tournefort, who visited the island of Mykonos in 1700. So jealous. I want to visit the island of Mykonos. Sorry, back to it. Tournefort, a botanist by trade, found the island in the grip of what we would call today a mass hysteria. An unpopular villager had been murdered, and soon after his burial, unexplained things swept Mykonos. People claimed the dead man's spirit was knocking things over, assaulting people at night, and even drinking wine from unattended bottles. When the populace, convinced that the corpse was to blame, exhumed it, a butcher was tasked with cutting out the heart to banish the demon inside. Tournefort was an eyewitness. He recounts in his journals how the butcher, clumsy and unnerved, hacked away, how the stench of the corpse mixed with incense smoke caused onlookers to faint or imagine the corpse moving. The butcher finally extracted and burned the heart, but to no avail. The chaos on the island continued for days, with frightened townsfolk still shouting that the vampire was marauding each night. Tournefort skeptically observed the panic, and imagination were at work. What he called an epidemical disease of the mind. Eventually, on the first day of the new year, the Myconians performed the last resort. They carried the corpse to the seashore and burned it entirely to ashes in a massive bonfire. Only then did collective calm return. Tournefort's published account of this incident in A Voyage into the Levant in 1718 offers a rare outsider's view of a vampire hunt in progress. He notes wryly that while he and a few other Europeans tried to suggest rational causes, perhaps vandals or a wild animal causing the damage, the locals would not hear it. To them, the more evidence you presented them to the contrary, the more they believed the supernatural explanation. Well, this shows how in early modern times the educated elite often stood apart from the rural folk on matters of the supernatural. The rural folk, when frightened, fell back on those traditional cures, stakes, fire, and prayer, whereas the emerging Enlightenment viewpoint sought more natural explanations. Despite Enlightenment skepticism, vampire hysteria did not vanish overnight. As late as the 19th century, there were isolated flurries. For example, in New England of the USA in the 1800s, families exhumed and ritually killed deceased relatives suspected of causing a wasting illness, which we now know to be as tuberculosis. The famous case of Mercy Brown in Rhode Island in 1892 is a small echo of the earlier European panics. The locals removed Mercy's heart and burned it, believing she was siphoning life from her sick brother. Cases like that show that vampire folklore traveled with immigrants, and in times of crisis, communities might still revert to those old beliefs. However, by the end of the 18th century in Europe, official belief in vampires had largely been stamped out by science and Enlightenment thought. Interestingly, just as genuine fear waned, the literary vampire was born, soon to flourish in novels, poems, and plays. The early modern vampire hysteria, with all its gripping graveyard drama, became the seed of inspiration for Gothic writers. And I love it. I can't get enough of it, to be honest. Years and years ago, I used to read those Anne Rice novels. They really were fantastic. There were a few weird ones, but they're pretty solid, all in all. Well, before concluding, it's worth highlighting how different cultures outside of Europe in the early modern era also had their vampire-like scares and practices. In China, during the Qing dynasty, 17th to 19th centuries, a concept known as the jiangshi gained prominence. The jiangshi, often called the hopping vampire in English, is a reanimated corpse that sustains itself by drinking the life force or the qi of the living. Well, it's not typically depicted sucking blood at the neck as the European vampire does. It is similar a deadly undead being. Qing scholars like Ji Xiaolan in the 18th century wrote of jiangshi cases almost analytically, classifying the possible causes for a corpse to reanimate, ranging from improper burial to sorcery. Folk traditions in China describe how a black cat jumping over a corpse or a violent death could create a jiangshi. Just as European villagers employed garlic and steaks, Chinese villagers had their own apotropaics. Peachwood, believed to repel evil. Mirrors, a jiangshi is said to fear its own reflection. And Taoist talismans, struck on the corpse's forehead to immobilize it. Some accounts from rural Qing-era China tell of families frantically calling a Taoist priest to subdue a corpse that would not lie still, a scenario very akin to a vampire scare. And just as Europeans had their fictional Dracula, the Chinese told their own tales. The writer Pu Songling in the 18th century included stories of animated corpses in his famous ghost story collection, Strange Tales from a Chinese Studio. One tale involves a corpse that rises each night until a brave passerby quells it with ritual magic. That's certainly a clear parallel. And in the Malay world, Malaysia, Indonesia, along with the Philippines, early modern folklore also features truly terrifying vampiric creatures. The Penanggalan in Malay legend is a female witch who by night detaches her head from her body and flies through the air, with her trailing viscera glowing to suck the blood of infants and pregnant women. Communities in what is now Malaysia and Indonesia long believed in such beings. Even into the 19th century, there are reports of towns organizing watch patrols to guard maternity huts from attacks. Similar beings, like the Manananggal in the Philippines and the Langsuir in Malaya, struck fear through reported sightings or attacks, inciting villagers to stick thorns on their roofs or keep lights burning all night as deterrents. The fact that these creatures were taken seriously and not merely just as a scary little tale, shows that vampire hysteria was certainly not limited to Europe. It manifested in different guises all over the world. Then in Africa, as mentioned earlier, tribes such as the Ashanti had legends of the Asanbosam, a creature with iron teeth hanging in trees, while we have documentations of less outright panics. It is known that communities took measures to appease or avoid such beings, suggesting a real fear in daily life of encountering one. And in South Asia, practitioners of certain folk rituals would try to pin down the bodies of suspected pisachas or vampires with nails and burn specific herbs to cleanse the area, again indicating active steps against the undead. Well, in any case, by the early modern period's close, a fascinating convergence had occurred. Educated society had largely concluded that vampires were not real, or at least something just not to worry about, while the myth itself had never been more famous. In the 19th century, as penny dreadfuls and gothic horror novels picked up the theme, the vampire permanently sunk itself into popular culture. But crucially, these fictional vampires came from somewhere real. They were stylized echoes of the very real historical beliefs in hysteria that people had journeyed through in earlier times. So, looking back over a millennia of vampire hysteria, I'm sure you'll agree it's a pretty remarkable journey. What began as murmurings of demons in ancient deserts and incantations whispered under oil lamps eventually grew into full-blown frenzies, while under the glare of Enlightenment reason. Vampires, or often the fear of them, have proven to be a global constant in human society, cropping up in different forms wherever people sought explanations for the dreaded unknowns of death, disease, and decay. What is particularly striking is how seriously these phenomena were taken in their time. Of course, it's easy for us with modern science and a comfortable distance to sort of chuckle at villagers trying to kill a corpse, sure, but to them it was deadly serious, a matter of survival and spiritual safety. When William of Newburgh wrote, "I report these matters as a warning to posterity," he meant it. He believed that later generations should learn and be vigilant, and indeed posterity even up to the 18th century did continue to act on those warnings. It took the rise of scientific rationalism to finally reframe vampires of superstition rather than threat. Enlightenment critics like Van Swieten and Diderot in the 1700s started to use the word vampire mockingly to mean anybody who preyed on the gullibility of others. In a sense, by disarming the vampire of its reality, they killed it as surely as any stake through the heart would have. Or did they? The later part of the early modern period saw the vampire reborn, stronger than ever, but not as a dreaded reanimated corpse in a small little village, but as a main character in a poem, and then a novel, and then a stage play. By the 19th century, the vampire had been kind of rehabilitated into a kind of dark romantic. That evolution, however, still carried the DNA of these historical accounts. Bram Stoker's Dracula of 1897, for example, drew on the Transylvanian folklore and the scholarly works of Calmet and others. The tools Van Helsing uses in Dracula, garlic, crucifix, stake, come straight from the pages of history that we turned here, and thus the legacy of the vampire panic lived on, transmuted from oral law and village rituals into the written lore of literature and eventually the visuals of film. Ultimately, vampire hysteria throughout history reveals a paradox of human nature. On one hand, it's a testament to superstition and the macabre extremes of fear. The exhumations, stakings, and burnings paint a grim portrait of panic. But on the other hand, it's a story of communities coming together to confront the unknown, using all the best knowledge they had, be it magic or medicine, to just try to protect one another. In those terrified villagers hacking at a corpse, we see both the darkness of ignorance but also the spark of survival instinct. And so, the lecture draws to a close for today. We've toured the crypts of history, seen what lurks in the shadows. Thankfully, in our age, we can enjoy vampires as fiction, not fact. We don't have to look over our shoulder so much. But the next time you read a vampire novel, or watch a vampire film, remember that behind the glamour and fantasy lies a very long and twisting tale of real human fear and very real actions. The vampires of history were not suave counts in capes. They were shrouded corpses in village churchyards, and for those who believed in them, they were utterly terrifying in the truest sense. The conquistadors of Spain, part soldier, part explorer, they embarked on epic expeditions across the Americas between the late 1400s and the 1540s. And today, we're going to journey alongside them, witnessing the horrors and hardships they faced in the New World. Now, the term conquistador refers to those Spaniards who ventured beyond Europe to conquer new lands for the Spanish crown, especially in the decades after 1492, when Columbus's voyage inaugurated first contact between Europe and the Americas. But our focus will not be on famous men like Hernan Cortés and Francisco Pizarro. We'll talk about them a little bit, but rather we are going to talk about the experience of the rank and file soldier, the cultural clashes, the terror of the unknown, and the very real physical sufferings from disease, starvation, and a strange, unforgiving environment. So, if you like this sort of content, give it a like and subscribe. And thank you to those supporting on Patreon, and those who checked out the merch store. Without further ado, let's do it. When Spanish explorers first set foot in the Americas, they encountered an alien world that upended their expectations. Everything was new. The geography, the climate, the flora, the fauna, and especially the people and cultures. It was all strange. These early encounters often produced profound cultural clashes. The Spanish conquistadors, steeped in European medieval mindset and Christian faith, struggled to comprehend societies with unfamiliar religions and customs. Likewise, indigenous peoples were astonished and sometimes terrified by the Spaniards' appearance, steel weapons, and big sailing ships. One of the first shocks Spaniards experienced was the sheer scale and sophistication of Native American civilizations. When Hernan Cortés and his men marched inland in 1519 and beheld the Aztec capital, Tenochtitlan, present-day Mexico City, by the way, they were utterly dazzled. This wasn't a little encampment of savages on the fringes of society. It was a metropolis of perhaps 200,000 people, larger than most European cities at the time, built on an island in a lake laced with canals. The conquistador Bernal Diaz del Castillo, who was a foot soldier on Cortés's army, later described the first view of the Aztec city like something out of a dream. He wrote that the Spaniards were astounded by the sight. Tenochtitlan was an enchanted vision from the tales of Amadis, and, indeed, some of our soldiers asked whether it was not all just a dream. This magical scene of white temples and pyramids rising above the water was completely beyond anything the Europeans had imagined. And at that moment of wonder, however, there was also a pang of fear of the unknown. You see, they were a tiny group in the heart of a vast and foreign city, uncertain if they were going to leave alive. The all soon turned to horror as the cultural gulf became apparent. You see, the Aztecs' religion was different. It involved human sacrifice on a scale that made the Spaniards' blood run cold. Cortes and his men, while guests of Emperor Moctezuma II, were taken up to the main temple pyramid and witnessed the aftermath of the sacrificial rituals. Bernal Diaz provides a chilling first-person account of what they saw inside the temple precinct. The floor walls were caked with human blood. The stench was worse than any slaughterhouse they'd came to in Spain. In front of the idols lay freshly extracted human hearts and piles of skulls and bone. Pretty horrifying sight, don't you think? The Spanish soldiers, tough veterans of war they were, recoiled at this scene. Diaz wrote that the stench was so offensive that they could hardly stay, and the place was like a spot of horrors from which they hurried to escape. They even heard the deep, eerie booming of a giant ceremonial drum, quote, so deep and melancholy, justly denominated the drum of hell, which could be heard from miles and miles away. So you can probably imagine the conquistadors' unease and dread at this cultural shock. They interpreted the Aztecs' idols as demons, and saw the rituals as proof that the land was under sway of the devil. I mean, it's certainly not a good welcoming sight, that's for sure. But don't worry, the Aztecs thought that the Spanish were just as strange. The cultural misunderstanding was mutual. The Aztecs found the Spaniards' Christian icons and demand to see sacrifices completely outrageous. But for the Spanish, this cultural clash was more than intellectual. They were a long way from home, and it struck visceral fear. You see, they realized that if they were captured in battle or some disagreement had happened, that they themselves might be sacrificed on those very altars. Indeed, it seemed extremely likely. So, during the desperate retreat from Tenochtitlan on the Noct Trist, that night of sorrows in 1520, several dozen Spaniards were taken alive by the Aztecs. Later, from the relative safety of their indigenous allies' cities, the Spanish could see smoke and hear those hellish drums in the distance. And that's when they knew that their captured friends, their captured comrades, were having their chests cut open, their hearts ripped out, heads cut off, and bodies thrown down the pyramid. Now, such moments as that would instill terror even in the bravest conquistador, but perhaps also a desire for revenge. But don't worry, not all cultural encounters were violent or horrifying. Some were simply perplexing or marvelous. The Spaniards frequently encountered new animals that astonished and sometimes scared them. For example, in their march through unfamiliar terrains, they saw creatures like alligators, which were called lagartos or lizards, and heard the roar of jaguars in the jungle at night, noises they likened to demonic howls in the darkness. In the grassy plains far north of Mexico, the explorer Francisco Coronado, in the 1540s, and his men became the first Europeans to see vast herds of buffalo. These shaggy cows, as they described them, with their humped shoulders and beards, must have seemed almost mythical, something out of the old epic Greek poems about those strange parts of the world, Herodotus coming back to tell people about rhinoceroses and all the rest. And the men were reportedly mesmerized but also cautious at the sight of thousands of such beasts roaming the plains, a natural spectacle, utterly outside their experience. Everywhere the conquistadors went, they faced the unknown. Sometimes the unknown inspired hope, rumors of rich golden cities just 1 mile away. But other times it bred fear. Strange sights they interpreted through the lens of superstition, comets and eclipses seen as omens, and never good ones. But importantly, the conquistadors often had to rely on local guides and interpreters, without whom they were essentially blind. Lacking reliable maps, they ventured into uncharted territories on complete hearsay. This led to moments of panic when guides proved false or terrain became impassable. For instance, during Hernando de Soto's expedition into the southeastern United States, 1539–42, his men were repeatedly misled by local guides, either inadvertently or perhaps deliberately. In one case, a guide nicknamed Perico directed them into a vast uninhabited wilderness by promising that gold lay the way. Despite warnings from friendly locals that venturing east would risk starvation due to lack of settlements, De Soto pushed on, lured by the hope of treasure. The Spaniards soon found themselves in what they derisively called a desert. No villages, no food, just swamps and forest. After days of trudging, they ran dangerously low on provisions, exactly as foretold. Only then did De Soto admit the error. By ignoring the locals' knowledge and chasing a myth that nearly perished. Encounters like these taught the conquistadors, sometimes too late by the way, that the New World's geography could be as deadly as any enemy. But beyond a psychological fear of the unknown, the conquistadors endured very tangible and physical hardship. The environments they crossed, from tropical coasts and jungles to high mountains and arid desert, often proved more lethal than the battles they fought. Hunger and disease, in particular, stalked their expeditions. It was a grim irony that while the Spaniards unwittingly brought old world disease that decimated indigenous populations, they themselves fell victims to ailments and malnutrition in the New World with alarming frequency. In the very first years of colonization, on the island of Hispaniola, as the modern-day Dominican Republic in Haiti, the Spaniards attempted to establish bases, and immediately suffered for it. Christopher Columbus's second voyage in 1493 founded the colony of La Isabela, the first Spanish town in the Americas, which quickly turned into a nightmare of sickness and starvation. The Europeans were not accustomed to the tropical climate, and failed to grow sufficient food or obtain enough from the local people, the Taino tribe, whom they also abused, by the way, which, well, certainly soured relations somewhat. In the period from 1493 to 1496, large numbers of Taino and a significant percentage of initial European settlers on Hispaniola died because of hunger and disease. Fever swept through the colony, possibly dysentery or malaria, killing many of them. Others simply wasted away from lack of proper food when the supplies ran out. Similar fates befell early colonizing attempts on the mainland. In 1514, one expedition under Licenciado Lucas Vasquez de Ayllon landed in what is now Florida and later South Carolina. Many of his men died of either starvation or illness, and the survivors abandoned the effort. Such patterns are repeated quite often. Adventurers enthusiastically arriving in a new land, only to be laid low by pestilence and disease, together with extreme poverty and want of all things, as one contemporaneous observer, Sir Walter Raleigh, summarized it. That's a pretty good way to put it. But perhaps the most pervasive hardship was hunger. The logistics of carrying food for hundreds of people on long treks were daunting in an unknown land. The conquistadors tried to live off the land, sure, which meant that if they did not find native communities to supply or feed them, they would just going to go hungry and die. We have a harrowing window into these trials from the account of Alvar Núñez Cabeza de Vaca, one of the few survivors of the Narvaez expedition. Panfilo de Narvaez led 300 men into Florida in 1528 seeking wealth, but it did not go as planned. In fact, it was a complete disaster. They marched through swamps and forests, lost and harassed by local tribes, unable to find the rich towns they sought. Their food supplies dwindled. Desperation set in. Cabeza de Vaca writes of a point when the group was so weak and famished they slaughtered their horses for the meat. Later, stranded on the Gulf Coast and attempting to sail on flimsy rafts, most of the men drowned or died of exposure. Cabeza de Vaca and a handful of others washed ashore in what is now Texas, only to endure years of captivity and wandering. At one stage, while trekking across arid lands, he describes how they went 5 days with virtually nothing to eat. Quote, having traveled 5 days, suffering greatly from hunger, as on the way there were neither tunas, those prickly bread fruits he's referring to, or any kind of fruit, he recalls. They survived on whatever roots, berries, or fish they could scrounge. More than once, starvation brought them to the brink of death. Much later, after enduring an incredible 8-year odyssey across the continent, Cabeza de Vaca and 3 companions stumbled into a Spanish outpost in Mexico in 1536, gaunt and half-naked, barely believing that they were finally saved. That's a pretty extreme story, but it's actually not that unique in terms of conquistadors facing starvation and getting lost. Other expeditions similarly saw men die of hunger or resort to unimaginable measures. During Francisco Vázquez de Coronado's 1520-42 march across the Great Plains, food grew so scarce when they left the agricultural pueblos of southwest and chased mirages of wealthy cities, like the fabled Quivira on the prairie. The men had to eat the horses to survive and subsist on wild game like buffalo, which were luckily for them pretty abundant. Coronado's men, tough and disciplined, managed to avoid the worst of famine by adapting, but lesser-known ventures fared quite worse. The Narvaez expedition already mentioned ended with only 4 survivors out of 300. Another forlorn foray was that of Lucas de Leon on the Atlantic coast in 1526, where a settlement named San Miguel de Gualdape collapsed. Many Spaniards starved or died of disease before they had a chance to evacuate. But even victorious conquest campaigns saw periods of great privation. After Cortes initially fled Tenochtitlan in 1520, his battered army took refuge with the Tlaxcalans. These Spanish survivors were wounded, exhausted, and had lost most of their supplies in a frantic escape. Cortes had to rebuild his forces and lay siege to Tenochtitlan the next year. During the siege in mid-1521, the roles had reversed somewhat. Spanish and their native allies controlled the causeways and cut off food to the city, causing mass famine among the Aztecs. Weakened by starvation and smallpox, they finally fell. While in that instance, the Spaniards ensured they themselves were well provisioned, with help from allies, they too felt the effects of combat fatigue, injuries, and the omnipresent stench of death and disease that ruined the city. After all, Spaniards can get smallpox too. If food was hard to obtain, which it was, water could be just as problematic. Marching under tropical sun through semi-arid regions, many conquistadors suffered dehydration. Several accounts mention men collapsing from thirst. In Honduras's interior jungles, Spanish troops under Cortes in 1525 struggled through an area called the Mountains of Hunger, which is obviously named in that way for a certain reason. Of course, many had reportedly starved. Similarly, on the trek from the Andes down in the Amazon basin in 1541, Gonzalo Pizarro's men trudged through sweltering rainforests with little potable water. Ironically, actually surrounded by water, but it was often impure. They were forced to drink from stagnant pools. Of course, disease was the silent killer. The jungles and coasts of the Americas exposed Spaniards to illnesses that they had never encountered before. Malaria, yellow fever, and other tropical fevers struck Spanish camps, especially in low-lying marshy areas. For example, when the conquistador Diego de Almagro led an army south from Peru to Chile in 1535, his men crossing the Atacama Desert were weakened by hunger. But earlier, many had also succumbed to fevers in the Peruvian lowlands. Francisco Pizarro's first attempt to explore the Pacific coast of South America in the 1520s had seen dozens of his men die of unknown plagues in the mangrove swamps of what is now Colombia. On the opposite end of climate, freezing temperatures in the Andes caused deadly exposure. As Almagro's expedition ascended the high Andes en route to Chile, they faced blizzards and altitude sickness. Crossing frigid passes above 15,000 feet, the group crossed with great hardship and loss of life through the frigid Andean passes. Men accustomed to such thin air, unaccustomed rather, to such thin air and cold perished of hypothermia. Some simply just slipped off the icy cliffs and went down, never to be seen again. Almagro's venture failed largely because nature ground his army down. By the time the survivors straggled back to Cusco, they were in rags, half-starved, empty pockets. No riches to be found in Chile, only bitter cold and angry natives. The lack of medical knowledge meant that injuries and common illnesses could turn fatal. A scratch could become infected in the tropics. Fevers were mysteries. The concept of germs was unknown, of course. Many conquistadors mentioning suffering burning fevers that laid them low for weeks. Hernando de Soto himself died of what is likely a fever, possibly influenza or malaria in 1542 on the banks of the Mississippi. With their leader dead, and about 300 men remaining of an expedition that started over 600, De Soto's followers made a desperate escape down the Mississippi on makeshift boats. They were sick, starving, harried by angry indigenous warriors along the route. When De Soto died, the survivors even hid his death. They buried him on the river at night, slipping his body into the muddy water so the local tribes would not know the Spaniards, son of the sun, as De Soto had proclaimed himself, was gone. If they knew that, they might be emboldened to attack. This furtive burial in Mississippi is immortalized in a frieze in the U.S. Capitol, by the way. A somber reminder of how a conquistador, who had once been a wealthy and celebrated one, ended up dying anonymously, far from his home, his corpse sinking into the dark river. Well, to truly appreciate and understand the conquistador experience, let's go into a few lesser-known anecdotes that just highlight the horrors and their endurance. We've touched briefly on Cabeza de Vaca's tale, the Narvaez expedition between 1527 and 1536, but of course it merits a bit of a closer look. Narvaez's goal was to conquer Florida, but almost everything that could go wrong did go wrong. First, not their fault, a hurricane struck their fleet in the Caribbean, drowning many of them before they'd even landed. Upon reaching Florida's Gulf Coast near Tampa Bay in April 1858, they found only swamps and fierce resistance from Appalachian Indians. After slogging north with no sign of gold, Narvaez made the fateful decision to abandon land travel and try to raft along the coast to to reach a Spanish outpost in Mexico. The starving men improvised rafts out of logs, even using their horses' tails and manes to weave ropes, which is pretty clever, and their own shirts for sails. These 5 crude barges, overloaded with men, soon capsized or got separated, so it didn't go too well. As for Narvaez himself, he was lost at sea. About 80 survivors washed up on an island, possibly Galveston Island in Texas. There, as winter set in, the situation worsened. No shelter, very little food. Desperation led to cannibalism. The men reportedly resorted to eating the bodies of those who died. This morbid detail comes through indirectly in Cabeza de Vaca's account. He notes with sorrow that the living survived off the dead at one point, a trauma that haunted the few who endured. By spring, only 15 were left, and they were enslaved by the local tribes. Over years, that number whittled down to 4. Cabeza de Vaca survived by adopting native ways, trading, healing. He performed some pseudo-surgery by sucking out arrow wounds, and he became regarded as a medicine man. Well, he was always moving, too. And in 1536, when he and the remaining 3 survivors finally encountered fellow Spaniards in northern Mexico, they were almost unrecognizable as Spaniards themselves, walking barefoot with long hair, speaking indigenous languages, and having experienced both extreme cruelty, but also unexpected kindness at the hands of dozens of different tribes. Then we have the Amazon expedition, 1541 to 1542. While Pizarro was securing Peru, his younger brother, Gonzalo Pizarro, led a foray east of the Andes in search of El Dorado, the fabled land of gold and cinnamon. This venture quickly turned into one of the greatest feats of survival. Gonzalo set out from Quito with around 220 Spaniards, and some 4,000 indigenous porters and hunters, a huge expedition. As they descended into the Amazonian rainforests, reality began to hit. It's not for beginners, that's for sure. Rain, swamps, and relentless insects assailed them. The further they went, the more people succumbed to hunger and disease. By that time, over 3,000 Indians and over 100 Spanish had died or deserted, melting away into the jungle, as one account notes. They found some wild cinnamon trees, hence the area's nickname Land of Cinnamon, but no rich cities of gold, just dense jungle, hostile tribes, and lots of snakes. The expedition began to starve. Headhunters attacked the stragglers, and unknown fevers debilitated many. One chronicler, Fray Gaspar de Carvajal, wrote that, quote, hunger had taken a dreadful toll on all of them. In desperation, they built a boat on a tributary of the Amazon River. Gonzalo Pizarro sent his lieutenant Francisco de Orellana with 50 men to sail downstream to find food. Orellana's group was swept away by the strong river current and never managed to turn back, effectively abandoning Pizarro and the others. Pizarro eventually had no choice but to turn round and retrace their steps back over the Andes, a march of misery, during which the survivors reportedly ate shoe leather and even dogs to stay alive. By the time Pizarro staggered back to Quito in 1542, he had only a fraction of his men left, all ragged, half-starved skeletons. Meanwhile, Orellana's band continued all the way down the Amazon, becoming the first Europeans to traverse the entire Great River. But they too faced constant attacks and starvation. They survived by raiding native villages for food. Along the way, they believed they encountered a tribe of warrior women, which led them to actually name the river Amazonas, after the female warriors of Greek myth. Carvalhal's written account describes these alleged Amazon women shooting arrows that killed several Spaniards. It's possible they misidentified the long-haired male warriors or experienced a myth-induced hallucination. But, in any case, the tale adds to the aura and mystery and fear surrounding the journey, and it's a bit of fun too. Either way, by the time Orellana's men reached the Atlantic, they were gaunt, exhausted, but alive. The Amazon expedition shows the extremes of endurance. Nearly 3/4 of Pizarro's men died in the jungle from disease, weather, and starvation. Yet a few survived, thanks to a little bit of luck, a lot of brutality, and a dose of resilience. And then we have the siege of Cusco in 1536. You see, not all horrors came from nature. There were some more normal ones. After the Spaniards executed the Inca Emperor Atahualpa and took control of Cusco in 1533, they soon faced a massive uprising led by the Inca nobleman Manco Inca in 1536. A few hundred Spaniards in Cusco were besieged by tens of thousands of Inca for many months. During the siege, the conquistadors suffered severe hardship. They ran out of food and resorted to eating dog meat and scraps. Wounded and malnourished, they also witnessed frightening Inca siege tactics, such as the use of large sling-fired stones and the burning of the city around them. Several Spaniards were captured and sacrificed by the Incas right in view of the Spanish walls, another psychological warfare tactic, and one can imagine the fear inside the Spanish camp as they saw the smoke rising from their comrades' ritual deaths. Finally, the siege was broken by the arrival of reinforcements. Ironically, Diego de Almagro's men returning from their failed Chile expedition. But by then, many conquistadors in Cusco were dead, and the survivors were traumatized by the close call. Well, then we have La Noche Triste, referring to the Night of Sorrows in 1520, a key moment in the Mexican conquest where roles were briefly reversed. Cortes and his conquistadors, along with allies and stolen treasure, attempted a nighttime escape from Tenochtitlan after the city rose against them. The Spaniards were weighed down with gold they had looted. In the rainy darkness, Aztec warriors attacked from canoes and causeways. Chaos ensued as bridges collapsed. Scores of Spaniards fell into the lake. Many drowned under the weight of treasure, or were killed in the water by the Aztec arrows. Those who made it to the far shore were in a pitiful state. Cortes himself supposedly wept under a tree for the loss of so many men. The terror of the conquistadors felt that night, surrounded by enemies in pouring rain, slipping on the blood-drenched causeways with war cries piercing the air. It must have been pretty immense. Survivor accounts describe it as a total rout. For the first time, the invaders experienced the kind of fear and slaughter that they often dealt to others. And so, the Night of Sorrows became legendary, a night when greedy overreach led to a deadly retreat. Perhaps a lesson in humility. Maybe. Well, these episodes and others likely circulated among the Spaniards both in the Americas and back in Spain. They became cautionary tales, reminders that the conquest was not an easy glory march, but a perilous endeavor, where one misstep could mean a violent or horrible end. Well, given the relentless hardship, starvation, disease, fear, and exhaustion, one might wonder, and rightly so, why the conquistadors kept going. What steel of will or belief drove them onward when so many others would have turned back? Well, of course, people are quite astonished by their tenacity. The English adventurer Sir Walter Raleigh, after attempting exploration himself, paid grudging admiration to the conquistadors, saying, We seldom or never find that any nation had endured so many misadventures and miseries as the Spaniards have done in their Indian discoveries, yet persisting in their enterprises with invincible constancy, they've annexed so many goodly provinces to their kingdom to bury the remembrance of all dangers past. In other words, despite all the shipwrecks, defeats, famines, heat, cold, mutinies, and want of all things needful, the Spaniards pushed on. Several factors explain the resolve. The first is a pretty simple one. It's just the lure of gold and riches. It's a powerful motivator, that's for sure. Many conquistadors were poor, gentlemen perhaps, or soldiers of fortune, who felt they had very little to lose. The early conquest of the Aztecs and Incas yielded quite a bit of treasure in gold and silver, and that became legend as word spread. Well, people were going out to make their fortunes. Even if men were starving today, they believed if they could just reach that next rich city or treasure hoard, the suffering would be repaid 100-fold. This hope of striking it rich fueled a kind of feverish perseverance. For example, Coronado's men endured the burning plains of Kansas because they hoped to find the wealthy city of Quivira, which turned out to be a small village of grass huts. The disappointment did not break the spirits, but by then, turning back was as hard as going forward. El Dorado, the Golden King or city, was a mirage that led many to push deeper into the unknown jungles despite mounting losses. Then, of course, there was the religious zeal. Many conquistadors were devout, at least outwardly, and rationalized their hardships as part of a holy mission. The idea of spreading Christianity and defeating the heathens gave a suffering a sense of purpose. Hernan Cortes often framed his campaign as divinely guided. When things looked grim, they would invoke God's will or the protection of the saints. Surviving against odds was seen as proof of providence. Cabeza de Vaca, for instance, believed that God's mercy alone saved him during his wanderings, writing that only by miracle did he live through starvation and captivity. The faith could be a psychological bulwark against despair. It allowed men to cast their fear and pain as tests from gods or sacrifices from a higher cause. Of course, cynically, it also justified a little bit of cruelty. But in terms of personal endurance, well, belief is quite a good fuel for that. Then we have discipline and leadership. The expeditions often maintained strict military discipline. The fear of punishment or shame could keep a starving man in line. Leaders like Cortes, Pizarro, or De Soto were often ruthless about suppressing dissent. For example, when some of De Soto's men wanted to abandon the expedition and seek safety, he punished or cajoled them to stay. In one instance, during the long trek and rising discontent, a small group attempted to desert. De Soto had the ringleaders executed to prevent collapse of morale. Similarly, Pizarro's famous gesture on the island of Gallo in 1527, drawing a line in the sand and challenging his men between returning to Panama and continuing to Peru and its riches, shamed a loyal few, the famous 13, into staying, even though they were half-starved at the time. Charismatic and determined commanders could inspire men to endure the unendurable. Yet leadership was a double-edged sword. A stubborn leader could also march his own men into doom, as Narvaez did. In that era, however, obedience was drilled into soldiers, which often kept expeditions together long past the point an organized group would have fragmented. But in many situations, conquistadors realized that survival itself depended on pressing forward. Turning back through the same hostile terrain could be just as deadly as going forward. Once deep in unknown countries, they were often essentially trapped by geography or distance. For instance, when Coronado reached the Great Plains, or when Orellana's men were swept down the Amazon, they couldn't easily just go back. In such cases, the mantra became, the only way out is through. This forced determination can carry a group through terrible lows, because the alternative is, well, dying, and nobody likes that. During the Amazon trek, one of their boats had shot downstream. Orellana's men had no choice but to navigate to the ocean. They endured hunger and attacks, knowing that stopping or retreating was quite impossible. The situation, necessity often steeled the Spaniards' resolve. But many conquistadors kept journals or later recounted their exploits, or had scholars compile them. This meant there was a culture of storytelling and building a legacy for yourself. They knew that if they survived, they could return home as heroes, telling tales of how they conquered adversity in these strange lands. The incentive of fame and royal reward was significant. Surviving horrendous trials could be worn as a badge of honor. Bernal Diaz wrote in his memoirs in old age, precisely to emphasize what he and the other comrades had suffered and accomplished, sometimes correcting what he felt were exaggerated or incomplete earlier histories. And so this consciousness of fame may have encouraged many of them to bear these hardships, envisioning the day that they'd be able to say, "I was there, and I made it out." It's notable that many primary sources by the conquistadors candidly describe their own fears and misery, likely to highlight how much they really did overcome in their pursuit of victory. Of course, despite all these factors, it must be stressed that many did not survive. For every triumph like the conquest of Mexico and Peru, there's multiple tragedies or lost expeditions. The jungles of Darien in Panama are littered with unmarked graves of Spaniards from failed missions. Florida became a notorious graveyard for Spanish explorers, earning a reputation so horrible that for years no further attempts at Floridian colonization occurred after De Soto's decimated force left. Well, by the end of the 1540s, the era of the great conquistador expeditions was beginning to wind down. Spain had established colonies and administrative control over large territories in the Americas. The conquistadors, or at least the survivors among them, transitioned from roving adventurers to colonial settlers and administrators. Some were rewarded with estates, others were thrown to the gutter. But the legacy of their journeys remains seared into memory. The stories of cultural clashes, terrifying unknowns, and horrific hardships. That is the lore of the conquest. They serve as sobering counterpoints to the more familiar tale of Spanish military triumph over native empires. Yeah, small bands of conquistadors toppled mighty civilizations, but they also suffered immensely in doing so. The New World, in many ways, conquered them right back, testing their limits at every turn. And so in reading their own words, are you not struck by how frequently they mention hunger, thirst, exhaustion, alongside battles and gold? Their letters to the king or chronicles often start by recounting the misery of the journey, before bragging about any victories. For example, after trekking across what is now the U.S. Southwest, an officer under Coronado wrote back the expedition had endured much hardship, cold, and hunger, but emphasized the trials more than any spoils. And this was typical. The conquistadors knew that only by conveying the scale of their ordeals could they argue they deserved the riches and titles they sought as reward. So it really underscores a broader human theme, the ability to endure under extreme circumstance, with hope and determination. In their case, the hope was sometimes a little misguided. The cities of gold did not exist, and the determination was used for conquest, sure. But the raw survival instinct is undeniable. They traversed strange continents on foot, with no survival tools that one might deem essential today, often clad in broken armor and rotting boots plagued by insects and disease. And yet many pushed on until they hit their goal or dropped dead. Well, by 1540, two major American empires, the Aztec and the Inca, had been conquered, and many of the conquistadors' most gripping journeys, Cortes in Mexico, Pizarro in Peru, Orellana down the Amazon, De Soto across the Mississippi, and De Vaca across the southwest, were complete, were coming to an end. Spain itself stood ascendant in the New World, but at tremendous cost. The horrors faced by the conquistadors would become a kind of dark foundation for the new Spanish colonies. The early adventurers' nightmares paved the way for the later settlers' dreams.
One of the most infamous and influential occult figures of the early 20th century was none other than Aleister Crowley, an English magician, writer, and mountaineer. He styled himself as the prophet of a new spiritual era, willingly embracing the title of the Beast 666. In his lifetime, he gained notoriety for transgressive and rather decadent behavior, earning tabloid epithets like the wickedest man in the world. Yet Crowley was a bit more than just that. He was a prolific author, an intellectual explorer, going into mysticism, yoga, magical rites, and esoteric philosophy with the zeal of a scholar and, of course, the showmanship of a provocateur. We're going to talk about Crowley's journey, from his strict religious upbringing in Victorian England to his final days in relative obscurity, and we'll look at both the famous chapters of his occult career, such as his work with the Hermetic Order of the Golden Dawn, the founding of new magical orders like the AA and Ordo Templi Orientis, and the revelation of his religion Thelema. But then we'll look at the lesser-known but significant facets of his life, the mountaineering expeditions, worldwide travels, the relationships, the books, the scandals, and even a few other surprising details that make the story just that little bit more compelling. So, if you would come with me, then we can journey into the life of Aleister Crowley together. Now, allow me to welcome you to the channel first. It is good manners to do so. If you're new here or you're yet to click that subscribe button, I invite you to do so if you feel inclined. Now, this video, along with all of the videos on this channel, you can look at the playlists for them, are completely ad-free. You won't get interrupted. Listen to it all the way through. No problems. Well, this is due to the generous contributions of those on Patreon, YouTube memberships, those who looked at the merch store even out of a bit of curiosity, and those who gave the occasional donation, whether that's through Super Thanks or on PayPal. So we have them to thank for that. If you would like to join that prestigious club, you need only look in the pinned comment or in the video description or channel description. You'll find where you need to go. Now, with all this out of the way and introduction said and done in keeping with our theme of good manners, let us begin, nice and slow, the life of Aleister Crowley. Edward Alexander Crowley, born on October 12, 1875, in Royal Leamington Spa, England. He entered the world into a well-off but intensely devout family, which is a little bit ironic. His father, Edward Crowley, had retired young on a sizable inheritance from the family brewing business and become a traveling evangelist for a fundamentalist Christian sect, the Exclusive Brethren, part of the Plymouth Brethren movement. Every day of Crowley's childhood began with his father reading a chapter from the Bible at breakfast. Crowley's mother, Emily Bertha Bishop was equally as pious. It was a strict Christian upbringing in the Victorian sense, and the young Crowley initially idolized his father, later recalling him fondly as my hero and my friend. Now, this idealized view of his father would clash with the harsh religious discipline he experienced after his father's premature death, creating the first of many inner contradictions within Crowley's life. You'll see what I mean as we go on. Well, when Crowley was just 11 years old, his father died of cancer. March 1887. Such a loss was a turning point for the young Aleister. Without his father's tempering influence, Crowley began to rebel against the narrow brethren morality that surrounded him. He was sent to a series of religious boarding schools, and he hated them all. One headmaster in Hastings was so strict and sadistic in his punishments that Crowley would later describe him as a sadist, and blamed him for instilling a hatred of religious hypocrisy. The young Crowley reacted to this environment by gleefully flouting the rules of piety. He smoked cigars, consumed alcohol, explored his sexuality, all considered grave sins in his family's creed. By his early teens, he had already lost whatever faith he had left in Christianity. In fact, so dramatic was his rejection of his mother's fundamentalism that in exasperation she began calling him the Beast, with reference to the Antichrist in the book of Revelation. But rather than being offended, Crowley embraced the nickname and the transgressive identity that it implied. He would later adopt the title, the Beast 666, as a personal moniker, partly in mockery of Christian fears, and partly as an expression of his self-image as a figure meant to overturn that old, rigid religious order. Crowley's academic path in these years was quite erratic. He bounced between schools, Malvern College and Tunbridge School among them, until finally his family provided a private tutor and allowed him more freedom in Eastbourne. Free from an oppressive school environment, Crowley thrived in his own unconventional way. He had developed keen interests in chess, poetry, and mountain climbing, and by the age of 16, he had become an adept climber of the seaside cliffs at Beachy Head, and even the peaks of the Alps during summer holidays. What were you doing at 16? It's pretty impressive, I think. But he also acquired his first exposure to skeptical and occult literature. Crowley had later recounted a formative mystical experience during a trip to Stockholm in December of 1896 at age 21, which he believed awakened him to a different spiritual reality. Biographers have speculated that this experience may have coincided with Crowley's first sexual encounter with a man, a realization of his bisexual identity that further estranged him from the Victorian norms. Of course, back then you get thrown in jail for that sort of stuff. But whatever the exact trigger, by the time he left adolescence behind, Crowley was intellectually precocious, contemptuous of conventional religion, and all in all, very eager to carve out a unique path in life. Now, of course, back in those days, most people were more keen to fit into the narrative. But Crowley was the complete opposite. In October of 1895, he entered Trinity College, part of the University of Cambridge, ostensibly to study the moral sciences, i.e. philosophy. But in practice, he treated his Cambridge years as a gentleman's education in the broadest sense, indulging in all the pursuits that interested him. Almost immediately, he abandoned the prescribed curriculum and switched to English literature, a subject not formally examined at Cambridge at the time, but which he pursued with his tutor's blessing. Crowley read widely in poetry and classics. He was especially influenced by romantic poets like Percy Bysshe Shelley, and by the explorer literati like Sir Richard Burton. He also became president of the university's chess club, seriously contemplating a career as a professional chess master due to his genuine talent of the game. But perhaps the most fateful development of his university life was his increasing fascination with the occult and esoteric thought. Crowley began to seek out books on magic and mysticism, at one point obtaining a copy of The Book of Black Magics and Pacts by A.E. Waite, that is Arthur Edward Waite, by the way, and the mystical Christian text The Cloud upon the Sanctuary. These works hinted at hidden realms of spiritual knowledge beyond the material world, and that was certainly a prospect that deeply resonated with him. It was during this period that Crowley made a deliberate decision to remake his own identity. Dissatisfied with his birth name, Edward, and the familial nickname, Alec, which he found ugly, he chose to rename himself Aleister. As he later explained in his confessional autobiography, he wanted a name that would become famous, and Aleister Crowley had a commanding, poetic rhythm. A dactyl followed by a spondy in poetic terms, if you caught it. Well, that satisfied his romantic imagination. The choice also distanced him from his mother's habit of calling him Alec. Thus, by his early 20s, the young man was already authoring himself as a character set apart from the norm, published his first poems, some in student literary magazines, under the name Aleister Crowley. A collection of decadent and erotic poetry titled White Stains was printed abroad in 1898 to avoid British censorship, giving a foretaste of the scandalous reputation he was starting to cultivate. Crowley's Cambridge sojourn ended rather unceremoniously. In 1898, after 3 years, he left the university without completing a degree. He had, however, inherited a substantial fortune upon coming of age, the legacy from the family brewing enterprise, which meant he was financially independent and free to pursue his own interests without needing a conventional career. This freedom turned out to be a double-edged sword. It enabled Crowley to travel, study, and write as he pleased, but it also insulated him from the moderating effects of any regular professional responsibility. As a flamboyant, self-assured young man with a sizable bank account and a chip on his shoulder against Christian morality, Aleister Crowley was now poised to dive headlong into the occult underworld of London at the turn of the century. Crowley's time at Cambridge had broadened his intellectual horizons and seemingly unshackled him from the last vestiges of his brethren upbringing. It was during these university years that he experienced what considered his awakening to that world of the occult. A key factor was his encounter with the like-minded individuals he came across, and literature that catered to his curiosity about magic and the unseen. By 1897, Crowley was performing his first simple magic rituals and testing his willpower through various exercises. He also had a bit of a brief romantic relationship with another bloke, Herbert Charles Polet. He was actually the president of the Cambridge Footlights Drama Club, and this affair is quite noteworthy, not only for revealing Crowley's bisexuality, but also for highlighting a divergence in his life's direction. Polet had no interest in occultism, and Crowley ultimately chose the occult over the relationship, a decision he said he later regretted, but felt was necessary for his true calling. Well, as Crowley's interest in mysticism deepened, he read broadly on the subject, read broadly. Well, he was drawn to the idea of contacting spirit realms and mastering secret knowledge. I mean, it sounds pretty interesting, doesn't it? Who could say no to that? So, in March 1898, Crowley acquired 2 books that profoundly influenced him. That is, Waite's Book of Black Magic and the aforementioned The Cloud Upon the Sanctuary. These works hinted that behind exoteric religion lay an esoteric core accessible only to those who were truly initiated. Crowley believed there existed a hidden masters or secret chiefs who could guide the spiritual evolution of humankind, ideas he would later carry into his own magical philosophy. The young man's sense of destiny was stoked by such readings. He started to view himself as someone who might penetrate the true mysteries of life. A chance meeting in the summer of 1898 set the stage for Crowley's formal entry into an occult order. While vacationing in Switzerland, climbing in the Alps, as was his natural annual habit, Crowley met a chemist named Julian L. Baker. Well, after a bit of talking, they discovered they shared a fascination with alchemy and esoteric subjects. Baker, as it happened, was a member of an occult fraternity in London known as the Hermetic Order of the Golden Dawn. It was through Baker that Crowley learned of this society, which claimed to teach the secrets of ceremonial magic and spiritual illumination. Baker introduced him to another member, George Cecil Jones. Jones would later become a lifelong friend and an important figure in Crowley's development, guiding him gently into the order's fold. In late 1898, armed with introductions, Aleister Crowley was accepted into the Hermetic Order of the Golden Dawn. He was initiated on November 18, 1898, taking the magical motto Frata Perdurabo, which is Latin for I will endure till the end. The Golden Dawn at the time was the preeminent occult organization in Britain, boasting a membership that included scholars, poets, and aristocrats, the place to be for anyone interested in the topic. Founded a decade earlier, it structured its teachings in graded levels, combining elements of Kabbalah, astrology, tarot, Enochian magic, and Rosicrucian symbolism. But for Crowley, joining the order was like stepping into the very world of hidden knowledge that he had craved. He excelled in learning ritual techniques and memorizing arcane correspondences, diving right in. In a short time, he advanced through the order's ranks. However, Crowley's personality and his lifestyle quickly generated more than a bit of friction within the order. While they were tolerant of creative eccentrics, they still operated within a veneer of this Edwardian propriety. Crowley, by contrast, was openly bisexual, lived lavishly, and showed very little respect for the social niceties. He installed himself in a luxurious London flat on Chancery Lane and decorated it with occult regalia. To further his studies, he even invited a senior Golden Dawn mage, Alan Bennett, to live with him as a personal tutor. Bennett, a brilliant ritualist who struggled with ill health, introduced Crowley to advanced ceremonial magic and the use of psychoactive drugs in a ritual setting. The two performed invocations from the Goetia in Crowley's apartment, Goetia, of course, being a kind of grimoire of spirit evocation. Well, they enveloped themselves in incense smoke too, and perhaps used opiates or hashish to heighten the trance states. I'm sure it worked well enough. Well, these intense experiments gave Crowley a taste of mystical ecstasy and the feeling of tangible interactions with spiritual entities. Alan Bennett's influence on Crowley was profound but short-lived. By 1899, Bennett had departed for South Asia to pursue Buddhism, leaving Crowley with a broadened perspective that integrated Eastern spirituality. We're talking yoga, meditation techniques, this kind of thing, all mixed together with the Western ceremonial practice. Meanwhile, Crowley continued to offend other Golden Dawn members with his behavior. He had feuds with prominent members, most famously the poet W.B. Yeats, who had found Crowley insufferable. Additionally, rumors about Crowley's libertine activities, including his sexual liaisons regarded as unnatural in that era, spread in the tight-knit occult community. People were talking, and they were not saying kind things. The Golden Dawn wasn't a monolith. It was already suffering internal schisms. The group's London leadership had grown distrustful of the order's co-founder, Samuel Little MacGregor Mathers, who was issuing directives from Paris as the organization's nominal head. Crowley, eager for advancement, sided with Mathers. In early 1900, when the London Lodge refused to initiate Crowley into the Inner Second Order, citing his reputation and unsavory habits, Crowley appealed directly to Mathers. Mathers, who saw in Crowley a useful ally against the London rebels, agreed to initiate him in Paris, and even sent him on an interesting mission to assert Mathers' authority by seizing the Golden Dawn's initiation temple space in London. Thus occurred one of the more dramatic and, I suppose, a little bit of a comical episode of Crowley's early occult career. It was known as the Battle of Blythe Road. In April of 1900, Crowley showed up at the Golden Dawn's London Temple on Blythe Road, West Kensington, dressed in a flamboyant Highland Scots regalia, complete with a kilt and dagger, claiming to be Mathers' representative and demanding control of the temple premises. He was accompanied by his mistress at the time, Elaine Simpson, who was also a Golden Dawn initiate. The members in London, including Yeats, refused to accede to his demands. The confrontation between a legal matter became a legal matter and went to court. Unsurprisingly, the judge ruled in favor of the London Lodge members, who held the lease to the property, all the paperwork in order, and all the rest. Well, Crowley's attempted coup had failed. He and Mathers were effectively ousted from the order's activities, and the Golden Dawn soon splintered apart from these disputes. The golden days over. And Crowley, well, he had gained a taste of infamy from the affair. Newspapers got wind of the occult squabble, and he did not discourage the sensationalist press coverage. In later years, he even took a certain pride in having helped expose the Golden Dawn's secrets. And perhaps the episode was a catalyst that freed him to establish his own esoteric path. Well, certainly a turbulent initiation, don't you think? But it taught Crowley an important lesson. He learned that formal organizations could be restrictive and prone to politics. His independent streak thus deepened. He also learned that scandal could burnish his notoriety. He also played up the image of the dangerous sorcerer in the public eye. He noticed it attracted curiosity to his circle and the occasional willing disciple. But most importantly, Crowley emerged from the Golden Dawn debacle with confidence that he had mastered the basics of ceremonial magic. He believed he was ready to push further than his former peers ever dared, and, with his substantial inheritance still fueling his ventures, Crowley embarked on several years of global travel and intensive magical experimentation that would both establish and test his limits. In the aftermath of the Golden Dawn collapse, Crowley turned away from London's occult scene and journeyed abroad to seek wisdom, adventure, and perhaps a little occult insight. Well, he more or less spent the years 1900 to 903 as a wandering seeker. During this period, he also engaged in some of the most impressive and hazardous mountaineering exploits of his life, a facet often overshadowed by his occult fame, by the way. That's why the video's 2 hours long, as we have to talk about the little parts, don't we? So in 1900, Crowley set sail for America and beyond. He first traveled to Mexico, arriving in Mexico City, where he lived for several months. In Mexico, he claimed to have been initiated into a local Masonic lodge, which he took as a kind of validation of his esoteric credentials, though later scrutiny is cast doubt on the legitimacy of his Mexican Freemasonry experience. But more tangibly, he pursued both his magical practice and climbing passion. Mexico's volcanoes were his training ground. Sounds very safe. Crowley was joined by his climbing friend, Oscar Eckenstein, ascended notable peaks such as Popocatépetl. I'm not sure exactly how to pronounce that, but... Well, they even made an ambitious attempt at Colima, an active volcano which was thwarted by eruptions. During quiet periods in Mexico, Crowley experimented with the Enochian magical system, originally developed by Elizabethan magus John Dee, and he wrote poetry and plays, including one based on Wagner's opera Tannhäuser. This mixing of strenuous outdoor adventure with mystical practice was pretty characteristic of Crowley. He sought to integrate the physical and spiritual, testing himself both in thin mountain air and the depths of trance. After Mexico, Crowley passed through San Francisco and Hawaii, then ventured to Asia. By late 1901 and 1902, he was in Ceylon, which is the modern country of Sri Lanka, and then moved to India. It was in Ceylon that he reunited with his old mentor. Remember Alan Bennett? Well, he had become a Buddhist monk at this time. Under Bennett's guidance, Crowley took a deep dive into Hindu and Buddhist meditation techniques. He devoted himself to Raja Yoga, practicing intense concentration exercises and breath control. According to Crowley's diaries, he attained states of dhyana, that is, meditative absorption, during this retreat. These Eastern practices profoundly influenced his magical philosophy, convincing him that enlightenment could be systematically pursued. It was in Ceylon that Crowley encountered the concept of the holy guardian angel, a personal divine genius that he would later make central to his teachings. The two occultists, Bennett and Crowley, eventually parted ways as Bennett traveled on to Burma to pursue Buddhism full-time, while Crowley's destiny lay back in the West. But Crowley carried a lifelong respect for Buddhism and yoga, often framing his own system as a marriage of Eastern and Western mysticism with Western ritual. Well, in 1902, Crowley's focus shifted back to mountaineering. That year he led an expedition at what would become legendary in climbing history, an attempt to summit K2 in the Himalayas. Not an easy climb, by the way. At 28,251 feet, K2 is the second highest mountain in the world, and was at that time unclimbed. Crowley and Oscar Eckenstein had begun planning this endeavor since their Mexican climbs. They assembled an international team, including a young Cambridge student named Guy Knowles, 2 seasoned Austrian climbers, and a Swiss doctor, Jules Jacques Guillemot. The expedition, which set out in the spring of 1902 from British India, now Pakistani territory, was beset with difficulties from the outset. British authorities briefly arrested Eckenstein on baseless suspicion to stop the climb, possibly due to his prior socialist activism. Didn't win you any friends back in those days. But regardless, the team pushed on. Crowley took charge during Eckenstein's absence and demonstrated both his logistical talent and rather abrasive style of leadership. He insisted on bringing along a trunk full of books and poetry, declaring that, quote, he could not have stood on the Baltoro Glacier in the absence of Milton, even as arguments brewed about the load weight. I'm sure he didn't carry it himself. Well, trekking through the rugged Baltistan, Crowley soon quarreled with colleagues and porters alike. The journey through steep passes and across roaring glacial rivers tested everybody's endurance. Crowley himself suffered bouts of malaria, influenza, and snow blindness during the climb. But remarkably, the team managed to reach about 18,600 feet on K2, which was a record at the time for human climbing. But internal strife and bad weather ended the attempt before the summit. Crowley's relationship with the others deteriorated sharply high on the mountain. At one camp, nearly 7,000 meters up, Guy Knowles challenged Crowley's decisions, and in a surreal moment, Crowley responded by pulling out a revolver, pointing it at the man and demanding his obedience. Well, the thin air of K2 had only exacerbated Crowley's authoritarian streak. Eventually, facing storms, illness, and dwindling supplies, the expedition turned back. It was a glorious failure, in retrospect. They proved such altitudes, perhaps not the attitudes, could be endured for weeks, laying groundwork for future K2 expeditions. I mean, the new people coming basically say, well, Crowley and his crew got up to about 18,000 feet, so why can't we? In any case, Crowley's abrasive conduct, culminating in the pistol incident, circulated in mountaineering circles, and it reinforced his reputation as brilliant but dangerously erratic. Pushing limits again in 1905, Crowley joined another major Himalayan expedition, this time to Kanchenjunga in Nepal, the world's third highest peak, by the way. Everyone always knows about Everest and K2, but they never talk about Kanchenjunga. Well, at least outside of mountaineering circles. He was invited by Dr. Jacob Guillemal from the K2 team. Crowley couldn't resist the challenge of another unclimbed giant. But he did stipulate, however, that he would be the absolute leader, a condition that caused Oscar Eckenstein and others to bow out, citing Crowley's volatility. Well, I don't blame them after that pistol incident, that's for sure. No one wants one of them pointed at their heads, especially not at the top of a mountain. Well, in August 1905, Crowley's party, including Guillemal and 2 experienced Swiss climbers, set out from Darjeeling with hundreds of porters and enormous supplies. But from the beginning, things were not going well. Crowley was in high spirits at the start. His diary records exultation at the clear views and his own robust health at 15,000 feet. But his companions soon regarded his leadership as reckless. He pushed ahead, despite Porter's misgivings about the, quote, sacred mountain, and despite inadequate equipment. Many of the porters lacked proper boots in the icy terrain. Proper footwear, of course, you don't go hiking without that, even on solid ground. Well, disputes erupted over Crowley's harsh treatments of the porters and his dictatorial style. Matters came to a head when a porter's fatal fall amid ominous avalanche conditions caused most of the team to mutiny. They voted to depose Crowley and descend to safer camps. Crowley flatly refused to cooperate or relinquish command, effectively isolating himself at the high camp. What followed was nothing short of a tragedy. As the dissenting climbers attempted to retreat at night against Crowley's warnings, An avalanche swept away one of the rope teams. 4 men were killed. Alexis Pache, one of the climbers, and 3 porters. Crowley, who remained in his tent at 21,000 feet during the emergency, claimed that he did not hear the disaster until it was too late. In the morning, he coolly walked past the traumatized survivors, refusing to help search for the bodies, and just continued down the mountain alone. Pretty callous behavior, right? Well, it certainly shocked and enraged his teammates. Back in civilization, Crowley made things worse by writing unapologetic press articles. He blamed the others for disobeying his instructions and suggested their incompetence led to their deaths, assertions that horrified the climbing community. Any friends he had left in that club were certainly gone. But while it's true that Crowley had advised against the nighttime descent, correctly predicting its danger, it was his lack of empathy and, I suppose, poor sportsmanship that really sealed his fate. The prestigious Alpine Club publicly distanced itself, noting Crowley had never been one of their members and implicitly disavowing his conduct. One could say that the whole affair marked the end of his mountaineering career, but it left him with a kind of spiritual scar. Decades later, in the throes of heroin addiction, Crowley admitted to nightmarish hallucinations, and he actually called them the Kanchenjunga phobia, as if ghosts from the sacred peak were haunting him. This was one arena where Crowley's willpower and luck had failed to triumph, and it resulted in a very real human cost. Throughout these expeditions, Crowley interwove adventure with moments of spiritual work. Between climbs in India and across Asia, he continued performing rituals and writing. In 1903, after the Kanchenjunga disaster, he retreated to Calcutta and Rangoon to recover from stress and illness, including a bout of malaria. And this was a somber period. He learned that his infant daughter, Lilith, had died of illness back in Rangoon while Crowley was away climbing. The death of his firstborn child hit Crowley hard, and also hastened the disintegration of his marriage, as we shall see shortly. He briefly took solace in distractions, big game hunting in the Bengali forests, and even an incident in which he survived an armed mugging attempt by shooting and wounding his attackers in self-defense. Such exploits reinforced Crowley's self-image as someone under magical protection or destiny, escaping scraps that might kill a mere ordinary man. In any case, by the end of 1903, Crowley's life had become a tapestry of extraordinary threads. He had tasted both triumph and failure on the highest mountains, looked into Eastern mysticism, and tested his magical prowess in solitude. But unbeknownst to him, all of these experiences were preparing him for the most pivotal event of his occult career, which was about to unfold in an unlikely setting, a Cairo apartment in 1904, where he would receive the text that became the scripture of his brand new religion. In 1904, Crowley underwent a profound spiritual and creative breakthrough, and it would define the rest of his life. This was the year that he received the Book of the Law, the foundational text of the religious philosophy that he named Thelema. Now, he didn't receive it as in going to a store and buying it or someone giving it to him. You see, the circumstances surrounding this revelation are among the most famous episodes in occult history, and Crowley himself, ever the storyteller, left details, if at times inconsistent accounts of what actually transpired. The saga began with an impulsive marriage. In August of 1903, Crowley had married Rose Edith Kelly, the sister of his artist friend Gerald Kelly. The marriage initially was one of convenience. Rose was facing an undesirable arranged marriage, and Crowley gallantly, if stupidly, stepped in to wed her so she could escape from that fate. But he was not in love with Rose at first. In fact, he had to reassure her family that the match was respectable. However, during an extended honeymoon tour through Paris, Naples, and eventually Cairo, Crowley found himself becoming a lot closer with his wife and, well, eventually falling in love with her quite deeply. He wrote tender love poems to Rose, compiled later in a collection titled Rosa Mundi. And Rose, for her part, began as a fairly conventional English woman with no particular occult interests. Of course, that would change dramatically once they reached Egypt. By early 1904, the Crowleys were living in Cairo, living in a rented apartment. Ever theatrical, Crowley informed locals that he and Rose were Prince and Princess Kyoa Khan, an exotic claim that proved them to be a certain cachet. Crowley transformed their apartment to a makeshift temple room, surrounded by statuary and ancient Egyptian artifacts. He began to invoke Egyptian deities as part of his ongoing magical experiments. Initially, Crowley was somewhat dismissive of Rose's spiritual sensitivity. She showed signs of entering light trances, which he attributed to her drinking or just, whimsy in general. But it was soon after that he had to take her seriously. In a series of strange episodes in March 1904, Rose repeatedly told Crowley, in some sort of delirium, "They are waiting for you." Well, the obvious question that Crowley had asked her was, "Who are they?" And Rose, with growing certainty, answered that it was none other than the god Horus trying to get Crowley's attention. To test Rose's sudden mystical proclamation, Crowley brought her to the Egyptian Museum in Cairo, and in a famous scene, Rose led him directly to a particular museum exhibit, a painted wooden funerary stele from the 26th dynasty. On this artifact, known as the Stele of Ankh-Fn Khonsu, Crowley was astonished to see the images of the gods Horus in the form of Ra-Hor-Khuit and Nuit, and the text uncannily resonated with Rose's utterances. Even more striking, the exhibit was catalogued as number 666, the very number that Crowley had so identified with. You've seen the thumbnail. Well, he took this as an overwhelming omen. Too many coincidences for it to be just that. Indeed, some kind of cosmic intelligence was at work, and he dubbed the artifact the Stele of Revealing. Following these portents, Crowley performed rituals to invoke Horus. On March 20th, 1904, during an invocation of the god, Rose, acting as a medium, announced that, quote, "The equinox of the gods has come," meaning that a new spiritual era was dawning. Then, on 3 consecutive days, April 8th, 9th, and 10th, rather, Crowley experienced the central event. He heard the voice. As Crowley later described it, around noon on each of these days, he entered his study, and a disembodied voice over his left shoulder dictated a text to him. He wrote down everything he heard. The voice identified itself as Aiwas, the messenger of Horus, or more precisely, the manifestation of the god Hor-Pa-Krat. The transmissions lasted about an hour each day, resulting in 3 chapters of cryptic, poetic, and often eerily powerful verses. And when it was all over, Crowley possessed a manuscript that he titled Liber al-Vel Legis, meaning the Book of the Law. In the narrative of Crowley's life, This was a watershed equivalent to Moses receiving the tablets on Sinai, or Muhammad receiving the Quran in the cave, a direct revelation from a cosmic, otherworldly intelligence. The Book of the Law proclaimed that a new aeon of humanity had begun, the Aeon of Horus. Its central teaching was encapsulated in the famous line, "Do what thou wilt shall be the whole of the law." The text is rich with symbolism and quite revolutionary in tone. It's not too much to read either. It's a pretty short book, so I do advise you go and read it. Knock it off in, an hour or so, something like that. But declares that each person has a unique true will or purpose, and that following this true inner calling is the supreme ethic. Love is the law, love under will. That's another key phrase, balancing the seeming permissiveness of absolute freedom with the alignment to one's deeper purpose. The book is also unambiguously casting Crowley in a prophetic role. It's quite convenient. He was chosen as the scribe and prophet of this new aeon, tasked to spread the law of Thelema. Now, Thelema, by the way, that is Greek for will. So, the will is the law, But it would take Crowley years, even decades, to fully decipher and accept the implications of the Book of the Law. In the immediate aftermath, he reacted with a mix of astonishment, skepticism, and even a bit of defiance. The content of the revelation was a bit too radical, even for him at first, and so he shelved the manuscript almost entirely. Legend has it that he stuck it in a drawer and tried to forget about it. But he did carry one instruction from the text. He typed a few copies and sent them to some close occult friends, mostly to confused silence. Not the reaction he was hoping for, I suppose. But Crowley did not immediately fulfill the other commands from the books, such as taking that museum still and enshrining it, or publishing the book widely. In fact, he and Rose departed Cairo later in 1904, and moved on with their travels, with Liber Ahl largely ignored. Crowley's diaries from the period show him returning to more mundane matters. He wrote satirical essays like Why Jesus Wept, and continued to practice more magic without overtly invoking Thelema's tenets. Now, by the way, just quickly, Jesus wept in the Bible, that's actually the shortest verse of the Bible. This is going to help you out on trivia nights when that question comes up. Comes up on the chase all the time. I can't remember exactly where it might have been in Thessalonians, I'm not sure. I don't know. Well, in any case, it was only gradually, after some years, after dramatic shifts in his life, that Crowley fully embraced Thelema as his true life's mission. Nonetheless, the Cairo revelation marked a point of no return. Crowley would never again be just another magician or poet. He now bore the mantle, at least in his own mind, of a kind of prophet of a new age. But the experience also coincided with dramatic personal changes. Rose, who had acted as a conduit for the revelation, unfortunately descended into alcoholism in the subsequent years. The young couple welcomed their daughter in July, whom Crowley named with a flourish of occult significance, Nuit Ma Ahatur Hecate Sappho Jezebel Lilith. Yeah, and you thought Elon Musk's kids had strange names. Of course, they called her Lilith for short. But as we said, tragedy struck when Lilith died of illness in 1906, while Crowley and Rose were in Burma. Rose's grief and guilt fueled the drinking, and little by little, her relationship with Crowley deteriorated. Before these tragedies unfolded, though, Crowley in 1904-05 was testing how to live as the prophet of Thelema. He wrote commentaries on the Book of the Law, though often obliquely, as if to argue with it. The message, "Do what thou wilt," was not an invitation to unbridled hedonism in Crowley's interpretation, but rather a challenge to discover one's true purpose beyond the egoistic whims. But still, to conventional eyes it looked like pure blasphemy and self-indulgence, fuel for future scandal when it became public. At the time, Crowley kept it relatively private. He could scarcely imagine that decades later, Do What Thou Wilt would be famous or infamous, far beyond occult circles. Well, for now, as 1904 ended, Crowley was the man who had climbed mountains and plumbed deep mystical states, received a holy book from a voice in the air, and yet he still had no organized following or framework to disseminate these teachings. But that would soon change. The next few years saw Crowley returning to England to sort out his life and finances, and then founding a new order to carry forward the torch that the Golden Dawn had dropped. In the process, he would publish prodigiously and begin to gather around him a small cadre of students and disciples. The Aeon of Horus had been proclaimed. The task was now to broadcast its law to humanity, starting with a handful of aspirants who might listen. The period immediately after the time in Cairo and the revelation was pretty tumultuous for Crowley on a personal level. The responsibilities of marriage, fatherhood, financial management, they were not roles that he handled with grace at all, really. In 1905, while Crowley was embroiled in the deadly Kanchenjunga climb in the Himalayas, his wife Rose was still in India, grieving the loss of their little baby daughter. By the time Crowley rejoined Rose later in 1906, he found her already struggling with alcoholism and deep depression. Now, as for Crowley himself, he wasn't in great shape either. Years of high-altitude exertion, malaria, and perhaps the psychic strain of his intense occult work had taken quite a toll on his health. He underwent a series of minor surgeries back in Britain and convalesced sporadically. The marriage of Aleister and Rose deteriorated rapidly under all this stress. Crowley responded to Rose's drinking with a mixture of concern and frustration. He tried to involve her in his magical work, perhaps hoping to rekindle that spiritual inspiration she'd shown in Cairo. In 1906, he even recorded experiments where Rose functioned as a medium again. But the magic that had bound them momentarily in Egypt seemed to have fled, both figuratively and literally, I suppose. Crowley's diary from 1906 to 7 revealed a domestic life unraveling. Rose would become incoherent from wine, and Crowley increasingly unfaithful, seeking other lovers and muses. During this time, Crowley's writing output was prolific. He established a publishing venture called the Society for the Propagation of Religious Truth, cheekily parodying the Christian Tract Society's name, primarily to publish his own works. He compiled his poetry into a 3-volume collected works which he funded himself, and he kept producing new writings, essays, plays, and verse. Critical reception of his literary efforts was mixed. Some appreciated his flair, while others were appalled by the subject matter, or dismissed him as a pretentious provocateur. None of these books sold especially well, which added to the financial strain. In an attempt at publicity, Crowley even offered a prize for the best essay about his own poetry. Now the winner was J.F.C. Fuller, a young army officer and literary critic, whose laudatory essay, The Star in the West, praised Crowley's poetry to the skies. Of course, Fuller would later become a disciple, and one of the first to take Crowley's religious role seriously, though their association later ended. Well, amidst all these literary and personal upheavals, Crowley took an important practical step. He acquired a headquarters. In 1899, he had purchased Boleskine House, a manor on the shore of Loch Ness in Scotland, intending it as a secluded location for magical retirement. Now, Boleskine became his retreat and temple, and it was at Boleskine in 1907 that Crowley returned in earnest to the mystical practices he'd left unfinished. Years before, he had begun preparations for the elaborate ritual known as the sacred magic of Abramelin, intended to invoke one's holy guardian angel. But he abandoned it to go assist Mathers during the Golden Dawn schism. Now, with newfound focus, Crowley resumed his intensive meditations and invocations at Boleskine, often with his friend and fellow occultist George Cecil Jones joining him. Crowley did report that in the summer of 1907, during ritual and drug-induced trances, he experienced a series of new communications from the supernatural source Aiwass. In October and November of that year, Crowley wrote down several inspired texts, which he labeled the Holy Books of Thelema. These included Liber 7 and Liber Cordis Cinque Serpente, Cincte Serpente rather, which he claimed were dictated by higher powers, similar to the Book of the Law. Suppose there's no way to prove him wrong on that one, I suppose. Anyway, the poetic style of these books is exalted and cryptic. Crowley treated them as Class A texts, meaning not a word was to be changed, because they were of divine origin. The reception of these holy books reaffirmed to Crowley that Thelema was an objective of spiritual truth, not just a personal creed. Notably, in one of these revelations, he perceived that the mislaid manuscript of the Book of the Law had suddenly resurfaced at Boleskine, an event that he took as a sign that the time had come to propagate Thelema in a more public fashion. On the family front, by late 1907, he and Rose were essentially separated. Their second daughter, Lola Zaza, was born in early 1907 and left in Rose's care, but under the watch of her family. With regret yet resolve, Crowley initiated divorce proceedings in November of 1909, citing his own adultery, an odd but then pretty legally expedient choice, perhaps to avoid blaming Rose's alcohol in court. Rose's drinking had worsened, to the point where her family eventually committed her to an asylum in 1911. Not the kind of place you want to be in 1911, that's for sure, if you've watched my asylum videos. Well, Crowley, despite everything, remained fond of Rose and assisted her with care financially where he could. But he had moved on, at least in his heart, to a new phase of life and work. He had realized that to fulfill his self-imposed destiny as a prophet of Thelema, he needed an organization and a public platform. In the latter part of 1907, Crowley took a decisive step to establish himself as a leader in the occult world. He did this by forming a new magical order. Along with the friend of his, George Cecil Jones, they founded the order that they called the AA, which stood for Argentium Astrum, or in Latin, the Silver Star. The AA was conceived as a successor to the Golden Dawn, but on new Thelemic principles. Rather than being a social lodge with democratic votes and power struggles, the AA was structured as a chain of initiation, where each member worked largely independently through a graded curriculum under the mentorship of the grade above. Crowley deliberately kept the organization relatively austere and focused on personal spiritual attainment. Its headquarters was initially in a small London flat at 124 Victoria Street, which Crowley and Jones made into a temple space, and here they performed initiations and taught select students who were attracted to Crowley's reputation or writings, and there was no shortage of them, that's for sure. The early members of the AA included some notable talents too. JFC Fuller, fresh off his panegyric essay about Crowley, was involved at the start, though he didn't stick around for too long. An eccentric young artist, Austin Osman Spare, known for his remarkable draftsman skill, and later famous in his own right for his own system of sigil magic, was briefly associated with Crowley at this time, illustrating some of his works. Even the distinguished physicist and psychical researcher, Oliver Lodge, showed glancing interests in Crowley's thoughts, though not formally joining up into the order. But most dedicated of Crowley's new disciples was Victor Newberg, who was actually a Cambridge graduate whom Crowley had met in 1907. Newberg became Crowley's intimate companion, a student, and in a sense a magical prodigy. Together they undertook some of the most intense rituals of the AA's early days. By 1908, Crowley and Newberg were pushing boundaries in both mystical and physical arenas. One notable experiment was Crowley's so-called Paris working, though the major one by that time was in 1914. Earlier they did a preliminary working in Spain and Morocco. In summer of 1908, Crowley retreated to a villa in Coruña, Spain, and kept a frank diary of concentrated magical invocations of the deity Thoth. The Greek rendering equivalent would be Mercury. The Latin, Roman, rather. Well, this diary, titled John St. John, was later published in the first issue of the Equinox, and provided a rare, candid window into Crowley's daily discipline of yoga, ritual, and even drug use in pursuit of alignment. The diary demonstrated Crowley's willingness to publicly document the nitty-gritty details of occult practice, demystifying it for aspirants. Crowley's creativity in 1907 to 1909 was astonishing. Besides the holy books received in trances, he wrote practical instructional texts for the AA, such as Liber E, exercises for concentration and yoga, and Liber O, basic ritual techniques. He compiled a comprehensive treatise on magical and mystical correspondences, 777, which became a reference work for students of Kabbalah and magic. He also penned some of his most beautiful poetry volumes, like Ambergris, and one of his most curious works, Contes en Pax, an eclectic collection mixing allegory, humor, and serious mysticism. In a bold effort to share the AA teachings with the world, Crowley launched a biannual periodical named The Equinox in March 1909, subtitled The Review of Scientific Illuminism. The Equinox was a hefty journal that contained a mix of ritual instruction, spiritual essays, original poetry and fiction, and records of magical experiments. Crowley served as editor and main contributor, writing under various pseudonyms as well as his own name, and he threw in work by his students and colleagues too. For instance, the poet Ethel Archer and disciple Victor Newberg had pieces in it, and Crowley even published fiction by outside writers that he thought was interesting. It was a bit of a free-for-all, I suppose. The Equinox was, in Crowley's mind, even a trumpet blast announcing a new force in occultism had arrived, and it was him. While it was also extremely costly to produce, printing ink cheap, it was lavishly bound and typeset, and Crowley underwrote it until his inheritance funds began to run dry. Within the pages of the Equinox and beyond, Crowley made clear that Thelema was the core of his system. One of the first issues published, the text of the Book of the Law itself, albeit in coded form, See, Crowley had had a few hesitations about printing it openly at first, so he released it with a cipher key. Crowley was, by 1909, coming around to fully embracing his role as the prophet of Thelema. That year, he had a pivotal experience that cemented his commitment. During a walk in the desert of North Africa, he suddenly understood that Thelema was not just his personal creed, but an objective truth for the new era. This realization came when traveling in Algeria with Gutenberg. In late 1909, Crowley and Gutenberg undertook what many consider to be Crowley's greatest magical operation, the exploration of the Enochian aethers. Enochian magic, originally scribed by John Dee and Edward Kelly in the 16th century, involves a series of 30 aethers or planes of consciousness. Crowley decided to traverse these planes. Well, he did this psychically, from the highest to lowest. Two men ventured near the Algerian desert far from distraction, and over several weeks invoked each aether in turn, with Gutenberg acting as scribe, while Crowley entered the visionary trances. The visions Crowley experienced were profound, often terrifying and transformative. They were recorded and later published in the Equinox as The Vision and the Voice. One notable episode occurred in the 10th Aether, where Crowley confronted the demon Choronzon, the very personification of chaotic dispersion. In a dramatic trial, Crowley, within a protective magic circle, had Gutenberg sit at the edge and channel the voice of whatever entity appeared in a triangle outside the circle. The ensuing encounter with the Choronzon, which manifested through Gutenberg's increasingly frenzied speech, ended with Gutenberg having to physically wrestle a sand-spewing, delusion-casting presence that tried to break the circle. Crowley considered this a triumph, in which he and Gutenberg contained and dispersed the demon, an allegory, perhaps, for conquering the ego's last barriers before enlightenment. Suppose we can look at it like that? Well, these workings deeply affected both men. Crowley emerged claiming as a significant spiritual attainment, and Gutenberg's loyalty was sealed. At least for a time. He would part ways later on under emotional strain. But it is worth noting that in the midst of such activities, Crowley's personal life and finances were under great pressure. He was no longer flush with endless inheritance money. All that old brewery cash had gone away. Maintaining Boleskine, publishing his books and journals, traveling, and indulging in the costly ceremonies all burned through cash. A practical response was that Crowley began to accept more paying students into the AA. The fees helped, though his generosity to broke disciples often meant that he subsidized them. But another response was something a bit more controversial. Crowley started to realize the potential of sex, particularly his own unconventional sex life, as a source of magical power and perhaps even patronage. By 1910, Crowley had taken on new lovers who also became magical partners. One was Layla Waddell, an accomplished Australian violinist whom he dubbed Soror Violin and later Layla. She became his mistress and muse, inspiring love poetry and participating in his rituals. Another partner was Mary Desty, an American art patron whom Crowley met in Paris. She served for a time as his Scarlet Woman, a title he gave to his principal female magical collaborator, derived from the Book of Revelations archetype. And so by the end of 1909, Crowley's divorce from Rose was all said and done. He had formally severed ties with his old life. Rose's institutionalization the following year was a sad epilogue to that chapter. Remember, she got thrown into an asylum. Crowley took custody of some of their personal papers and moved on. Maybe he was a little bit guilt-ridden, but convinced he was following his true will. In an almost symbolic act, 1909 was also the year that he resigned from the Freemasons, to the extent that he had a real connection to Masonry, and any other affiliations that might claim his allegiance. From now on, AA and Thelema were his focus. To sum it up, by 1910, Crowley had reinvented himself. He was no longer a poet dabbling in occultism, but he was the head of a magical order, the editor of a respected occult journal, the author of secret holy books and public instruction manuals, and the self-proclaimed prophet of a new age. This was a fertile and energetic period for him, but it was also just the beginning of his public notoriety. The next phase would see Crowley stepping onto a larger stage, courting both fame and infamy as he extended his work from the private order to public performance and engaged in the broader occult circles through the Ordo Templi Orientis. Flush with the momentum of his new order and revelations, Crowley began to stage more public-facing occult activities in the years 1909 to 1911. This was a period of both creative flourishing and the beginnings of a serious scandal in his life. Crowley had never been one to hide in the shadows completely, that's for sure. He certainly enjoyed provoking society, prodding at the sensibilities, and now he consciously sought to make a splash, to attract broader interest, and perhaps recruits to his cause of scientific illuminism. One novel idea Crowley implemented was the performance of magical rituals in public art. In 1910, he organized a series of ritualistic plays known as the Rites of Eleusis. Of course, the name rings a bell, I'm sure. These were modeled loosely on the ancient Greek Eleusinian mysteries, but in reality they were more original ceremonies written by Crowley himself, each dedicated to a classical deity. Saturn, Jupiter, Mars, etc. That kind of thing. Well, they incorporated poetry, music, dramatic costumes and lighting, early multimedia performances in a sense, and Crowley himself, along with several of his students, including Layla Waddle on violin and Victor Newberg dancing or intoning roles, performed these rites on stage at London at Caxton Hall. The attendees who bought tickets were treated to an atmosphere thick with incense and exotic symbolism. Unbeknownst to most of the audience, Crowley also laced a non-alcoholic wine punch with an exotic entheogen, peyote extract. He wanted the spectators to have at least a mild mystical experience, or at least an altered perception to appreciate the symbolism, and some journalists attended later wrote about the rites. Press coverage was mixed. Some reporters found the performances intriguing and artistic, while others mocked them, or hinted darkly that something blasphemous was afoot. One newspaper derisively called Crowley, quote, one of the most blasphemous and cold-blooded villains of modern times, linking the rites to diabolism purely on hearsay. I'm sure that Crowley was delighted to hear that review. Nonetheless, the events gained Crowley a bit of positive notoriety among the avant-garde. They were something new and daring in the Edwardian London cultural scene. However, increased publicity brought increased scrutiny. The more conservative press started to take jabs at Crowley's personal life. One editor, West Dewend Fenton, of The Looking Glass, went so far as to insinuate in print that Crowley and his close male associate George Cecil Jones were engaged in immoral acts. In other words, accusing them of homosexuality, which was still a crime and a scandalous allegation at the time. But Crowley's reaction to such accusations was somewhat paradoxical. Personally, he couldn't care less if the world knew he was bisexual. He was quite frank about his same-sex experiences in his unpublished writings, and he saw the whole thing as a sacrament beyond conventional categories. In any case, his students and associates like Jones, who had respectable family lives and careers, were mortified. Jones even sued the Looking Glass for libel, although he lost, given the difficulty of proving the falsehood of innuendo in that era. The fallout from these controversies strained Crowley's relationships. Now that J.F.C. Fuller, he had been so enthusiastic, but now he broke off his friendship around this time, possibly disillusioned by Crowley's relentless craving for attention, or perhaps by the rumors. But Crowley remained unbowed. Indeed, he doubled down on sensationalism on his own way. When Mathers, his Golden Dawn chief of the old times, sued Crowley in 1910 for publishing Golden Dawn's secrets in the Equinox, Crowley fought back in court, and he won. The judge concluded that the so-called secrets, like Enochian calls and rituals, were essentially in the public domain, or effectively of no commercial value. Now, in terms of the trial, that made headlines, and Crowley delighted in playing the media's great beast caricature, hinting at dark powers and rituals with a twinkle in his eye of sorts. The notoriety drew curiosity seekers to him, some of whom began genuine converts to his teachings. Amid all these flamboyant exploits, Crowley's deeper esoteric work continued. In 1911 he spent time in the bohemian milieu of Paris, where he made a connection with the American expatriate named Mary Desty, who we've mentioned. Now remember, Desty became Crowley's next Scarlet Woman after Layla Waddell. With Desty, Crowley engaged in a series of magical sessions in Switzerland, where she acted as a medium. Crowley believed a high spiritual being, one of the, quote, secret chiefs he had long hypothesized was communicating through Desty's entranced speech. The entity called himself Abul-Diz, and delivered metaphysical pronouncements. From these sessions emerged a major work of Crowley's Book 4. This was a comprehensive exposition of his magical system, incorporating yoga, theory of magic, and all sorts of ritual practice. Importantly, around this time, Crowley introduced a spelling change that has endured. He began spelling magic with a C-K. Now that is to distinguish the spiritual discipline from the works of Houdini, those stage conjurers. Book 4 was serialized in the Equinox and later published in parts, some parts co-written or at least inspired by Desty's trance utterances. But for serious students, it became something of a Bible of Crowley's methodology, laying out the meditation practices, symbolization of the wand, cup, dagger, etc., and the underlying philosophy that the magician's goal is the knowledge and conversion of the holy guardian angel, the term for achieving one's true will and divine guidance. In any case, by 1912, Crowley had successfully carved out a niche as an occult teacher with international repute. The AA had lodges, or at least active students, in Britain and abroad. There were a couple of North American members, too, at this time. However, something new was on the horizon, something that would expand Crowley's influence further. A European esoteric fraternity named Ordo Templi Orientis was about to intersect with his destiny. But before we transition to that, there's one final detail worth noting, a little anecdote. In 1911, Crowley, ever the mountaineer at heart, climbed not a mountain, but the social heights briefly by befriending some in the literati and art world. One friend, the novelist Somerset Maugham, had met Crowley back in Paris in 1902, and later used Crowley as the model for the villain in his novel The Magician, 1908. Of course, you might expect that Crowley relished in being cast as a diabolical character in fiction. Another odd intersection. The emerging field of psychoanalysis touched him when he met the psychologist Alfred Adler in 1912, who apparently analyzed one of Crowley's dreams. Crowley's openness to such new ideas, he was apparently fascinated by psychoanalysis and would later correspond with Freud's circle too, shows that while he portrayed himself as a master Therion, the magical persona, he was also quite aware of and engaged in contemporary intellectual currents. He was always a modern man, as well as an occultist. By 1912, Crowley had cultivated a small but fervent following. He had weathered public ridicule and some scandal, and he had established himself as an authority in practical occult training. It all set the stage for him to assume leadership in a broader occult fraternity, one that would link him to a continental network and introduce a crucial element of his mature magic, the formalized practice of sexual magic. That came with his involvement in Ordo Templi Orientis, which we will talk about now. It was 1912, and in this year Crowley's occult career took a significant turn when he became involved in the Ordo Templi Orientis, a secretive fraternal order with its origins in Germany. The OTO claimed to impart the inner secrets of Freemasonry, alchemy, and other esoteric disciplines, and was structured in a system of degrees, somewhat like Masonry. Its leaders had been reading the equinox and paying attention to Crowley's rise. What precipitated their contact was Crowley's publication of The Book of Lies, a collection of paradoxical and mystical aphorisms that he released in 1913, though dated 1912. Under his magical name, Frater Perdurabo, The Book of Lies is a pretty peculiar work, actually. Each chapter or page or so of cryptic verse or prose, often with a humorous or blasphemous bent to it. And it also was a showcase of Crowley's wit as well as wisdom, and he mixed it in with a bit of Kabbalistic ciphers and in-jokes. But unbeknownst to him, one of those chapters apparently revealed, in veiled form, one of the OTO's deepest secrets, the use of sexual energy in ritual, specifically a technique of sex magic. According to the oft-repeated story, Theodore Roos, head of the OTO, confronted Crowley in London, accusing him of having published the OTO's Secret of the Ninth Degree in the Book of Lies. Crowley was confused at first. He had not knowingly taken anything from the OTO, since he wasn't a member at the time. But as Rose pointed out the offending passage, Crowley realized that by intuition or luck, he had indeed touched on the same powerful idea, that the sex act, and orgasm in particular, could be used as a magical act of creation and a sacrament. Crowley effectively said that he didn't know that was their secret, but since they think that he did know, perhaps he should understand it properly. The confrontation eventually melded into friendship, and Roos saw an opportunity, better to co-opt this talented firebrand than to oppose him. He promptly chartered Crowley to the head of the British section of the OTO, which Crowley reorganized as he saw fit. Crowley took the magical name Baphomet in the OTO and was proclaimed X, the 10th degree, National Grand Master for Great Britain and Ireland, and by Crowley's cheek, Iona and all the Britons. He named the British OTO brands Mysteria, Mystica, Maxima, or MMM. This alliance was significant for several reasons. First, it gave Crowley an existing lodge framework and an air of European legitimacy. Second, it brought Crowley fully into the realm of explicit sex magic. The AA had always been about personal enlightenment and core mystical attainments. OTO, especially under Crowley's influence, would focus on harnessing sexual force for spiritual and magical ends. Crowley embraced this with gusto. He rewrote large portions of the OTO initiation rituals, infusing them with the thelemic symbolism and verses. He also integrated thelema as the philosophical core of the OTO teachings, essentially turning the OTO into an outer vehicle to spread thelema to a broader membership that might not all be mystics but were drawn by the allure of an occult fraternity promising esoteric secrets. And, well, I'm sure that the sexual side of it certainly attracted quite a larger crowd. Well, talking about that, the adoption of sex magic into Crowley's practice was not a huge leap for him personally. You see, he'd already in private been exploring the connection between sexual ecstasy and magical will, but now he codified it. He delineated different degrees of sex magic. Hints suggested that the 9th degree involved the use of secretions of orgasm in magical sacrament, while the 11th degree, which Crowley uniquely added emphasized, involved other kinds of intercourse as a magical act, particularly sodomy and all the rest. Now, Crowley and select initiates experimented with these techniques, treating the orgasm or sexual fluid as a talismanic substance to charge with intent or as an offering to spiritual entities. It was certainly highly unorthodox and taboo-shattering in a society where even discussing contraception was risque. Crowley kept these inner teachings private within the order, but rumors inevitably seeped out, further tarnishing his public image when hostile parties got wind. During 1913, Crowley continued to travel and promote his work. He took Layla Waddell, that violinist lover, and a troupe called the Ragged Ragtime Girls to perform in Moscow, with Crowley as their manager. The tour was a strange intersection of show business and magic, ostensible entertainment, but Crowley also indulged in magical affairs in Moscow. Some have speculated he might have been doing intelligence work on the side. Later associates like biographer Tobias Churton have suggested Crowley occasionally freelanced for British intelligence, and a trip to Moscow on the eve of World War I is something cited as suspicious, but concrete evidence for that is lacking. Still, probably best to mention it. Well, what we do know is that in Moscow he wrote his famous hymn to Pan, an ecstatic poem to the god of lust and nature, which became a staple of OTO rituals. He also composed the Gnostic Mass, that is Liber 15, in 1913, which is a thelemic Eucharistic ceremony. The Gnostic Mass involves a priest and priestess engaging in symbolic, and at least in Crowley's ideal, literal consecration of wine and cake that contains sexual essences, celebrating love under will. This Mass is among Crowley's most beautiful liturgical creations, and it remains the central rite in the OTO to this day. By 1914, Crowley's relationship with Victor Newberg had deteriorated. After their intense magical and sexual work together, a confrontation occurred. The exact details are a little bit murky, but it does seem that Crowley, always a mercurial master, subjected Newberg to a brutal magical curse after an argument, effectively expelling him. Heartbroken and shattered, Newberg left Crowley's circle and never fully returned to occult life, finding some solace in conventional Judaism later. This was a pattern with Crowley. He could inspire students to remarkable spiritual heights, but his demanding, imperious manner often led to breaks and personal wreckage in his wake. But you can't discuss this period without noting Crowley's financial state. It was dire, to say the least. By 1914, he had spent or given away most of his inheritance. The lavish publication of the Equinox his constant travel, supporting various dependents, collecting rare books and art, all of it had drained his resources. To make matters worse, in early 1914 he decided to cease publishing the Equinox after 10 issues. He had hoped the journal would attract enough subscriptions to sustain itself, but it never did. His last issue in 1913 had a notorious editorial when he printed a sensationalized interview supposedly revealing scandalous things about various individuals, thinly veiled references to his enemies and to some extent himself, which created quite an uproar. The Equinox, while treasured now by occult historians, had not been a commercial success by any stretch of the word. Crowley was near bankrupt and needed a change of scenery. Conveniently, another dramatic shift in world events would provide him with that opportunity. The outbreak of World War I in mid-1914. Thus, by mid-1914, Crowley's life in London was becoming untenable, not just monetarily, but in terms of reputation. The tabloids were labeling him traitorous scum for minor reasons, and soon major reasons, as we'll get to. So he opted to sail to the United States, beginning a new chapter abroad. But before leaving Europe, he made one more bizarre attempt at artistic, magical mischief. In early 1914 in Paris, Crowley and a fellow bohemian staged what is known as the Paris Working, an extended ritual retreat focusing on the gods Mercury and Jupiter, fueled by hashish and ether and continual sexual rites, which led Crowley to pen the Liber Agape, an instructional treatise on sex magic. This working also precipitated the final split with Gutenburg during a sadomasochistic ritual, where Crowley pushed him beyond his limits. In summary, Crowley's OTO phase up to 1914 solidified his legacy in two key ways. It wove sexual magic into the fabric of modern occult practice, and it spread thelema through an organizational body beyond the AA. Also, however, it added layers to his infamy. Whispers of orgies, black masses, the vile acts began to cling to Crowley's name, some wildly exaggerated by enemies, but some rooted in real events, albeit interpreted without much understanding by outsiders. Crowley didn't shrink from this notoriety. If anything, he sometimes cultivated it, believing that to shock the bourgeois was a noble endeavor, and that eventually the truth of his spiritual genius would be recognized. People just had to wait. He probably thought he was a little bit before his time. In any case, as Europe marched to war in 1914, Crowley took his leave. His journey to America during World War I would yield its own peculiar adventures, ranging from alleged espionage to visionary artwork on New York's Hudson River cliffs, and see Crowley attempt to propagate thelema in the New World amid personal struggles with love and addiction. And so the great beast crosses the Atlantic, and the story would only continue to get stranger. When World War I erupted in the summer of 1914, Crowley found himself at a crossroads, practically penniless and painted by some in the British press as a scandalous figure. He left England. In October 1914, Crowley boarded the RMS Lusitania and arrived in New York City with little fanfare. America would be his home for the next several years, and during this period, his life took on an even more eccentric and enigmatic character. He went into journalism and politics in ways that later fueled allegations of treason. He pursued new romances and magical workings, and he struggled with increasing drug dependence, all while trying to keep the flame of thelema alive and well in a foreign land. He wasted no time immersing himself in New York's cultural scene. He lived in various hotels and apartments in Manhattan, rubbing shoulders with artists, writers, and fellow expatriates. And to earn some money, he wrote freelance articles,
oddly enough often on astrology or book reviews for magazines. He even penned pieces for Vanity Fair, the American edition, on such topics such as the art of pranayama yoga and the merits of various poetic styles. Using his gift for self-promotion, he also networked with editors and literati, and his urbane charm won him a few good friends. But a controversial aspect of Crowley's US stay is his involvement in political propaganda. Crowley had publicly expressed sympathy for Irish independence from Britain, and opportunistically for Germany's cause in the war. Of course, these were positions that shocked his British acquaintances. I don't know which one they would be more offended at. Now, in New York, Crowley befriended the German-American propagandist George Sylvester Viereck, and soon became a contributor to Viereck's journal, The Fatherland. Now, The Fatherland was a pro-German weekly aimed at keeping the U.S. neutral, or at least swaying American opinion in favor of Germany. Crowley wrote bombastic articles and even poems for this paper lambasting British war policies and extolling Irish freedom. For example, he penned an open letter calling Kaiser Wilhelm a mystic and visionary, and advocated that the Irish revolutionary Roger Casement, then in German custody, be freed to foment rebellion against the British. To any casual observer, Crowley's actions looked undeniably pro-German and decidedly anti-British. Of course, this stance had consequences. The British weren't just going to take that lying down back at the Home Office. British newspapers got wind of Crowley's opinions and denounced him as a vile traitor. Years later, Crowley would insist that he'd just been playing a double game, insinuating his work for The Fatherland was actually a ruse sanctioned by British intelligence to undermine the German propaganda effort by making it absurd and overly bombastic. And it is true that Crowley's contributions were often hyperbolic to the point of self-parody. One theory is he was trying to discredit the magazine by being so over the top. However, there is scant evidence that British authorities actually enlisted him. Most likely, Crowley volunteered himself in his own mind as a secret agent. Regardless of intent, this episode cemented Crowley's toxic reputation in Britain. It would haunt him as proof of villainy. Meanwhile, Crowley's occult and personal life carried on in a lively fashion. In New York, he met a journalist and poet named Jean Robert Foster, with whom he had an affair and traveled across the country. Crowley visited the West Coast in 1915, making stops in Vancouver to meet Charles Stansfield Jones, his leading disciple in Canada, and then San Francisco, Los Angeles, and even trekking to remote spots like the Grand Canyon. Along the way, he experimented with peyote extensively and introduced some bohemian friends to it. In one famous incident in Detroit, he tested peyote at the Parke-Davis Laboratory as part of an experimental inquiry, illustrative of how Crowley straddled the worlds of science and magic. Another romantic entanglement emerged with a woman named Roddy Minor in New York. Roddy became Crowley's mistress in 1917, and he dubbed her the New Scarlet Woman. With Roddy, Crowley embarked on what he called the Amalantra working in 1918, a series of visionary seances and magic rituals aimed to contact otherworldly entities. Through Roddy, in trance, Crowley believed they made psychic contact with an intelligence named Lamb, often depicted as vaguely alien, a large-headed figure in a drawing Crowley made. Decades later, UFO enthusiasts would curiously note Lamb's similarity to the Grey aliens, but Crowley considered Lamb a spirit from the astral plane, not an extraterrestrial in the sci-fi sense of things. The Amalantra working generated a rich journal of visions and symbols, feeding into Crowley's evolving cosmology, where various preter-human intelligences were guiding him towards some grand spiritual goal. However, this relationship with Roddy did not last beyond the working. She left. Perhaps she was exhausted by Crowley's intensity. We don't know. In any case, Crowley's constant throughout his US years was writing, and more writing. In 1917, he conceived an ambitious project to restart the Equinox, packaging a new volume as the Equinox Volume 3, Number 1, subtitled The Blue Equinox because of its blue cover. Published in 1919, just as he was leaving America, this hefty book served as a status report for the OTO and the AA, including manifestos and curriculum for his orders, and a few essays on mysticism. It tried to cast the lemur as a serious spiritual movement, listing its lodges and printing key documents like the Liber Legis, the Book of the Law, and Liber Oz, the Declaration of the Rights of Man, for perhaps the first time openly in a public volume. The Blue Equinox also acknowledged the help of certain Americans who had become old patrons or allies, suggesting that Crowley wasn't entirely without support. But notably, he did attract a handful of U.S. devotees, including soldiers and socialites interested in the occult. One of them, Wilfred Talbot Smith, would go on to found an OTO lodge in California in the 1930s, under Crowley's distant guidance. But it was also during these wartime years that Crowley's health and habits began to take a turn. He'd long struggled with asthma, and physicians had prescribed him heroin. I know, right? Sounds weird, but at that time it was actually a legal medication. This was to alleviate bronchial spasms. Of course, as we all know now, heroin is a little bit addictive. And by around 1919, Crowley was firmly within its grip. He was using morphine or heroin daily. This did not immediately curtail his activities. If anything, he wrote prodigiously under narcotic influence, including his first novel, Diary of a Drug Fiend, written in 1920, drawing no doubt partly on his own personal experience. But the pattern of dependency and withdrawal would become a dire issue in his later life. By late 1918, with the Great War ending, Crowley's American adventure was winding down somewhat. His welcome in New York had worn thin, one factor being that Vierik's Fatherland magazine was shut down once the U.S. entered the war, ending any pseudo-spy games that Crowley had. Another being that he had fallen out with some supporters or exhausted them. He undertook one more memorable magical retreat in the summer of 1918. He spent 40 days on Esopus Island, a little wooded island on the Hudson River, living in a tent. There, in imitation of religious seclusion, he fasted, at least to a point. He meditated, he painted strange murals on the rocks and communed with nature. He later said he experienced visions of past lives during this retreat. Locals who encountered him performing rituals on the cliffs likely found the Englishman quite bizarre. But it was a time of spiritual replenishment for Crowley. After all that urban chaos, getting out of the city will do wonders for you, don't you agree? So in December of 1919, Crowley boarded a ship back to Europe. He'd been absent from the UK for 5 years, and returned not as a triumphant prophet, but a penniless, scandal-ridden mystic, now with a heroin addiction to boot. Nonetheless, he returned with renewed determination to fulfill his great work. In the United States, he had planted seeds. Thelema had a foothold with a few earnest practitioners, and he had refined his teachings through writing.
Perhaps most significantly for his next phase, in America, Crowley had connected by correspondence one of his most devoted future disciples, Jane Wolfe, a Hollywood silent film actress fascinated by occultism. But she would soon abandon that career to join Crowley in Europe. So by early 1920, Crowley was back in London, lodging with friends, persona non grata in respectable society, yet filled with grand plans and visions. Out of the crucible of the war years emerged his next bold experiment, the founding of an intentional magical community, where Thelema could be lived day in, day out. This would be the infamous Abbey of Thelema in Cefalo, Sicily, an episode that would amplify Crowley's notoriety to global proportions. But as we will see, that notoriety came at a great personal cost, and it signaled the beginning of the end for Crowley's ability to operate unchecked. In 1920, Crowley embarked on what he envisioned as the crowning project of his spiritual mission, as the establishment of a kind of utopian community devoted to living under the law of Thelema, inspired by the fictional Abbey of Theleme in Francois Rabelais' Renaissance satire, where the motto was, "Do what thou wilt," actually. Crowley sought to create a real-world Abbey of Thelema. He imagined a small, disciplined colony of Thelemites who would practice magic daily, free themselves from societal conditioning, and serve as a model for the new aeon's way of life. Well, where to find the right setting for that? Crowley and his closest disciples turned to an unlikely location, that secluded old villa near the coastal town of Cefalo in Sicily, Italy. Crowley consulted the I Ching, that is a Chinese divination text that he often used for guidance about the move, and it seemed to be quite favorable. He didn't need any more convincing. In April of 1920, he, along with his lover at that time, Leah Hirsig, and a few followers arrived in Cefalo and rented a small single-story farmhouse structure which they dubbed the Abbey. Leah Hirsig, whom Crowley had met in New York, and who traveled across the Atlantic to be with him, was an intelligent Swiss-American woman who took the magical name Aleister. Crowley recognized her as his new Scarlet Woman, a female counterpart who would help channel his inspiration. She was devoted and unafraid of the rigors of what lay ahead. They were soon joined by others. Leah's newborn baby by Crowley, a daughter named Anne Lee. Well, though tragically this infant would die a few months later from illness, an all too common sorrow in that era of limited medical care. Another woman, Ninette Shumway, an American Thelemite, came with her own young son. Ninette would become another of Crowley's mistresses at the Abbey, and soon bore him a child as well, a daughter named Astarte Lulupanthea, though this baby too died in infancy. And this reflects the precarious conditions on Cefalo. Over time, about a dozen individuals passed through the Abbey. They included Crowley's old student and friend, Raoul Loveday, and Loveday's wife, Betty May, whose presence would prove to be fateful. We'll get to that in a minute. As well as Jane Wolfe, the Hollywood actress who arrived enthusiastic to serve Crowley, and Cecil Frederick Russell, an idealistic young man from the U.S. Life at the Abbey was deliberately unconventional. Crowley wanted to break the ingrained habits and inhibitions of his companions. The days began at sunrise with the adorations to the sun, a practice from Crowley's Liber Resh, aligning devotees with solar energies 4 times a day. Communal activities included yoga, ritual, and creative or scholarly work. Crowley painted murals on the walls. Vivid, erotic frescoes and occult images adorned the Abbey's interior, turning it into a temple of sorts. Cleanliness and comfort were not high priorities.
In fact, Crowley allowed the place to become quite squalid by normal standards, reasoning that one should transcend trivial concerns like housekeeping. Okay, then. There was no set cleaning schedule, and goats and dogs roamed freely in and out, adding to the mess. The children ran about naked and were allowed to witness the magical ceremonies, though not directly participate in them, on the theory that they should grow up without Christian shame around the body or natural functions. Magical rituals, including the Gnostic Mass and invocations, took place frequently. Crowley continued to experiment with sex magic with Leo and the other Scarlet Women in private workings, seeking even deeper illuminations. He also wrote copiously, commentaries on the Book of the Law, polemical essays, and Confessions, an autobiography he had begun drafting. Interestingly, despite the libertine atmosphere, there was also an emphasis on scholarly discipline. Crowley gave lessons in subjects ranging from astrology to French to his individual disciples. He wanted the abbey to produce enlightened and capable people. One hallmark of the thelemic practice at Cephalon was confronting the ego. For instance, Crowley implemented an exercise where residents had to cut themselves with a razor or knife every time they used the pronoun I to break down ego identification. They indulged in what one might call shamanic practices too, ingestion of psychoactives like peyote in rituals, and perhaps testing endurance through fasting or chaste periods followed by orgiastic release. Crowley, however, was increasingly under the dominion of heroin. He tried at least once to quit cold turkey while at the Abbey, going to Paris in 1922 for a painful withdrawal, but he relapsed soon after. This put a dark shadow over the utopia. Crowley's highs and lows on the drug made his behavior unpredictable, and funds that could have improved living conditions went to supporting his habit. Despite hardship, in Crowley's own recollection, the early days of the Abbey were idyllic. It was his idea of heaven, describing a routine of meditation, creative work, and simple pleasures under the Sicilian sun. I tell you, Sicily's not a bad place to be. In any case, indeed some followers like Jane Wolfe found the experience to be quite transformative, writing in her diary that she had never felt such spiritual growth. But not everyone thrived. One resident, C.F. Russell, left after quarreling with Crowley. He balked at the bisexual and homoerotic aspects of some magic he was asked to perform, and grew disillusioned, later accusing Crowley of abusive tactics. Others struggled with the Spartan lifestyle and intense psychological challenges. But the episode that truly unraveled the Abbey's existence was the death of Raoul Loveday in February 1923. Loveday, a 23-year-old Oxford graduate, deeply committed to Crowley, took ill after a few months. Accounts differ. Some say he drank from a polluted mountain spring, contracting an infection, likely liver inflammation or acute enteric fever. Crowley's detractors spread a more sensational story, that Loveday fell sick after participating in a ritual that he drank the blood of a cat that Crowley had sacrificed. This cat blood tale seems to originate from Loveday's widow, Betty May, who had never warmed to Crowley or the Abbey's rigors. In fact, Betty hated life on Sicily. She found the rules strange, the environment disgusting, and suspected Crowley was a dangerous deviant. When her husband died, Betty fled back to London, heartbroken and furious. She went straight to the press to give an interview, painting Crowley as a monster. She claimed, in essence, that Crowley's black magic and depravity had killed her husband. Her stories included lurid details, the cat blood rite, the compulsive self-cutting whenever the pronoun I was spoken, drug-fueled orgies, and even the hints of child abuse, or at least endangerment, due to the witnessing of the more physical acts. The British press, well, They were very eager to hear all this. Crowley was already notorious, and he now became a full-fledged legend of infamy. The headlines dubbed him the wickedest man in the world, and a man we'd love to hang. They accused him of everything from Satanism to seducing underage girls to blood sacrifice and vampirism. Crowley could not afford to sue for libel, and in truth, some of the outlandish claims were hard to legally refute when he did believe in sex rituals and had indeed killed a stray cat as part of a demonstration once, but not in the way portrayed. Still, it doesn't look good. The avalanche of negative publicity effectively sealed the abbey's fate. Italian authorities under Mussolini's growing fascist regime took notice as well, having Britain's tabloids decry that a British degenerate was performing sacrilegious acts on Italian soil was not welcome. And so in April of 1923, Crowley was served an expulsion order. The official reason was the vague, disturbing public order or some immigration technicality reason that he got kicked out for. But clearly the Mussolini government did not want the headache or any affront to Catholic morality on the island. Crowley had no choice but to pack up and leave. With his departure, the dream of the Abbey of Thelema came to abrupt end just after 3 years. The Abbey period, while ending in scandal, was extremely fruitful in Crowley's internal work. He completed important manuscripts there, including parts of his Magic in Theory and Practice, and portions of his spiritual autobiography, The Confessions, which we did mention. But externally it was a public relations disaster. Crowley left behind the literal grave of Loveday on Sicilian soil and the metaphorical grave of his reputation in the UK. The press caricature of him as a murderous black magician would stick forever. Crowley later tried to defend himself in print, but his voice was drowned out. At 48 years old, expelled from his haven, addicted to heroin, nearly penniless, and lambasted as a public villain, Crowley faced the lowest ebb of his life. The question was, what was he going to do? Would he fade into obscurity? Or did he have a few chapters left within him? Well, characteristically, Crowley was not ready to give up. The coming years would see him wandering through Europe, scrounging for supporters and sustenance, and striving to secure his literary legacy while battling personal demons. It was a period of decline in some respects, but also one where he produced some of his most reflective work, and where seeds were sown for his eventual posthumous influence. After being banished from Italy, Crowley entered a restless period of wandering across Europe and North Africa. In mid-1923, he landed in Tunis, Tunisia, accompanied by Leah Hirsig. He was physically worn down. Years of drug use and stress had made him chronically ill, and emotionally battered by the collapse of the Abbey. Nevertheless, in Tunis he tried to recuperate and focus. He attempted again to quit heroin, enduring painful withdrawal symptoms that he journaled about with brutal honesty. Leah Hirsig stood by him for a time, but their relationship, once so idealistic, was beginning to crack under the strain of poverty and Crowley's irritable and sometimes cruel demeanor. It was in Tunisia that Crowley began writing what he jokingly termed his autohagiography, that is, self-saintly biography, a work later published in part as The Confessions of Aleister Crowley. This was intended to be a grand, candid account of his life and philosophy, setting the record straight and, not incidentally, demonstrating his greatness to posterity. Crowley alternated between self-aggrandizement and surprising self-depreciation in its pages, producing a vivid narrative that mixed adventure with a bit of spiritual insight. By writing the story himself, he hoped to wrest control of the narrative from the tabloids. While Crowley's sojourn in Tunis
also saw an interesting experiment in relationship dynamics. He engaged in rituals of sex magic with a local Arab boy servant, Mohammed ben Brahim, whom he took as a lover for a while. Crowley chronicled these workings as part of his exploration on different flavors, as he called them, of magical energy tied to various types of sexual expression. In his theology, every experience could be a sacrament if done under will. Still, one senses that at times in Tunis he was pushing boundaries more out of desperation for a breakthrough rather than the joy of it. By 1924, Crowley needed a change, so he moved to France. He spent his time in Nice and Paris, trying to re-establish a footing among bohemian and occult circles there. And in Paris, he underwent surgeries on his nose. Long-term cocaine use had damaged his nasal passages significantly, and he had operations to try to repair them, a further sign of the toll that his body had gone through. During his Paris stay, he encountered notable figures. He met Frank Harris, the famed Irish-American editor and writer, who admired Crowley's courage of sorts, and he visited Gurdjieff's Institute for the Harmonious Development of Man at Fontainebleau. Crowley had respect for Gurdjieff's efforts as a spiritual teacher, though he ultimately found the system not to his taste. Still, it does show that Crowley was aware of and engaged in other spiritual movements. But at this time, he was broke, so he set out to look for wealthy supporters, effectively to serve as magical pupils. One man he had enticed was Alexander Zolar, a young American astrologer who paid Crowley for training. Zolar later parted ways, perhaps disillusioned. Another was Dorothy Olson, an American woman who became Crowley's lover and student. Crowley took Dorothy to Tunisia for a private magical retreat in the desert of Neftah in 1925, where he had a mystical experience he later fictionalized in a short work, The Heart of the Master. During this retreat, Dorothy became pregnant, but sadly she miscarried, a blow that ended their romantic ties. In the aftermath, Leah Hirzig, who had been drifting away, formally renounced her role as Scarlet Woman and left Crowley's circle around 1925. Crowley, in this fashion, ritually cursed Leah as she departed, writing bitterly of feeling betrayed. Of course, Leah survived the curse, but she lived quietly thereafter in Switzerland and the US, leaving behind the wild life of an occultist. Well, amid all this, Crowley was dealing with a split in the OTO leadership abroad. Theodore Roos had died in 1923, and Crowley claimed that Roos had named him in the next world head of the OTO. Very convenient. This claim was disputed by the German OTO leader Heinrich Tranke and others, who convened a meeting in 1925 to sort out leadership. Crowley attended this Veda conference in Hohenlieben, Thuringia. The gathering was dramatic. Some German members, like Martha Kunzel and Karl Germer, sided with Crowley wholeheartedly, impressed by his spiritual presence and thelemic teachings. Others, like the artist Alban Grau and the mystic Henry Bierden, rejected Crowley's claim and approach, finding him too authoritarian or just too deviant for their taste. The conference ended with OTO fragmenting. Crowley walked away with a few loyal adherents, but much of the German membership drifted off. Crowley's influence was ironically stronger in places like England and North America now than in Central Europe, where his new religion and focus on sex magic did not entirely sit well with the more traditional occultists. After the conference, Crowley settled down again in Paris in 1926–27. He had a series of lovers, male and female, and short-term scarlet women. He continued the magical experiments, sometimes with paid partners, writing down the results in coded diaries. But this high life was undercut by his health and finances. He was continuously using heroin and cocaine, which is expensive, oscillating between periods of relative sobriety and periods of binge. His mood swings were pronounced. Friends noted how he could be charming one moment and venomous the next if withdrawal pangs hit, or if he felt slighted in some way. Yet in this decline, Crowley managed intellectual feats. In 1928, he finished and published Magic in Theory and Practice, which was essentially part 3 of Book 4, a dense magical manual of philosophy and technique that distilled his 2 decades of experience. This book was one of his masterpieces, covering everything from fundamental principles to detailed instructions for rituals and talismans, to candid admissions about the use of sex and drugs in magic. It didn't make a big splash in sales. Nothing of Crowley's did at that time, but it does stand today as one of his most systematic works. During these Paris years, Crowley gathered a small coterie of young Englishmen who helped him with publishing and finances. Israel Regardie, a 21-year-old occult enthusiast, became Crowley's secretary in 1928. He typed Crowley's manuscripts, observed his rituals, and learned at the feet of the master for 2 years. He left on friendly terms in 1930 and became a prominent occult author himself, writing with mixed feelings about his time with Crowley. Another was Gerald York, a well-connected ex-military man who, while never a convert to Thelema, admired Crowley's knowledge. York helped manage Crowley's chaotic accounts and negotiated with publishers on his behalf. York would later preserve many of Crowley's papers, performing a great service to posterity, even though he remained personally skeptical of Crowley's more lofty claims. And Tom Drieberg, an ambitious young journalist and later a British MP, also fraternized with Crowley around 1929. Though Drieberg did not embrace Thelema, he certainly enjoyed Crowley's wit and rebellious flair, and he too later helped salvage Crowley's literary remains. Now in 1929, Crowley entered into another marriage, but this time it was more about convenience, with one Maria Teresa Ferrari de Miramar, a Nicaraguan woman that he had met in Paris. The reasons were likely pragmatic. Crowley thought a marriage might help him avoid deportation from France. French authorities were starting to eye this notorious Englishman with suspicion, partly thanks to British pressure. Additionally, Maria Teresa had a small income that might support them. The marriage did not bring happiness. Maria Teresa found herself bewildered by Crowley's habits and soon fell into alcoholism and mental illness. Within a couple of years, she, too, was institutionalized, marking another personal failure in Crowley's ledger. But Crowley did not divorce her, but he did effectively abandon the relationship, rather. Around the same time, Crowley finally succeeded in getting some of his major writings published, albeit in limited editions. With the help of a new British publishing house, Mandrake Press, he published the Confessions of Aleister Crowley in 1929 to 1930, but only the first few sections, 6 chapters in 2 volumes, before Mandrake went bust. Bad luck, I suppose. He also published a novel, Moonchild, a fantastical story about rival magicians vying over the birth of a supernatural child, drawing on his experiences with the Golden Dawn and Thelema. Moonchild was published in 1929, and while it didn't sell in large numbers, it has remained in print as a curious piece of occult fiction that reveals Crowley's ideas in narrative form. Another book of short stories, The Stratagem, came out, showing his versatility as a writer. But despite these creative outputs, Crowley was effectively living hand to mouth by 1930. When Mandrake Press folded and the confessions remained incomplete, to his frustration, Crowley was left with crates of unsold books and mounting debts. It was then that he orchestrated one of his more theatrical stunts, the fake taking of his own life at Portugal's Boca de Inferno, the mouth of hell. September 1930, Crowley visited Lisbon and befriended the poet Fernando Pessoa, a fellow mystic of sorts. Crowley left a hat, a coat, and a very cryptic note at the cliff, and then slipped away secretly to Germany, trying to make it look like he had jumped off. Newspapers reported him missing, possibly dead, but a few weeks later he turned up alive at an art exhibition of his paintings in Berlin. The whole thing was a publicity stunt, meant to stir intrigue around his persona, and possibly to escape creditors temporarily. The press got the joke, some deriding him more, but Crowley seemed delighted by the minor sensation. The art exhibition in Berlin itself had some success. People found his expressionist paintings to be interesting, if dark and primitive. Berlin in the Weimar era was a city where Crowley's eccentricity fit in quite well. He found the nightlife and liberal atmosphere to be quite invigorating. In Berlin, Crowley socialized with artists and even psychologists, meeting with figures like Aldous Huxley and Alfred Adler, as earlier noted. He lived cheaply, too, moved in with a couple of admirers, and continued writing. But politics was shifting. Germany was changing. And Crowley, though initially curious about the pagan pageantry of the new National Socialist Party, would soon see them as brutes, besides the fact that as a, quote, degenerate occultist with rumored Jewish associations via his students, he would have been quite unwelcome had he stayed. By 1932, he returned to London, hoping to rehabilitate his standing somewhat. It was a forlorn hope. He engaged in sensational litigation, famously suing the sculptor Nina Hamnet, whose memoir had implied Crowley practiced black magic. The trial in 1934, however, was a disaster for him. The defense attorney dredged up all of Crowley's worst press, quoting his poetry, the most obscene lines, and every nasty epithet that the newspapers had printed. The judge, Justice Swift, I know, right? That's probably the greatest name for a judge that I've ever heard, was openly appalled, making the oft-quoted statement that he had never heard such dreadful, horrible, blasphemous talk as that was done by Crowley, who calls himself the greatest living poet, a line that actually drew laughter in court. Crowley lost the case, leaving him with crushing legal costs. In short order, he was forced into bankruptcy. The proceedings of the bankruptcy hearing revealed that Crowley had been living way beyond his means for years, borrowing and incurring debts that he could never pay. By the mid-1930s, Crowley effectively was a broken man in the eyes of the public. But privately he still had work to do. He managed to publish one last major magical work in 1936, The Equinox of the Gods, which presented the text of the Book of the Law alongside with Crowley's own account of how it was received in 1904 and its significance. Interestingly, The Equinox of the Gods sold relatively well for an occult book, showing that there was a growing segment of the public who were interested in Crowley's ideas, even as mainstream society was shunning him. Perhaps that was why they were interested. For Crowley also found an unlikely domestic happiness of sorts in the 30s. He continued to hold small gatherings, curry dinners where he impressed guests with his excellent Indian cooking, all extremely spicy, by the way, and maintained correspondence with Thelemites abroad, especially in America, where an OTO lodge Agape Lodge in California under Wilfred Smith was still blossoming. And in 1937, something remarkable happened. At the age of 61, Crowley became a father again. A young woman named Deirdre McAlpine, who admired Crowley's philosophy, offered to bear him an heir, and she did. A son was born, named Randall Gare Crowley, but nicknamed Aleister Ataturk, Crowley's humor combining his own name with that of Turkey's modern founder. Crowley was reportedly delighted by the child's birth, although he did not play a major role in raising the boy. Crowley took it as a personal vindication that he could still be generative in later life. By 1938-39, as the Second World War loomed, Crowley's life in London was quiet and scholarly. He gave a few public lectures on yoga in Soho, which were modestly attended. At least they helped reposition him as something as an eccentric, older statesman of mysticism, rather than a satanic villain. The press had mostly lost interest, as newer horrors and scandals emerged in the world stage. Crowley, as the perennial anti-hero, had outlived many of his detractors, and was mellowing out with age, though not entirely. He still wrote vitriolic letters and critiques, once reviewing a negative biography about him by ex-disciple Rigardi with scathing wit. But financially, he survived by the generosity of devotees. The Agape Lodge in California regularly sent him money, from dues of members like Parsons mainly. Friends like Gerard York occasionally slipped him funds discreetly. Karl Germer, who had been imprisoned by the Germans in 1935 for mailings related to the OTO, and then emigrated to the US, also managed Crowley's affairs from afar and supported him where he could. But as war dawned, again in 1939, Crowley was an old man, witnessing a world conflagration he had predicted in some of his astrological writings. As the bombs fell on London in the Blitz, Crowley left the city for safety in rural Torquay in 1940, though he found that town dull and hostile to an outsider. So eventually he returned to London, preferring the risk to the boredom. His last great enterprise was the Thoth Tarot deck. Starting in 1942 in collaboration with artist Lady Frida Harris, Crowley supervised the design of a full tarot set embodying Thelemic and Golden Dawn symbolism at a high level of detail and beauty. The project was an artistic triumph. The paintings were exquisite, and Crowley wrote a companion volume, The Book of Thoth, published in 1944, explaining the deck. This work was effectively his swan song in occult literature. Erudite, deeply esoteric, but also accessible to serious students of tarot. Today, the Thoth Tarot is one of the most popular and respected tarot decks in the world, a lasting practical legacy of Crowley's esoteric knowledge. By the mid-1940s, his health was on an irreversible decline. He had chronic bronchitis and emphysema. Heroin remained the only things that eased his asthma, so he couldn't quit it entirely, even if he wanted to. In 1945, after the war ended, Crowley moved to a boarding house near Netherwood in Hastings, a quiet seaside town. It was a gracious if modest place, run by an eccentric couple who didn't mind taking in the infamous magician as long as he paid his rent. Here, Crowley spent his final years in relative peace. He had a small circle of visitors. Kenneth Grant, a young acolyte who became his secretary, and whom Crowley groomed to be a future occult leader. Grant indeed went on to found his own branch of Crowleyan occultism after Crowley's death. There was also John Simmons, a writer who befriended Crowley in these years, who would later become one of his literary executors, and biographers, though not always a flattering one. and of course always a steady stream of pilgrims from the Thelemic community. Crowley continued writing almost to the end. One of his late initiatives was compiling letters of advice to his OTO students into a book. This was published posthumously as Magic Without Tears. The letters date from 43 to 44, a collection that shows Crowley at his most explanatory, answering questions about magical training without the usual satire that he sometimes employed. And so, December 1st, 1947, Aleister Crowley died at the age of 72. The cause was given as chronic bronchitis, aggravated by pleurisy and myocardial degeneration. Basically put, his lungs and heart gave up after years of strain. According to one nurse's account, his last words were, "I am perplexed," an oddly poignant and humble phrase if true, suggesting perhaps at the threshold of death, even the great Magus confronted mystery. Another anecdote claims that he said, "Sometimes I hate myself," reflecting a final moment of clarity or regret. It's hard to know. Deathbed quotes like that pretty much get romanticized more often than not. A small funeral was held at Brighton Crematorium. About a dozen people attended, including his son, Aleister Ataturk, still a child, and a few loyal friends. Louis Wilkinson, a fellow occultist and literary friend, read selections from Crowley's works as part of the ceremony. He recited Hymn to Pan and passages from the Book of the Law and the Gnostic Mass. The press, ever alert to sensation, got wind of this and lambasted the event as a black mass in the newspapers, sparking one last burst of outrage. But at that point, Crowley was certainly beyond caring, and his handful of devotees were content to send him off in a way that he would have approved. Crowley's body was cremated, and eventually the ashes were sent to Carl Germer in America. Germer buried Crowley's remains in his own garden in New Jersey, just as one might plant a seed. Well, I suppose that's where we ended. Aleister Crowley is dead. And the video has ended. It's been a long one, I know, but it's been highly requested that I do Aleister Crowley, a life of him. And, a figure that's so divisive and interesting certainly demands a long biography. Now, let me thank the patrons and YouTube supporters. The reason why there was no ads, because their kind support is at the top tier ones. Kimberly, Christine, Sally, Ember, Susan, Carrie, Charlene, Lynn, Therese, Katiana, Nicholas, Uvenir, Alexander, Charles, Christine, Dr. Neuronerd, Erin, Jaden, Jim, Jeffrey, Jessica, Madeline, Melissa, Orthodox Review, Scott, Shell, Wendy, Josie, Sarah, Ryan, Thor, Cameron, Stefan, Kevin, HMSHH, Crystal, Dalbury, Anthony, Brandon, Plagues. They've haunted human history since the earliest civilizations, an unwelcome companion to our collective story. But long before the medieval Black Death, ancient peoples from Mesopotamia to Rome recorded their own terrifying epidemics that decimated populations, upended wars, and confounded the wisdom of the sages. So imagine the dread and confusion in a Bronze Age city as a mysterious illness spreads, or the shock in classical Athens when an unseen scourge kills citizens by the thousands within weeks. In the ancient world, disease was often perceived as divine punishment or even demonic wrath. Yet these societies bravely faced it and developed surprisingly practical responses, from public rituals to quarantine-like measures, doing everything they could to cope with the waves of pestilence. So what we are going to do today is go through the major plagues of antiquity across different regions of the world, and in doing so,
we'll draw upon the voices of the time, along with more modern archaeological evidence, to reveal how these early epidemics were experienced and, of course, the consequences they wrought. But of course, let me give you first a warm welcome. If you've not hit that subscribe button yet, I advise you to do so. And I would like to thank the members on Patreon and YouTube and those who chose to donate. It helps keep the channel going and keep everything 100% ad-free. And thank you to those who took the opportunity to check out the merch store as well. Links to all of those just mentioned will be in the pinned comment and the video description. But now, without further delay, let's sink into the depravity again and go back to the ancient world. Well, we better start from the oldest recorded plagues, and they emerged from the ancient Near East. There was perhaps plagues before then, but when we talk about recorded, ancient writing is pretty much all in that area. Well, of course, the system of cuneiform scripts put onto those clay tablets certainly last the test of time. They allow such catastrophes to be documented in a good amount of detail. We turn to Mesopotamia. Disease was often associated with the will of the gods. For instance, the Mesopotamians worshipped a god called Nergal, among many others, of course, a deity associated with plague and death, and they believed that epidemics were one of his punishments upon humanity. Still, beyond the mythic explanation, we find more pragmatic measures against contagion, surprisingly early in history. We have one letter, actually, from the 18th century BCE, discovered in the archives of Mari, that is, a city on the Euphrates River, and it reveals an ancient awareness of contagion. The king, Zimri Lim, instructs his wife to isolate a palace servant who fell ill, ordering that no one drink from the cup where she drinks, and no one sit on the seat where she sits. Well, precautions like this, essentially early quarantine measures, they show us that even 4,000 years ago, people recognized the person-to-person spread of deadly disease. The fact that this advice was taken seriously at a royal court shows that epidemics were a known threat, requiring active intervention. Now, of course, this does not mean that this is the first ever instance. It's just the first recorded instance that we have. And yes, I know it's remarkably early, 1800, but of course we had plagues before then. It's just people were not writing them down yet. One of the most significant early plague episodes actually struck the Hittite Empire in the late Bronze Age. The Hittites, based in Anatolia, modern-day Turkey, recorded in their chronicles that a devastating plague entered their land during the reign of King Suppiluliuma I in the 14th century. According to surviving cuneiform tablets, this epidemic was brought back by Hittite soldiers who had been off campaigning in Egyptian territories. Captives or treasure taken during a war apparently harbored the disease, and once it spread in the Hittite heartland, well, it proved to be catastrophic. King Suppiluliuma I, a formidable conqueror, with a formidable name, by the way, I sometimes struggle with that one, fell ill, and he died. The plague got him, as did his immediate successor, Arnuwanda II. Essentially, the plague had wiped out a generation of the royal family, showing that no one was safe, from king to peasant. But the new king, Mursili II, was left with a traumatically reduced court. Well, what was he going to do? Well, in response, Mursili performed what might be called plague liturgy. He actually composed a series of plague prayers, fervent supplications to the gods, begging for mercy to please end the scourge. Well, these prayers, preserved on clay tablets and recovered at the Hittite capital of Hattusa, describe the plague's toll and attribute it to divine anger, possibly because of a past sin by the former king. It's a pretty intimate glimpse of a monarch grappling with a public health disaster in spiritual terms. Mercifully confesses any unknown offenses and promises reparations to the gods, trying everything to appease them so that the deadly disease might finally relent. The plague ultimately lasted about 20 years, suggesting an endemic presence that the Hittites could not easily eradicate. But this combination of dynastic deaths and prolonged depopulation certainly helped to weaken Hittite power, and it shows how a microscopic pathogen could succeed where an army could not. Well, we did mention Egypt once, so how about we pop down to Egypt now? It's only a little bit south of Hattusa anyway. But they too knew the terror of the plague, though the records are a little bit more fragmentary. An intriguing modern hypothesis, based on both medical texts and archaeological evidence, suggests that around 1715 BCE, a virulent epidemic struck Egypt's northeastern delta. The outbreak reportedly began in the busy port city of Avaris, Egypt's gateway to the Near East. Avaris at that time was a pretty cosmopolitan trade hub. Later it was the actual capital of the Hyksos rulers. Well, of course, that would have been vulnerable to diseases introduced via merchants and soldiers. A lot of cross-contamination, people passing to and from. The epidemic is thought to have been so severe that one ancient Egyptian account described it as if the world was coming to an end. Although the exact disease is uncertain, researchers have suggested that it might have been tularemia. No, don't worry, I didn't know what it is either, so I looked it up. It's kind of a bacterial illness that can spread from animals to humans. It's not quite Yersinia pestis, but it can certainly cause plague-like symptoms. Archaeologists have found mass burial sites and even a layer of lime, that is a kind of disinfectant, covering human remains in Egyptian excavation, a context that could correspond to this time period. In a funerary complex in Thebes, for example, excavation revealed hastily buried bodies with a thick coating of lime and evidence of bonfires where infected corpses were burned, a dramatic attempt to halt contagion in the wake of a deadly epidemic. These findings certainly align with descriptions of devastating pestilence, and it indicates that the Egyptian authorities took extreme measures, bypassing normal funerary customs to dispose of plague victims, essentially creating ancient plague pits and disinfection protocols. It's also pretty tempting to see echoes of this mystery of Egyptian plagues in later literature, and quite easy to speculate it might dimly underlie the biblical tale of the plagues of Egypt in Exodus. Those famous 10 plagues, including pestilence on cattle, boils on people, are a religious memory, rather than a strict historical record, sure, but they do demonstrate how deeply disease was associated with divine punishment in ancient thought. Similarly, there's another biblical account, the outbreak of tumors and illness among the Philistines after seizing the Ark of the Covenant. It might preserve a folk memory of an epidemic in Iron Age Canaan. In that story, the Philistines return the captured Ark, along with the golden images of rats and tumors as guilt offerings. An intriguing detail, since rats, as you know, would later be linked to plague transmission in the bubonic plagues of the Common Era. While we must be a little cautious about reading legend as history and history as legend, such texts suggest that communities in ancient Egypt and the Near East had a long-standing cultural narrative to make sense of the sudden mass sickness that they occasionally faced. Of course, the ancient world puts everything into its own terms. It's up to us to make sense of it in the modern era. Now, by the Iron Age, that is the first millennium BCE, larger empires kept official chronicles that sometimes noted epidemics. The Neo-Assyrian Empire provides a striking example of how plagues could intertwine with politics. The Assyrian royal eponym lists record that in the year 765, a plague occurred in the land, and again in 759, another one. These outbreaks were severe enough that the normal state functions had to go on pause for a whole year. The Assyrian king did not go on his annual military campaign because of it either. The empire was also racked by internal revolts in the aftermath, as 763 to 58, and later historians conjectured that the trauma of disease, combined with a rare solar eclipse seen as an evil omen, fueled unrest among a population fearing divine wrath. In Assyrian ideology, the king was the high priest of the war god, Ashur, and he was expected to ensure the god's favor. A plague and an eclipse, back to back. Well, that would have been perceived as an enormous divine anger. The priest is not doing his job. What is telling that shortly after these events, Assyria entered a period of comparative decline, at least until strong rulers could restore order, but that's a task in itself. Plague, eclipse, revolt. It reads like a scene from an ancient apocalypse, and indeed later generations may have drawn inspiration from this convergence of disasters. Think about the Hebrew prophet Jonah's tale of warning Nineveh, perhaps an inspiration. So really, the ancient Near East and Egypt furnish the earliest plague narratives, and they're characterized by a mix of religious interpretation and practical action. On one hand, the texts that we have, at least the ones that we've translated and pulled out of the ground so far, emphasize appeasing gods thought to be afflicting disease, and on the other we see concrete measures like isolating the sick, burning corpses, applying disinfectants like lime. The outcomes were equally far-reaching. Plagues toppled kings, halted wars, stirred social turmoil. They became part of a cultural memory, etched in clay tablets and papyrus, both historical fact and a moral lesson. And who knows, maybe over in those linear A and linear B script-using societies, perhaps once we translate them, they will tell their own stories of plagues. We just don't know yet. Fingers crossed we'll figure out more and I have to remake this video in 10 years' time or something for all the lovely new information we have. Well, of course, it's not all just about the Near East and Egypt. The ancient world's a lot bigger than that. Themes of the plague would resonate in other civilizations as well. So let's move on to South and East Asia and have a look at their experiences. While the ancient Near East was grappling with Bronze Age epidemics, the civilizations of South Asia and East Asia, well, they weren't immune to the specter of plague either. However, the documentation of ancient epidemics in these regions is a little sparser and often blended with legend or later recording. But don't worry, there's still important clues about how early societies in India and China confronted widespread diseases. Let's start with India. One of the earliest references to a plague-like epidemic comes from Buddhist literature, rather than any royal annals. The Ratana Sutta, a Buddhist scripture in the Pali language, describes an outbreak of disease and famine in the city of Vaisali, present-day Vaishali in Bihar, during Buddha's lifetime, traditionally dated to the 5th century BCE. The city was said to be afflicted by a devastating plague that caused many deaths. According to the account, the Buddha's response was to have his disciple Ananda recite the Ratana Sutta while walking through the city, sprinkling water as a blessing. Well, guess what? Miraculously, as the story goes, the epidemic subsided thereafter. This event was so famed that the Ratana Sutta came to be used as a protective chant in the Theravada Buddhist communities, a kind of spiritual prophylactic, I suppose. Although modern historians treat this miraculous element with quite a bit of understandable skepticism, the story does show the real aspect of ancient Indian responses to the plague, the use of ritual and charity. It is said that Vaisali's people, guided by the Buddha, not only performed recitations but also improved sanitation, disposing of unburied corpses, that is, and also giving alms to appease spirits. Indian texts often conflate epidemics with divine or demonic forces. For example, attributing smallpox to the wrath of the goddess Shitala in later folklore. But they also include early forms of medical knowledge. Ayurvedic treatises, like the works of Susruta, that is 1st millennium BCE, recognized contagious diseases and advised isolation of patients and fumigations of homes with medical smoke. So, kind of similar to the Near East, ancient India had a sort of dual approach. Empirical precautions alongside these spiritual remedies. Well, let's move east now, to ancient China, and we find that imperial histories dutifully noted outbreaks of disease, though often a little tersely. The Chinese concept of disease was tied to the mandate of heaven. Natural disasters and epidemics could be interpreted as signs that a ruler had lost heaven's favor. Thus, court chronicles would report epidemics almost as a formality, sometimes without detail, but just enough to indicate that they were a recurring challenge. For example, let's look at the Han Dynasty, especially in the later days. There were several significant epidemics in that time. Chinese records tell us that around 161 to 171 CE, a series of deadly outbreaks struck the Han Empire. One especially lethal episode in 162 hit the army camps in the western provinces of the Han realm. It was noted that in some garrisons, up to 40% of the soldiers perished. This cluster of epidemics in the 160s to 70s is remarkably close in the time to the great Antonine plague happening in the Roman Empire, and don't worry, we'll get to it. In fact, some scholars have wondered if it was the same pandemic, possibly smallpox, traveling along that old Silk Road. It brought a lot more than silk, unfortunately. Chinese accounts mention that after 166 CE, strange diseases were widespread. By one report, outbreaks recurred almost every year up to 179. The Han Dynasty was already under strain from corruption and rebellion. The Yellow Turban Revolt had broke out in 184. And the toll of pestilence just added to the chaos. One Han official lamented that in the wake of the epidemic, there were not enough living to bury the dead in some regions. Well, that gives you a bit of a picture of how bad things were. China's quite famous for having these huge disasters where millions upon millions of people just suddenly fall dead. Well, despite the brevity of the official records, We know the ancient Chinese society had proactive responses to epidemics. Emperors would perform special rituals and offer sacrifices to heaven and various gods to plead for relief from disease. They might also issue edicts waiving taxes or freeing prisoners, hoping to appease heaven's wrath. On a practical level, ancient Chinese medical understanding grew from these crises. Texts from the late Han and subsequent Three Kingdoms period discuss warm toxin epidemics. By the 3rd century CE, physicians like Zhang Zhongjing were writing about febrile epidemics and how to treat them with herbal formulations. There was even an early form of inoculation practiced against smallpox in China. It's a bit gross. They used to blow dried pox scabs into the nose. Well, that was centuries or two later. But the groundwork, a realization that surviving a disease could confer immunity, was hinted at in ancient times. Yet, like elsewhere, the Chinese also used quarantine measures. Historical anecdotes mention officials setting up checkpoints to prevent people from fleeing plague-ridden areas and spreading the illness. City gates could be closed and travel restricted during the worst outbreaks. In both India and China, you can see how cultural context shaped the reactions, can't you? Indian epics and Puranas reference plague-like conditions, occasionally as divine karma. And as for the Chinese Confucian ethics, well, they stress the emperor's duty to provide relief in disasters, lest he lose his legitimacy. And we all know what happens when they lose their legitimacy. Off with the heads, of course. While these societies did not usually personify plague as a specific god, like Mesopotamia did with Nergal, but they certainly viewed epidemic diseases as something beyond mere human control, either karmic or cosmic in origin. Still, their people were far from helpless. The evidence shows organized community efforts to care for the sick, rudimentary public health steps, and the preservation of lessons learned in medical writings. This all meant that when truly massive pandemics emerged, these regions had at least some knowledge to draw on, even if the scale of morality could still be staggering. Well, now with an understanding of how ancient Asia dealt with epidemics, let's turn to the classical Mediterranean world, where historians like Thucydides and physicians like Galen left some of the most detailed early accounts of pandemic disease. Thank you for your hard work, the ancient writers preserving that for us to enjoy. During the Peloponnesian War, in 430 BCE, the city of Athens was struck by a horrific summer plague. The Athenian plague, as it's called, stands out as one of antiquity's most famous epidemic events, largely thanks to the vivid account written by the historian Thucydides, who actually lived through the entire thing. You see, at that time, Athens, crowded with citizens and war refugees sheltering behind its walls hiding from the Spartans, became a breeding ground for disease. The sickness first appeared, as Thucydides notes, in the port of Piraeus, and then exploded through the congested city. It was said, maybe by hearsay, to have originated in Ethiopia and passed through Egypt and Persia, then arriving in Athens. Modern epidemiologists have debated the exact identity of the plague, with a typhoid fever being a strong candidate based on DNA evidence from a mass grave. But what matters most is the impact recorded by observers. So let's get back to Thucydides, because we are really lucky to have this account from his History of the Persian War. It provides a clinical description of the symptoms and a gripping portrayal of the social breakdown. victims were suddenly seized by burning fevers, redness, inflammation in the eyes, and their tongues and throats bleeding or emitting an unusually foul breath. Many suffered violent coughing fits, vomiting, ulcerated bowels leading to fatal diarrhea. Those who survived the initial phase often experienced a terrible bout of delirium or exhaustion, sometimes losing fingers, eyes, or even memory. But that's if they were lucky to recover at all, if lucky is the word we use for it. This disease was highly lethal. It killed an estimated 1/3 of Athens' population in just 2 to 3 years. Not even the Athenian statesman Pericles, as great as he was spared. He succumbed in 429, along with many of his family members. With so many dead, the normal Athenian funeral customs completely collapsed. Thucydides recounts of how bodies were piled up without proper burial, and desperate people would shove aside others' corpses to cremate their own kin, or just resort to throwing them into mass graves. The fear of contagion made even close relatives reluctant to tend to the sick, or in the worst cases even mourn the deceased at all. Behind the physical toll, Thucydides emphasizes the psychological and moral impact of the dilemma, as death seemed to strike at random and the cure, well, there was no cure. Of course, this plunged the entire city into chaos. Lawlessness gripped the city. People stopped caring for social norms or justice, reasoning that life might be just too short for those things, so one should snatch whatever fleeting pleasure or advantage they could. The usual awe of gods and laws, it all diminished. After all, prayers and sacrifices had proven completely useless in stopping the plague, so what else were the ancient people to do? Now this sounds out of character for Athens. It was always celebrated for its piety and order, but it had now descended into a kind of chaos where, as Thucydides put it, people dared to do freely the things they would have hidden before. Whatever that means. Either way, they expected they would not live to face the consequences anyway. This breakdown of social order, the Greek term used is anomia, by the way, lawlessness, well, it had quite the effect on the fabric of Athenian society, and is thought to have undermined the unity and morale that was needed for the war effort against the Spartans. And indeed, some historians link the plague to Athens' eventual defeat. While not the sole cause, of course, it certainly robbed Athens of many soldiers and leaders, and eroded that social cohesion that Pericles had celebrated in his famous funeral oration just prior to the outbreak. And another thing, too, the Spartans were usually camped outside the walls, making siege, but as soon as the plague broke out, well, they figured they may as well just go home. The plague was going to do the heavy lifting for them, and it could kill many people within Sparta's walls than the Spartans could ever hope to do outside of them. But interestingly, Thucydides also notes a form of immunity. Those who survived the plague seem to have resistance to getting it again, and their blood, he speculated, might hold a cure for others. This recognition that survivors could nurse the sick without falling ill a second time is one of the earliest observations of immunity in history. It hints that careful observers like Thucydides were groping towards scientific insights, even amid all the horror. And one could imagine, too, the medical experts of the day just racking their brains, trying to figure out the best way to combat the horror. You must feel sorry for them a little bit, doing the best they can with what they had. All in vain. Maybe they knew that it was all in vain. I don't know. Anyway, the plague of Athens certainly left its mark on the Greek consciousness. Later writers, such as the Roman poet Lucretius, used Thucydides' description as the basis for their own plague narratives. He ends his philosophical poem On the Nature of Things with a graphic account of the Athenian plague, showing the randomness of the violence of nature. As for the Athenians themselves, they built a new temple to Apollo, the god of healing. After the plague, they certainly needed that, and cults of healing gods like Asclepius gained more prominence. We also see in the philosophical texts that follow a grappling with the fragility of human life and communities. It is worth noting, too, that Athens was not the only Greek city to face an epidemic disaster. Earlier, in the mythic tales like Homer's Iliad, a plague is sent by Apollo on the Greek army besieging Troy, when the king Agamemnon offends the god's priest. This legendary plague, with arrows of Apollo carrying the disease, reflects how the Greeks imagined epidemics as divine punishment in their storytelling. In historical times, other cities too suffered outbreaks. Sparta experienced their own plague in 430 BCE as well, though it was far less deadly. And in 426, a renewed wave hit Athens. In the 4th century BCE, during the siege of Syracuse, 396, that is, Syracuse being in Sicily, right about the east coast actually, a Carthaginian invading force was almost annihilated by a sudden pestilence in their camp. The Carthaginian general Himilco lost most of his army to that plague, enabling the Syracusan Greeks under Dionysius to defeat the invaders. Greek medical writers, notably Hippocrates of the 5th century, also wrote treatises titled Epidemics, which, while not about one great plague event, will certainly document various disease outbreaks in different locales. The Hippocratic texts show Greek physicians attempting rational explanations for the disease, bad air, imbalances of humors, rather than attributing them to capricious gods. Now, while the science was a little bit off, give them credit for doing their best, it is interesting to see them in these earlier times move away from more divine explanations. They're trying to make sense of it in a secular manner. They're trying to think about more practical measures. And I suppose they deserve a pat on the head for that. Good job. Of course, this shift to naturalistic thinking was accelerated perhaps by the experiences of the Athenian plague, where traditional religion provided very little solution, and perhaps maybe just a tiny bit of solace. So to sum all of it up, classical Greece's encounter with the plague, epitomized by the Athenian epidemic, was quite a turning point. It showed that the devastating demographic impact that an epidemic could have on a city-state, and it could change the course of a major war, and provided a lesson in humility regarding human control over nature. The detailed records by Thucydides became a template for understanding plagues, scientifically and morally. So as we leave Greece to go over to Rome, we will see that the Romans, of course being the inheritors of Greek knowledge, had their own calamitous plagues to deal with, some of which they documented through the pens of physicians and bishops, giving us further insight into ancient pandemics. So we all know the Roman Empire at its height was a vast, interconnected realm. Now most of the time it was a strength, but when it came to infectious disease, well, interconnectedness becomes quite a weakness. Trade routes and legions could carry pathogens swiftly from one end of the empire to the other. 2 particularly massive pandemics hit Rome in the first few centuries AD,
testing one of the empire's resilience. First of all, the Antonine Plague in the 2nd century and the Plague of Cyprian in the 3rd. Each of these plagues killed millions across the empire and had far-reaching societal effects. So let's start with the Antonine Plague, 165 to 180. Named, of course, for the ruling dynasty of emperors Marcus Aurelius and Lucius Verus, that being the Antonines. It's widely believed to have been an outbreak of smallpox, introduced into the Roman Empire by troops returning from a war in the Near East. The historian Cassius Dio, along with the physician Galen, both gave reports of this plague. Galen actually witnessed it himself in 168 in Rome and later in Asia Minor, and he also described the symptoms such as fever, diarrhea, a skin eruption covering the body with pustules. Sounds all pretty familiar for plagues. Modern analysis of these descriptions strongly points to smallpox, a highly contagious virus. The disease likely began around 165, when the Roman soldiers fighting in Mesopotamia against the Parthian Empire were struck with a strange illness. One legend claims the plague started in the city of Seleucia after the Romans opened a temple chest. A pretty unlikely story, but it does signify how sudden and baffling the outbreak was. From the Near East, the sickness spread rapidly westward. By 166 CE, it had reached Rome, the capital, perhaps carried by soldiers and merchants. As for the mortality, well, that was astonishing. Witnesses at the time noted that in many communities, 1 in 10 people perished. In the city of Rome itself, at the plague's peak of around 189, as many as 2,000 people were dying every day. We have a report of this daily death toll from a church source some century later, likely drawing on the city annals. We might have lost the annals, but we still have that church source. The empire's total population at the time was about 75 million. Historians estimate that the Antonine Plague killed somewhere between 5 and 10 million. Now that makes it one of the deadliest outbreaks on record, if we're going to trust the figures of the estimate. Marcus Aurelius, who was also a Stoic philosopher I'm sure you know, wrote in his meditations during these years reflections on the brevity of life, perhaps influenced by seeing so much death all around him. But don't think that the upper class was spared. Legions of the aristocracy died, leaving gaps in local governing councils across the provinces. This, of course, led to a shortfall of experienced administrators and even candidates for office in some towns. Economically, the plague caused labor shortages on farms and in workshops. With fewer taxpayers and soldiers, the imperial government felt the strain. Marcus Aurelius had to recruit slaves, gladiators, even mercenaries from Germania to replenish the army. I tell you what, though, if you're going to replenish an army, a bunch of 7-foot-tall German barbarians is probably a pretty good idea. Anyway, offensive campaigns on the frontiers were postponed or abandoned completely, either because the troops were just too few, or the ones that they had were, well, too sick to fight. But we always see signs of religious shifts. Some Romans, fearful and seeking answers, turned to new deities or philosophies. The cult of Apollo Medicus, Apollo as healer, was promoted. A statue of Apollo Alexakos, the averter of evil, was erected in one town with hopes of divine intervention. The psychological impact of the Antonine Plague was understandably quite immense. When one contemporary wrote that the epidemic destroyed not only a few people, but rampaged across whole cities and destroyed them like a beast. Many must have felt civilization itself
was under assault by some unseen entity. Yet as we know, the empire did survive, albeit changed. When the plague finally receded around 180, it left a more fearful population and perhaps an erosion of faith in the old pagan rituals, which had not stopped the calamity. Notably, the growth of Christianity in the next century has been partly attributed to these plagues. Christians often cared for the sick, buried the dead, and they earned admiration for their compassion. With the admiration, of course, came a few converts, in contrast to the sometimes indifferent responses from the officials. Though this trend is more clearly seen in the later 3rd century plague, seeds were planted in the Antonine Crisis. Barely a century later came the plague of Cyprian, 249 to 270, which was, if anything, even more devastating in its prolonged fury. This epidemic is named after St. Cyprian, the bishop of Carthage in Roman North Africa, who left quite a detailed account of the plague's symptoms and moral impact in his sermons and work titled On Mortality. The illness began around Easter of 250, reportedly in the region of Ethiopia, similar to the Athenian plague's supposed origin, and spread northward into the Roman world. It is described as affecting the entire known world at the time, which suggests a pandemic reaching beyond just the Roman Empire's borders. In Alexandria, Carthage, Rome, even as far as the Persian Empire, people were struck down by this mysterious illness. Cyprian's description is pretty harrowing. The plague caused relentless diarrhea and vomiting, a high fever, throat ulcers that rendered victims unable to speak or swallow, conjunctival bleeding, that is, blood coming from the eyes, and in some cases, gangrene of the extremities. Many sufferers went blind or deaf. The onslaught was so sudden, and the body so ravaged that Cyprian wrote, the pain in the eyes, and limbs so weak that some would flee their own beds only to collapse. Death often followed swiftly after a short period of intense suffering. Modern medical historians have proposed everything from viral hemorrhagic fever, like Ebola, to pandemic influenza or cholera for this disease, but no consensus exists. What is clear is its infectiousness and high fatality. At its height, the plague of Cyprian was said to kill 5,000 people a day, and that's just in Rome alone. A number are quoted by the bishop Dionysius of Alexandria and other sources. This figure, even if exaggerated, indicates the impression of an apocalyptic level of mortality. In the city of Alexandria, one contemporary account claims 2/3 of the population fell ill at one point or another. The plague raged in waves for nearly 20 years, periodically flaring up in different regions. It coincided with the crisis of the 3rd century, a time when the Roman Empire was also reeling from civil wars, barbarian invasions, and a complete economic collapse. It felt like the end of the world for sure, for those who had to live through it. Well, Cyprian himself certainly seemed to think that. But what about societal reactions? Well, they were telling. In many cities, basic services completely broke down. In Alexandria, the bishop Dionysius wrote that the rich fled to their country estates, leaving the poor to die, and that often bodies lay unburied in the streets. A kind of social paralysis had set in, born of fear. Cyprian, however, urged his fellow Christians not to recoil but to double down on caring for the sick, not only their fellow believers but also their pagan neighbors. This charitable response, of course, won the aforementioned admiration that we've talked about, drawing more people toward the Christian faith. And it was quite comforting that they would preach of hope in an afterlife amid the present horrors. Kind of takes the edge off the impending doom. Meanwhile, some pagan authorities reacted by scapegoating. The Emperor Decius, shortly before, had initiated harsh persecutions of Christians in 250, partly perhaps in a bid to appease the gods he believed were angry and causing the plague. Later, when Decius died, ironically not from plague but in battle, and further emperors came in and went in quick succession, the stability of the empire was in complete ruin. The plague certainly did exacerbate manpower shortages in the legions, making it difficult to fend off external threats, and there were plenty of them. But it also disrupted agriculture and trade, contributing to famine conditions in some provinces. There is an archaeological discovery in Luxor, that's quite poignant. That is, ancient Thebes in Egypt. It shows the desperate measures taken. A large bonfire site and lime kilns were found, evidently used to burn and sanitize the remains of Cyprian plague victims on an industrial scale. The fact that a grand funerary complex was repurposed as nothing more than a mass cremation site. Well, if that doesn't speak volumes about how overwhelmed the normal systems had become, I don't know what will. Well, as for the site itself, it was subsequently abandoned, likely acquiring a sinister reputation as a ground tainted by death. But from a cultural perspective, people saw the plague of Cyprian through the lens of their own beliefs. Pagans blamed Christians or foreign cults angering the gods, and Christians, like Cyprian, interpreted the plague as a test of faith, an opportunity to witness one's moral fortitude and the transient nature of life. In one of his sermons, Cyprian admonished not to grieve for plague victims, who as Christians would be in heaven, but rather to use the crisis to show love for others. Such attitudes not only provided comfort but helped strengthen the organizational role of the church. When the plague finally waned in the 270s, the empire emerged battered and bruised. Some historians argue that the population loss contributed to the empire's shift towards a more regional and less urbanized economy, and it accelerated changes such as the fortification of cities and the increased authority of military commanders in the provinces. The plague of Cyprian thus was both a humanitarian disaster, but also a catalyst for transformation. It is worth noting, however, that plagues did not disappear after the 3rd century, not out of the woods yet. There were smaller outbreaks in the 4th and 5th centuries. For example, an epidemic in 444 CE in Britain, recorded by chroniclers, and occasional outbreaks in the Eastern Roman Empire. However, none were as globally devastating until the next great pandemic in the 6th century, which we will now turn to. Long before the Black Death of the 14th century, there was another pandemic on comparable scale, the plague of Justinian, also called the Justinianic Plague, often termed the First Plague Pandemic. This series of plague waves began in 541 CE, during the reign of the Byzantine Emperor Justinian I, and recurred intermittently until about 750. It is the first unmistakable appearance of bubonic plague, Yersinia pestis, in the historical record. Because of improved documentation and the nature of the disease, we've got quite a clearer picture of the origin, spread, and effects of this pandemic. According to contemporary accounts, the plague originated somewhere in the east. Some sources say the edges of India, or perhaps the steppe of China, and modern research says it may have incubated in the rodent populations of Central Asia. It then traveled along trade routes westward. The first outbreak hit the Byzantine garrison town of Pelusium in Egypt's Nile Delta in 541. Egypt, of course, was a logical entry point. It was a breadbasket of the empire and a crossroad of the African-Asian trade. And so, from Egypt, the disease spread to Constantinople by early 542. The Byzantine historian Procopius gives a pretty gripping eyewitness account of what followed. He describes people developing the classic plague symptoms: delirium, sudden fever, and most tellingly, swellings in the groin, armpits, or behind the ears, the buboes that turned black and oozed pus. Pretty gross, I know. Some victims fell into a coma. Others became frenzied with hallucinations. If it was me, I'd want the coma. I wouldn't want to have to deal with that sort of stuff while I'm awake. Just put me in the coma. Of course, many died within days. A few lingered, suffering for a few weeks. Procopius even notes that while some infected individuals could recover, others died almost immediately after the first signs. The sight of these painful buboes left little doubt that this was the dreaded bubonic plague, a disease not previously documented in the Mediterranean lands. Its true home, of course, was among the rodent colonies in more distant regions. Of course, the plague in Constantinople was completely devastating. Procopius claims at its peak the city saw 10,000 deaths per day. Modern historians suspect that to be a little bit inflated, but even if that true figure was a fraction of it, it's still pretty staggering, you must admit. By Procopius's estimate, over 1/3 of the capital's inhabitants perished in a few months. As bodies accumulated, regular burial services failed. And there is a gruesome description, too, of how the emperor's men had to stuff corpses into towers or fortifications, or load them on ships to be dumped at sea, simply to keep up with the death toll. Of course, imagine the smell. It was everywhere, and the constant wail of mourners came with it, for those who still bothered to do the mourning. Emperor Justinian himself, well, he ended up catching the plague, but surprise, surprise, against the odds he recovered. Some saw that as proof of divine favor, others as a kind of dark irony. Well, from Constantinople, the plague radiated out across Europe, the Middle East, and possibly into Asia and Africa. Over the next 2 centuries, waves of this plague would erupt. It reached the Italian peninsula, thwarting some of Justinian's wars to reconquer the West. It swept through Gaul, the Frankish territories, and even as far as the British Isles. The chronicler Gregory of Tours in Frankish Gaul wrote of a terrible plague around 543, in which swollen glands were the telltale sign, and cities like Clermont were emptied of inhabitants. The Eastern Mediterranean and Near East were repeatedly scourged. The plague hit Antioch, Alexandria, Jerusalem, Persian cities, and so on. In the year 544, the Persian Shah Khosrow I was said to have observed the plague decimating his armies and agreed to a truce with the Byzantines. So pestilence achieved what in diplomacy could not, I suppose, holding a war, albeit temporarily. Well, you take what you can get. In descriptions by John of Ephesus, the Evagrius Scholasticus, 2 other contemporaries mention whole villages being wiped out, and survivors wandering in a daze, believing that the end of time had truly come. The long-term effects of the Justinian pandemic were pretty profound. It struck during a crucial period when Emperor Justinian was attempting to restore Roman imperial glory by reconquering lost western provinces. The sudden loss of population and tax revenue hampered by these campaigns Historians have argued that the Byzantine Empire was significantly weakened by that too. The armies had trouble finding recruits too. So many men had just died, and the empire's finances were drained by both the cost of war and the emergency public health response. Talk about mass grave digging, cleanup, charity, that sort of thing. It all has a price tag in the end. Some scholars even link this plague to the later Arab conquest of the 7th century. A weakened Byzantine and Persian state, with diminished manpower and resources, was less able to resist the rapid expansion of the new Islamic Caliphate from the 630s onwards. While many factors were at play, the plague's attrition is often cited as an undermining factor for both the Byzantine and Sasanian Persian empires, which were of course the top players of late antiquity. Now, culturally, the Justinian plague reinforced apocalyptic beliefs. This 6th century was also marked by unusual climate events. A volcanic eruption in 536, causing cooling and crop failures. So yeah, people probably felt that nature was certainly in upheaval. The gods flipping the monopoly board upside down sort of thing. Procopius, who elsewhere wrote quite rationally, lapsed into moralizing in his secret writings. He insinuated that the plague was divine punishment for Emperor Justinian's sins, even calling Justinian a demon responsible for the evil. You better hope that the emperor does not see that public journal. Well, you'd hope it's not public, private journal rather. The church organized processions and prayers. One famous story from Rome in 590 describes Pope Gregory and the Great leading a penitential procession and supposedly seeing an apparition of the Archangel Michael sheathing his sword atop Hadrian's mausoleum, signaling the end of suffering. That also gave the tomb its later name, by the way, Castle St. Angelo, the Castle of the Holy Angel. Well, over the roughly 200-year course of the first pandemic, estimates of total death are pretty speculative. But the toll was certainly in the tens of millions, across Eurasia, Africa, everywhere. Some regions took generations to recover demographically. For instance, the city of Constantinople might have lost 40% of its population. And with subsequent waves every 10 to 15 years, well, population growth was quite stunted. But on the other hand, and just like in later times, those who survived found their economic position quite improved. With labor scarce, wages could rise, land was more available. A bit of a foreshadowing what would happen after the Black Death. Society also became more localized. Long-distance trade shrunk for a time due to fear of contagion. And the breakdown of networks, contributing to an early medieval economy, was quite a bit more insular. By 750, the plague finally faded out. Why? We don't know. It may have been the decline of easy trade routes or evolutionary changes in the plague bacterium or its host reservoirs. Well, lucky for the people of that time, they enjoyed a respite from global pandemic until at least the 14th century. But the collective memory of those ancient plagues did not disappear. In the Middle East, early Islamic historians recorded the accounts of the Plague of Amwas, that is Amwas in Palestine, 639 CE, and others, ensuring that even in later centuries people looked back on those events for guidance. Now, just for an example, Islamic law incorporated ideas about not leaving or entering plague zones, echoing earlier practices.
It was the mid-16th century. Catholic missionaries from Europe arrived on the shores of Japan with high hopes of a spiritual conquest. And indeed, over the ensuing decades, tens of thousands of Japanese, including peasants, samurai, and even some feudal lords had embraced the new faith. This had raised the prospect that Japan might become a predominantly Christian nation in the East. By 1582, the Catholic population had grown to roughly 150,000, and by 1614 it reached an estimated 300,000 out of a population of 15 to 20 million Japanese at the time. Yet, things did not go to plan. By the mid-17th century, this nascent Christian community was all but crushed, wave after wave of persecution wiping them out. Japan's rulers not only outlawed Christianity, but they also sealed the country off from most Western contact for over 200 years. But the faith survived in the shadows, preserved by clandestine communities of hidden Christians passing down their beliefs in secret. It's a rather interesting story. From start to finish, it's quite fascinating. And today that's what we're going to talk about. Why Japan never Christianized. Or rather, the more incendiary title, How Japan Crushed Christianity. I want to welcome you to the channel. It is good to meet you if you're coming here for the first time, and if you're returning, good to see you again. Now, this video is ad-free, along with all the other videos on this channel. Feel free to check out the playlists, all because of the kind support on Patreon, YouTube memberships, those who checked out the merch store with lots of little goodies on there, and the occasional donation through YouTube Super Thanks or Patreon. All the links can be found in the description. But if you're not inclined to check that out, then just enjoy the video. After all, that's what we're here for. So with welcomes all out of the way, let's begin. And we begin with none other than St. Francis Xavier, a Spanish priest and actually a co-founder of the Jesuit order. He was the one who spearheaded the first major Christian mission to Japan. He arrived in Japan in 1549, almost by accident. His ship, a Chinese junk, blown off course and landed in Kagoshima in Kyushu, the homeland of his Japanese companion and translator Anjiro, who took the Christian name Paulo de Santa Fe. Interpreting this landing as divine providence, Xavier wrote back to his colleagues that in Japan he had counted, quote, the best people who have yet been discovered, predicting that we shall never find among heathens another race equal to the Japanese. Interesting compliment, I suppose, but a compliment nonetheless. Pretty early signs of optimism, and it stemmed from Xavier's observations of Japanese society in general. You see, he was not encountering a backwards land of savages and barbarians, this kind of thing, but rather he was impressed by their intelligence, decorum, and a general curiosity and eagerness to learn. The mission of Xavier made a promising start. The local lord of Kagoshima initially welcomed the strangers, and over 100 people were baptized in the first year, including many of Xavier's interpreter's own relatives. Xavier reported that these new converts were led by what Paul told them, and that entire families became Christian, until, of course, a local edict forbade any further conversions. And indeed, the warmth of Kagoshima's welcome cooled once the daimyo, that is the feudal ruler, realized the political implications of this foreign religion. It's all fun and games when they first show up in the early days, but, well, when people start converting to a different religion that's different to the ruler's religion, well, that's when you get rebellions and break off kingdoms, this kind of thing. So this is essentially in a simplified term what the daimyo would have been worried about. While facing a ban in that domain of Kagoshima, Xavier decided to move on in search of more receptive authorities. Traveling through Kyushu and Honshu, Xavier learned just how complex Japan's religious and political landscape was. In 1550, he ventured to Yamaguchi, the capital of a powerful domain, where he tried out a new tactic. Dressed in fine garments and bearing gifts and letters from Portuguese authorities, he presented himself to the Lord of Yamaguchi as a kind of ambassador of a great Western king. And the strategy worked pretty well. The daimyo of Yamaguchi granted Xavier permission to preach publicly, and even provided an abandoned Buddhist monastery for his missionaries to use. And so, for several weeks after, Xavier and his companions preached in the streets twice a day, attracting audiences of commoners and samurai noble classes alike. Many listened with curiosity and a little bit of emotion. The missionaries recounted the story of Jesus, and, quote, "When we came to his most bitter death, they were unable to restrain their tears." That's a quote from Xavier. Well, I tell you what, he must have been a pretty good teller of the gospel, if he was bringing everyone to tears, if indeed that is what happened. Some noblemen invited the Jesuits into their homes to hear more in private, expressing that if Christianity proved to be better than their own beliefs, they would embrace it unhesitatingly. The pressure is certainly on for the Jesuits now. Yet genuine conversions in Yamaguchi were few, illustrating the cultural headwinds that the Jesuits faced. Xavier's noted that some townspeople openly mocked the missionaries as they were walking by, joking, "There go the men who declare that it is wicked to have more than one wife," a reference to Christianity's monogamy in contrast to the concubinage accepted in Japan at the time. But more fundamentally, Xavier was struck by the Japanese people's lack of concept of a single creator god. Monotheism was a confusing thing to them. A foreign concept, suppose we could say. In a letter, he marveled that the Japanese, quote, "were greatly astonished on hearing it said that there is one sole author and common father of souls, by whom they were created, because the Japanese religious tradition nowhere is any mention of a creator of the universe." The Japanese were steeped in Buddhist and Shinto cosmology that assumed the universe and nature had no singular beginning, so getting this concept across was going to be a bit of a challenge. It made the Christian doctrine of a sole god and creation ex nihilo a pretty novel idea, one that required quite a lot of elaboration. Fortunately for these missionaries, Xavier found the Japanese eager to debate and learn. He observed, "The Japanese are led by reason in everything more than any other people," describing how they bombarded the Jesuits with questions on astronomy and theology, and listened most eagerly when the foreigners could satisfy their curiosity. This intellectual engagement gave Xavier hope. By the time that he left Japan in 1551, he had planted the seeds of a Japanese Christian church numbering perhaps a few thousand converts in total. In letters to St. Ignatius Loyola, Xavier expressed confidence that Japan could be won for Christ, given more time and a few more workers, calling it the delight of his soul, and urging more missionaries to follow. But at this point, Xavier had gone. In the decades after Xavier's departure, the Christian mission in Japan indeed grew quite significantly, but it also became entangled in the country's turbulent politics. Jesuit missionaries building on the groundwork set by Xavier, concentrated their efforts in western Japan, that is, Kyushu, where they found that converting a local daimyo often led to the conversion of his subjects too. This top-down strategy yielded remarkable results. A number of regional lords such as Omura Sumitada and Arima Harunobu accepted baptism, and in turn thousands of their retainers and villagers became Christians. By 1580, the port city of Nagasaki, given to the Jesuits by a Christian lord, had become a thriving center of Catholicism. The Christian presence was strongest on the peripheries of Japan, far from the capital, and for one time it enjoyed the protection, or at least tolerance, of the country's supreme warlord, Oda Nobunaga. Now, Nobunaga, who was then campaigning to unify Japan, warmly welcomed the Jesuit trade, and especially the guns, but he also appreciated the missionaries' open opposition to Buddhism. In fact, Nobunaga saw militant Buddhist monasteries as a political threat. He had many of them destroyed. He therefore viewed the Christian priests as useful allies against his Buddhist rivals. He allowed churches to be built in Kyoto, and even hosted Jesuits at his castle. However, Nobunaga's assassination in 1582 and the subsequent rise of Toyotomi Hideyoshi as his successor dramatically changed the fortunes of Christianity. Hideyoshi initially continued Nobunaga's pragmatic tolerance. He enjoyed the exotic gifts brought by the Westerners, and even welcomed a Jesuit embassy in 1586 with all the European novelties. But as Hideyoshi solidified his control over Japan, unifying the feudal domains under his authority, he grew suspicious of the foreign creed. In 1587, after leading a campaign in Kyushu, Hideyoshi was startled by the fervor of the local Christian population. A great many of them samurai, some of them feudal lords according to one account. He began to fear that Christian daimyo might not be fully loyal to him, or even worse, that European powers might use religion as a pretext for invasion. And so that year, Hideyoshi abruptly issued the anti-Christian edict, ordering all Jesuit missionaries to leave Japan immediately. He declared quite forthrightly, "I do not want this religion," calling Christianity a religion of love and union, and therefore harmful for this kingdom. This pretty striking statement. It reveals the mindset of Japan's rulers. Hideyoshi perceived that Christianity bound people together in an allegiance that transcended the feudal divisions of society, and that's an allegiance that could undermine the absolute rule that he sought. If they were all united under Christianity, well, they were not united under him. So Hideyoshi's 1587 expulsion edict was only sporadically enforced at first. The Jesuits largely went into hiding, but they did not leave Japan, and many converts continued to practice in secret. For several years, Hideyoshi seemed content with nominal compliance, perhaps because he valued trade with the Portuguese, or because he was preoccupied with other campaigns, but probably because he wanted the guns to keep flowing in, I'd say. However, there was a tragic incident in 1596 that swung Hideyoshi back towards persecution. The Spanish galleon San Felipe, wrecked off the coast of Shikoku, became the catalyst for a rather deadly turn. When Japanese officials interrogated the ship's pilot about Spain's intentions, the frightened, or perhaps boastful, Spaniard allegedly claimed that the missionaries came as the first step in the Spanish conquest of these lands. Probably not the wisest thing to tell them. Well, this claim, which was likely a desperate bluff, confirmed Hideyoshi's worst fears about Christian missionaries being agents of colonial powers, and he reacted with swift brutality. February 1597, Hideyoshi ordered the execution of 26 Christians, foreign missionaries and Japanese believers alike, as a macabre warning to the Church. The 26 martyrs of Nagasaki, as they were called, they were a diverse group. 6 Franciscan friars, mostly Spaniards, 3 Japanese Jesuits, and 17 Japanese lay Christians, including catechists and even children. They were forced to march over 600 miles from Kyoto to Nagasaki in the dead of winter, each man's left ear cut off as a mark of criminality. On a hill overlooking Nagasaki Bay, the 26 were crucified on wooden crosses and then pierced with spears on Hideyoshi's authority. Among them was 33-year-old Paul Miki, who preached from his cross, forgiving his executioners. In his final sermon of sorts, delivered in a loud voice to the stunned onlookers, Miki proclaimed, "There is no way to be saved except the Christian way." And he publicly pardoned Hideyoshi and urged him to seek baptism. According to missionary reports, the martyrs remained composed and resolute in their faith till the end. Their bodies were left on display for months as an intended deterrent. But instead, the site of their death became hallowed ground for Japanese Catholics. Hideyoshi died the following year, 1598, leaving a tenuous situation. Around 300 churches still existed in the Christian community, and that community itself was now about 150,000 strong, enduring, albeit the threat of persecution loomed over them. Hideyoshi's death ushered in a struggle for power that ended with Tokugawa Ieyasu establishing himself as shogun and as the military ruler of a unified Japan in 1603. Ieyasu would found the Tokugawa shogunate, a regime that brought peace and stability to Japan for over 2 centuries, in part by rigorously controlling foreign influence and also stamping out Christianity. In the first years of his rule, Tokugawa appeared more tolerant than Hideyoshi had been. He was more pragmatic and interested in foreign trade. European traders bought firearms, technology, and exotic goods that Ieyasu wanted for Japan's benefit. Jesuit missionaries cautiously returned to open activity, and a new order of Catholic missionaries, the Spanish Franciscans, also entered Japan in the 1590s with Hideyoshi's begrudging permission. By 1605, there were even a few Japanese who had been ordained as Catholic priests. That was pretty quick, wasn't it? Well, the Christian cause for a brief moment seemed to revive under the new shogun. A very brief moment. Of course, Ieyasu's tolerance had its limits. From the outset, he kept a wary eye on Christianity's spread and enacted small-scale restrictions. In 1600, soon after taking power, he issued orders forbidding missionaries from proselytizing in his personal domain around Edo, that is modern-day Tokyo. He was testing the waters, basically. Over the next decade, as Ieyasu consolidated political control, reports of seditious behavior by converts, and a little bit of intelligence from English and Dutch traders, rivals of the Catholic Portuguese, by the way, heightened that suspicion that Christianity might be a threat to social order, and ultimately a Trojan horse for European conquest. Ieyasu was also constructing an ideology to buttress his rule. With the help of advisors schooled in Confucianism and Buddhism, he envisioned a strictly hierarchical society, with the shogun at the apex.
and a populace, of course, unified by traditional religious values, as long as they were traditional Japanese religious values. Christianity, which acknowledged no Lord above God, was certainly a clash with that vision. A Jesuit of the time perceptively noted that Ieyasu's government was developing, quote, the most peculiar form of government in the world, in which each man enjoys absolute power over his family and servants, and he may cut them down as he pleases, without having to give an account to anybody. In such a system of absolute patriarchal and feudal authority, the Christian message of the spiritual equality of all souls was profoundly subversive. Ieyasu instituted a rigid caste system in Japan. It was a social pyramid. And guess who was at the top? Well, one Japanese Jesuit had said, Christianity, on the contrary, was a creed of all men equal. Those two mentalities could not coexist. Ieyasu's distrust finally hardened into outright persecution in 1614. In that year, after a series of regional incidents and perhaps under pressure from his outraged Buddhist and Confucian advisors, Ieyasu promulgated the Christian Expulsion Act. This edict banned the practice of the Christian religion throughout all of Japan, and ordered all Catholic clergy and missionaries to immediately go home. It also mandated that all Japanese converts abandon the faith, coming back into the fold of the old religions. In chilling language, the edict justified itself by painting Christianity as an existential threat to Japan's polity and native belief. As one chronicle records, Ieyasu's decree warned, quote, the Christian band have come to Japan, not only sending their merchant vessels to exchange commodities, but also longing to disseminate an evil law, to overthrow right doctrine, so they may change the government of the country and obtain possession of the land. Thus, in no uncertain words, Christianity was denounced as an evil law, a false and subversive doctrine, spread under the guise of free trade and friendly commerce. The edict went on to contrast this evil Christianity with Japan's time-honored traditions, declaring that, quote, Japan is the country of the gods and Buddha. The principles of benevolence and right-doing are held to be of prime importance. Quickly cast out the evil law and spread out true law more and more. It was here that Ieyasu, or the advisors drafting the edict, such as the scholar-monk Isshin Suden, explicitly upheld the true law of Japan's own gods and of Buddhism, as well as the Confucian virtues of benevolence and righteousness, in direct opposition to Christianity. The message is pretty unmistakable. No politicians mincing words here. The message was that the foreign faith was completely incompatible with Japan's sacred heritage and moral order, and therefore it had to go. Importantly, the 1614 edict not only appealed to religious patriotism, but it also showed the political danger of Christianity. It accused the Christians of seeking to overthrow the proper government and seize the land. Ieyasu had likely heard of how Spain used its missionaries in the Philippines, and he had been warned by Protestant Dutch and English merchants that Catholic powers might colonize Japan if they were given the chance. Now the edict's dire tone, another quote, this is the germ of great disaster and must be crushed, reflects Ieyasu's determination to snuff out the danger before it could metastasize. The enforcement of the edict was pretty merciless. Ieyasu's agents rounded up the foreign missionaries, by now mostly Jesuits and Franciscans, and they forced them onto ships out of Nagasaki, bound for Macau and Manila. Entire boatloads of clergy, brothers and catechists were expelled in late 1614, shoved onto ships and compelled to abandon their flocks. Among them was the renowned samurai convert Takayama Ukon, a Christian lord who refused to renounce his faith. He was exiled, and he eventually died in the Philippines in 1615. Japanese authorities further commanded all daimyo to eradicate Christianity within their domains, or face dire punishment. Many lords who had been sympathetic or lenient were now forced to choose between their loyalty to the shogun or their loyalty to the foreign religion. And unsurprisingly, most chose the shogun. The alternative was, well, you know. Some Christian samurai lords went into exile rather than apostatize, but many more converts, especially the ordinary people, had to conceal their faith or renounce it under duress as the noose tightened. Ieyasu's death in 1616 did not slow the persecution either. In fact, it intensified under his son Tokugawa Hidetada, and especially his grandson Tokugawa Iemitsu. The Tokugawa shogunate had committed itself to an anti-Christian policy as a matter of state security. In the years after 1614, surveillance was institutionalized to ensure the eradication of the, quote, evil creed. Families were required to register at Buddhist temples and obtain certification that they were followers of Buddhism or Shinto, as long as they weren't Christians. In every village and every urban neighborhood, groups of households were organized into mutual monitoring units. If one Christian were discovered in a group, the entire unit would be punished. This created an intense pressure on communities to police themselves and ferret out the hidden Christians. The authorities also enlisted the help of Buddhist clergy in this effort. A striking example of how native religious institutions were mobilized to reinforce this ban on Christianity. But why did Christianity, which had initially won so many Japanese converts, come to be seen as an intolerable threat? Well, we've answered that a little bit, but part of the answer lies in the profound cultural and religious resistance that it provoked. Let me explain. Japan in the 16th and 17th centuries had a pretty rich spiritual tradition, dominated by Shinto, Buddhism, and Confucian ethical principles. These belief systems were deeply interwoven into the Japanese identity and also the political authority and social order, so Christianity was not only a foreign import, its theology and practice challenged the very underpinnings of the Japanese worldview. It was going to be a very hard sell from the beginning, especially to those who would effectively have to give up their power. So let's consider how each of these traditions set that stage for a backlash against the new foreign religion. First of all, we have Shinto, the indigenous belief system of Japan. It venerates a pantheon of what are called kami, or divine spirits or deities, associated with different natural phenomena, particular places, and ancestors too, including, of course, the imperial family's divine lineage. Now, Shinto doesn't have a dogmatic creed or a single founder. It's rather a collection of old stories and rituals, and reverence for the native gods of Japan. In the late 1500s, Shinto coexisted and mingled with Buddhism for the most part, but it was also a wellspring of Japanese patriotism and uniqueness. The Tokugawa Edict of 1614 pointedly described Japan as the country of gods, Shinkoku. Well, that implies that the land was under the special protection of the Shinto deities. Christian missionaries
by preaching one exclusive god and denouncing all the others as false, inevitably insulted the Shinto worldview. And in fact, missionaries were known to slander Shinto by dismissing the native gods as devils or idols, which is genuinely not a very good idea. Not the manners of a good house guest, I suppose. So you see, from the standpoint of the Japanese villagers and leaders, a Christian convert's refusal to participate in Shinto observances, for example, not offering prayers at a local shrine or not honoring the emperor's divine status, could be seen as an act of disloyalty to the community and the nation. As time went on, the shogunate deliberately fostered Shinto alongside Confucian ethics as a part of its state ideology, emphasizing loyalty and reverence for Japan's unique gods as an antidote to this Christian influence. So in short, Shinto provided a cultural immune response of sorts. Christianity's exclusivist monotheism and rejection of Japan's native deities were just too alien for most Japanese to embrace, and they were easy for native propagandists to cast as blasphemous and dangerous. Now, as for Buddhism, that had been Japan's dominant organized religion since the 6th century, and had permeated all levels of society. By the 16th century, however, numerous Buddhist sects such as Zen, Pure Land, and Nichiren had flourished, each with extensive monasteries, clerical hierarchies, and lay followings. Buddhist temples were not only religious centers, but also educational institutions and community gathering places, even registrars of births and deaths. And the Buddhist monastic establishment in Japan initially viewed the Christian missionaries as just another rival sect, albeit a peculiar one from across the sea. Jesuits like Francis Xavier often referred to Buddhist monks as bonzes, from the bonzo Buddhist priests, and noted their considerable influence. Xavier wrote that there were a great number of these bonzes and bonzesses, that is, nuns, in Japan, and that they enjoyed immense respect among the people. It was inevitable that Buddhist clergy would resent the inroads Christianity was making, especially when some zealous converts went so far as to destroy Buddhist statues or shrines in their domain with the encouragement of certain militant Jesuits, which is never good. No matter what side you're on of anything, destroying statues and historical monuments, I cannot see any way that is a good idea. Well, the Jesuits themselves saw Buddhist monks as their chief detractors and obstacles, of course. Missionary reports frequently mention public debates held between Catholic priests and learned Buddhist monks over points of doctrine. While these debates sometimes earned the admiration of Japanese audiences for the foreigner's knowledge, they also highlighted the pretty stark differences in belief. Let's take, for instance, that Buddhist teachers taught the salvation and enlightenment could be achieved through following the path of the Buddha, and many Japanese believed in the mercy of Amida Buddha to save souls, ideas utterly incompatible with the Christian teaching that salvation comes only through Christ. No one else, nothing more, nothing less. The Jesuits, confident in their own theology, called Buddhist teachings morally lax or fraudulent. Xavier recounts that the bonzes preached that even the most sinful people could escape hell through the monks' intercession, a claim that he considered a deceit to extract donations. Such criticisms did not endear the missionaries to the Buddhist establishment, that's saying the least. So in response, Buddhist monks at times stirred up popular opposition to the Western barbarians by accusing them of blasphemy and sacrilege. The 1614 edict echoes these complaints. It accuses the Christians of calumniating, my goodness, third time lucky, huh?
the true law, calumniating the true law, rather, which in context means slandering Buddhism. It's a new word for you and me, I suppose, and of disrupting the social harmony that Buddhism and Confucianism norms maintained. Well, once the Tokugawa had outlawed Christianity, Buddhist temples became enforcers on the ban, the boots on the ground, issuing the required certificates and organizing the fumie ceremonies to test people's faith. This symbiosis between the shogunate and Buddhism meant that by 1630, every Japanese was effectively required to be Buddhist on paper. This made it exceedingly difficult, as you can imagine, for Christianity to compete or even survive. Buddhist institutions formed a powerful bulwark that the new religion could simply not overcome. And then we have Confucian values. It added yet another layer of resistance. Now, Confucianism's interesting because it's not a religion per se, but rather a moral philosophical system originating from China. It emphasizes filial piety, loyalty, and proper conduct, and above all, social harmony. Now, during the Tokugawa era, Neo-Confucianism was adopted by the shogunate as an official ideology to rationalize that rigid social order. Ieyasu and his successors patronized Confucian scholars who taught that everyone had a proper place. Samurai, artists, peasants, merchants, everyone. And that obedience to one's lord and parent was the highest virtue one could attain. To these Confucian thinkers, Christianity appeared to be disruptive for several reasons. Now, the first reason is that it taught that loyalty to God and the Church could supersede loyalty to the temporal authorities, which was anathema to Confucian hierarchies. In practice, converts sometimes defied their feudal lord's commands, for example, refusing to renounce Christianity or fighting against their lord in the name of the faith, confirming Confucian fears that the religion bred this kind of insubordination. Secondly, Christianity's assertion that all men are equal in the sight of God was a complete contradiction to the stratified class system that Confucianism upheld. The very idea that a lowly farmer and a high-born samurai should kneel side by side as brothers in Christ, well, that was pretty radical in feudal Japan. Tokugawa ideologues capitalized on this point, with one advisor warning that, quote, those who join the Christian sect throw aside all social obligations. Children disobey their parents, and vassals regard their lords as equals, paraphrasing the sentiment of anti-Christian literature of the time. Whether or not such claims were true, they amplified the perception that Christianity was antithetical to the Confucian virtues of filial duty and loyalty. Ieyasu's edict alluded to, quote, the principles of benevolence and right-doing, key Confucian terms, as being under attack by the Christians. So in essence, Confucian scholars portrayed Christianity as a source of social chaos, undermining ethical norms and the chain of authority from family patriarchs all the way up to the shogun. And the shogunate buttressed this view through propaganda and education. By the mid-17th century, Confucian ethics and Buddhist Shinto worship were fused into a state-sanctioned orthodoxy, sometimes even called Japanism, a term one scholar uses to denote the synthesis of native beliefs that Christianity could neither accommodate nor ultimately supplant. The strength of this native threefold religion made it exceedingly difficult for a foreign creed to take permanent hold. It's like when everyone's standing in a circle talking at a party, and they will just not let you in. Think about it like that. Well, in the eyes of most Japanese, one could not be a good subject and a Christian at the same time. They were just poles apart. This cultural conviction, cultivated by the authorities, meant that even before the persecutions began, Christianity faced inherent limits on its own accord. Well, despite the growing headwinds, many Japanese Christians remained ardent in their new faith, and some would pay the ultimate price for that. The period from 1614 to 1640 is often described as a time of great martyrdom, an era when thousands of believers, rather than recant their faith, endured torture and execution. The shogunate intended these brutal crackdowns to eradicate Christianity, but in the process, they created a legacy of martyrdom that would inspire stories and legends for centuries to come. In any case, once the Tokugawa prohibitions took effect, officials devised increasingly cruel methods to expose and eliminate any Christians. One infamous practice was the annual Fumie ritual. Suspected Christians were ordered to trample on an image, usually a wooden or bronze tablet of Christ or the Virgin Mary. Those who hesitated or refused unmasked themselves as believers and were arrested. This test of apostasy was psychologically agonizing for devout Catholics. It meant desecrating the image of the very figures they worshipped, and it effectively forced a choice between faith and staying alive. Which one's more important? Well, that's for the individual to decide, I suppose. Many Japanese Christians, in fact, did commit what they saw as the sin of apostasy under much duress, perhaps consoling themselves that God would forgive them. But a steadfast core refused, and for them they reserved the more harsh torments. The torments inflicted on unrepentant Christians were deliberately designed to break the spirit and serve as a terrifying deterrent to others. The common punishment in the Nagasaki region was to send captive Christians to the volcanic hot springs of Unzen, known as Unzen Jigoku. Now, Jigoku actually means hell, so it's not a very nice place. Now, beginning in 1627, the local lord Matsukura Shigemasa and his officers used Unzen's boiling sulphurous pools as execution grounds. Christians who refused to recant were taken to this hell and forced to watch as others were scalded alive, stripped naked, bound, and slowly doused with ladles of boiling water from the springs. The ordeal often continued until the victim's skin peeled, and they died in, unimaginable pain. Another dreaded technique was the anazuri, or whole hanging, described by officers like Inoue Masashige, the Tokugawa official in charge of Christian suppression after 1638. In anazuri, the victim was tightly bound with ropes and hung upside down by the ankles over a pit, with one arm usually left free so the torturers could prod the body. The head and torso would also be lowered into the pit, and a lid placed around the victim's waist to trap them in darkness, and sometimes this pit was sometimes filled with excrement or other corpses. Not a very nice pit. Well, in this inverted position, blood rushes to the head, causing excruciating pressure. According to one account, the victims' blood would collect in their heads, causing pain that gradually intensified, eventually beyond description. But death did not come quickly. Pain came quickly, but not death. It could take days. In some cases, the torturers would periodically raise a victim out of the pit to ask if they were still a Christian, and if they were, back down to the pit they went. The slow torture often broke the will of all but the most resolute. and indeed officials like Inoue preferred it precisely because it extracted renunciations without creating the inspiring, heroic beauty of quick martyrdom. European witnesses later marveled that any faith could survive such an assault. Nevertheless, there were martyrs that endured until the end. Jesuit records and letters chronicle many instances of extraordinary faith under torture. For example, Pietro Kibei, a Japanese Jesuit priest who clandestinely returned to Japan in 1630, was eventually captured and subjected to the pit torture. Even as he and 2 catechist companions hung upside down in filth, Kibei reportedly encouraged them to remain steadfast. Frustrated by his resolve, the torturers finally pulled him up from the pit and executed him by heaping wood on his belly and lighting it on fire. When asked why he simply would not give up his faith to end the agony, Kibei's final words to his tormentors were, quote, "You cannot understand this. Therefore, it's no use guiding you." Well, such stories, smuggled out through letters or told later by surviving witnesses, spread an aura of sanctity around the fallen believers. By the 1630s, the litany of martyrs included not only priests and samurai, but women, children, humble farmers who chose death over apostasy. These were people for whom, in the words of one doomed convert, the heart's belief was more important than the body's life. The Tokugawa authorities had hoped that a combination of fear and attrition would make Christianity simply fade away, and indeed, by the mid-1630s, the open practice of the religion had been virtually extinguished in most regions. The Christian population, once approximately 300,000, was reduced to a combination of apostasy and martyrdom, to perhaps half that number or fewer, and those remaining had been driven underground. Yet just when it appeared that organized Christianity was finished, one final convulsion occurred that would shake the Tokugawa regime, the Shimabara Amakusa Rebellion of 1637–38. This uprising was not exclusively religious. It was also provoked by harsh taxation and hunger, but it was heavily composed of desperate Catholic peasants and ronin, and it was led by a charismatic young Christian, Amakusa Shiro Tokisada. Amakusa Shiro was a teenage samurai from the Amakusa Islands of Kyushu, born around 1621 into a Catholic family. By his mid-teens, he had gained a reputation among hidden Christians as a prophet or miracle worker. Some even called him Heaven's Messenger and attributed miraculous powers to him. As the Tokugawa crackdown intensified, the people of his region, already suffering under tyrannical lords' taxes and cruel punishments, began to see in Shiro a kind of savior figure. Secret prophecies circulated that God would send a deliverer, and many came to believe Shiro was the one. In late 1637, when simmering grievances in the Shimabara Peninsula boiled over into open revolt, thousands of oppressed farmers and masterless samurai flocked to Shiro's banner. They painted their banners the Christian motto, "Praised be the Holy Sacrament," in Portuguese, and according to tradition, one rebel banner even proclaimed, "We were born in the age of martyrs, and we are ready to die for our faith." Armed with whatever weapons they could seize, spears, swords, and lucky ones got a few muskets, if they knew how to use them, the rebels chose as their stronghold the abandoned Hara Castle on the Ariake Sea coast. There in December of 1637, about 20,000 to 30,000 insurgents, including women and children who had joined them for safety, barricaded themselves inside, preparing to withstand the retaliation of the shogun. The Shimabara Rebellion was the last major armed conflict of the Tokugawa period, and one of the largest civil uprisings in Japanese history. Tokugawa Iemitsu, the third shogun, grandson of Ieyasu, dispatched a massive punitive force to quash the rebels, viewing them not only as traitors, but heretics. In early 1638, shogunate armies numbering over 100,000 converged on Hara Castle, and what they encountered was fierce resistance. Amakusa Shiro, though only 16 years old, was said to have inspired his followers with messianic fervor. He allegedly told the besieged, "Those who accompany in being besieged in this castle will be my friends under the next world," promising eternal reward for their loyalty. His presence gave the rebels unity and hope that God was on their side. In the initial assaults, the poorly provisioned rebels miraculously repelled the samurai armies, inflicting heavy casualties and even managing to kill the commanding general Itakura Shigemasa. These setbacks shocked the Tokugawa leadership. Eventually, the shogunate forces settled into a long siege, surrounding the castle through the winter of 1638. They cut off all food and water to starve the rebels out, and even enlisted the help of the Dutch traders at Nagasaki, who were Protestant, by the way, who sailed a ship to bombard the castle with fire from the sea. By the early spring, starvation and ammunition depletion sealed the fate of the insurgents, and in April of 1638, the shogunate army stormed Hara Castle for the final time. What followed was a slaughter. Virtually all the rebels, some 37,000 men, women, and children, were utterly annihilated. Amakusa Shiro was captured, and he was given a nice retirement in the countryside. No, I'm just joking. They beat him and then cut his head off, and then his severed head was displayed on a pike in Nagasaki as a grim warning to any other would-be Christian upstarts. One contemporary account notes that the besiegers, upon entering the castle ruins, found nothing but emaciated corpses and skeletal survivors too weak to put up a fight. The rebellion's end was unspeakably violent, and its repression marked the final nail in the coffin for Christianity in Tokugawa Japan. In the aftermath, the shogunate was even more convinced that Christianity had been the root cause of the unrest, a seditious doctrine that incited peasants against their lords. Iemitsu's government responded by tightening the policy of national seclusion. In 1639, just 1 year later, Japan completely expelled the Portuguese, who had been, of course, the main conduit for Catholic priests, and closed its borders to almost all foreigners. Only a small Dutch trading post at Dejima and trade with Korea and China were permitted thereafter, and that was under strict supervision. For the next 220 years, Japan remained isolated, and the very word Christian became synonymous with danger and treason. The Shimabara Rebellion was thus the dramatic full stop to Japan's brief Christian century, the dying gasp of old Catholic Japan. But in the wake of the Shimabara Rebellion's suppression, the Tokugawa shogunate believed that Christianity in Japan had been eradicated for good. The penalties for being discovered as a Christian were terrifyingly clear. Torture and death. Not good. And the surveillance apparatus across the country was very pervasive. Publicly, Christianity disappeared. Churches had been demolished. Missionary priests were gone, and former converts were compelled to register as Buddhists and participate in temple rituals. For all appearances, Japan had succeeded in exorcising this evil creed. Yet remarkably, the Christian faith was not entirely extinguished. In remote villages on small islands,
and even in the privacy of some farmhouses, small groups of the faithful continued to practice their religion in great secrecy. These communities came to be known as the hidden Christians, and their quiet perseverance over more than 2 centuries is perhaps one of the most extraordinary tales of religious survival in history. So how did they do it? Well, the very measures that the missionaries had taken during the years of persecution to prepare lay people to carry on the faith made it possible for this clandestine church to survive, albeit always hanging on by a thread. During the mission era, a shortage of priests meant that Jesuits and others had to train Japanese catechists and leaders to perform baptisms, lead prayers, and teach doctrine. This created a class of hidden elders, often called Mizukata or Koshi, that is, baptizers and exhorters respectively, who took on priest-like roles once the actual priests had gone. In the 1640s and beyond, these hidden Christian elders led their villagers in what translated form of Catholic practice they could manage. They baptized infants, preserved fragments of liturgy, and passed down prayers orally from generation to generation. Many of these prayers were in heavily Japanized Latin or Portuguese, memorized syllables whose original meanings had sometimes been lost or garbled, yet cherished as sacred sounds. The core beliefs, the Trinity, the sacrifice of Christ, intercession of Mary, etc., were all kept alive, though often without a deep understanding due to lack of scriptures and clergy to guide them, but always doing their best with what they had. But how to avoid detection? Well, the hidden Christians developed ingenious methods of camouflage. They knew they would be scrutinized by neighbors and required to show outward adherence to Buddhism. Thus, they syncretized elements of Buddhism and Shinto into their practices. They created statues and icons that looked Buddhist, but carried Christian significance. The famous example is the Maria Canon, statues of the Virgin Mary, disguised as the Bodhisattva Canon, the goddess of mercy. These porcelain figures, often depicting a gentle mother with child, could be placed on a household altar and passed off as a Buddhist image while secretly serving as an object of Marian devotion. Similarly, some hidden Christians referred to God as Dainichi, the cosmic Buddha, or used other syncretic terminology in public, all the while meaning the Christian God in their hearts. They also had religious items hid in plain sight. For instance, they fashioned rosaries that looked like Buddhist prayer beads, and they consecrated everyday objects as stand-ins for the Eucharist or crucifix. Baptism remained the cornerstone of faith. They would, baptize their children at birth, of course, thus initiating them into the Christian community without any outward sign. But despite complete isolation from the global church, most of these secret communities maintained a surprising continuity with Catholicism. They observed sacred days as best as they could remember. For example, they would celebrate a kind of Christmas and observe a certain saint's day, though quietly and often on adjusted dates. They preserved the practice of prayer in common. It was noted later that hidden Christians in different villages still knew Pater Noster, the Lord's Prayer, and Ave Maria, albeit in a creolized form. One report says that they recited the Our Father in Japanese and the Hail Mary in Latin, so corrupted that it was barely recognizable. Points for trying, though. Crucially, they kept alive the memory of their identity. They knew they were Christian, followers of Yoisoto, a Japanese rendering of Deus, God, and of Jesusu Kurishito, Jesus Christ, even if they had to outwardly behave as Buddhists. For protection,
hidden Christian families developed signals and codes to transmit their faith. They often formed tight-knit clandestine networks, usually comprising a few families that would intermarry or preserve the faith lineage. Outsiders were rarely admitted for fear of betrayal. Under the constant threat of denunciation, they prefaced the art of dissimulation known as kakure. Some communities went as far to create dual religious lives, attending Buddhist temples regularly to avoid suspicion, while secretly performing Christian rites in their homes. The dilemma of duplicity, of course, would weigh on them after a while. After all, their ancestors had died rather than trample on an image of Christ. Yet in the context of this absolute prohibition, quite a few of them saw it as the only way, not just to keep themselves alive, but to keep the faith alive. And alive it stayed, albeit on life support. For 200 years, through the Edo period, small pockets of hidden Christians endured in areas like Nagasaki, Hirado, and the Goto Islands. Generations passed without any priest or outside sacrament. There were losses. Some groups gradually drifted into complete syncretism or lost their Christian identity, essentially becoming a folk religion. But others held firm to the inner truth of their creed, awaiting the day when the Christian church would return openly. It was a pretty remarkable perseverance, and it was finally revealed to the outside world after Japan reopened to foreign contact in the mid-19th century. In 1854, Japan's self-imposed isolation was forcibly ended by Western powers, and by the 1860s, foreign missionaries were once again operating legally, in a few port cities at least, albeit for the benefit of expatriates since Christianity was still officially banned for the Japanese. In Nagasaki, French Catholic priests built a small church, that is, Ura Church, in 1864 to serve their European merchants. And what happened next seemed nothing short of miraculous. In March of 1865, a group of about 15 Japanese villagers from Urakami approached the French priest, Bernard Tade Petitjean, and revealed themselves as Christians. After cautiously observing the church from afar, these people, mostly women, entered and kneeled, whispering to the priest, "We are of one heart with you. Where is the statue of Santa Maria? Where do you keep the Pope?" Petitjean was astonished. By all expectations, there should not have been any Japanese Christians left. Yet here they were, after more than 2 centuries, secretly keeping the flame alive. They tested him with 3 key questions their ancestors had passed down as the criteria to recognize true faith once it returned. Do you venerate Mary? Are you led by celibate priests? And do you obey the Pope in Rome? When Petitjean affirmed all 3 of the questions, the visitors began to weep with joy. News of the event spread rapidly. Over the next month, thousands of hidden Christians emerged from the surrounding countryside to see the foreign priest. Estimates say about 10,000 people in Nagasaki region alone had maintained the faith in secret. This extraordinary discovery vindicated the sacrifices of their martyred forefathers and astonished the international community. It was as if a time capsule from hundreds of years ago had opened. These humble farmers and fishermen had preserved the core of Christianity through oral tradition, under an unprecedented persecution. Some carried with them the ancient medals of the Virgin or faded pieces of scripture that had been handed down. They had even developed their own version of confession and litany to compensate for the absence of priests. The return of open Christianity was not without its complications. Even after the Meiji Restoration of 1868, the Japanese government was initially reluctant to lift the ban. In fact,
In the late 1860s, some hidden Christians who went public were exiled or punished by local officials, still hostile to the religion. But international pressure finally led to the ban's complete removal in 1873. Meanwhile, some hidden Christian communities faced a heart-wrenching choice: rejoin the Catholic Church, now that the priests and resources were available, or continue their unique, syncretic traditions that have been sanctified by generations of secrecy. A majority returned to Catholicism, receiving proper sacraments for the first time, but a minority refused, not out of a lack of faith, but because their Christianity had over 2 centuries diverged in form. They had come to cherish their prayers and customs, even if they were a little irregular. They were theirs, they were unique, and old habits die hard. These groups persisted as independent hidden Christians well into the 20th century, a living link to the past. But in any case, by the late 19th century, Japan had once again an openly practicing Christian minority, with churches being built in major cities and missionary schools sprouting up. However, that opportunity for mass conversion had long since passed. Japan never became a Christian nation. Quite far from it. And I don't think it ever will. At least not in the way the missionaries of the 1500s had once hoped. The number of Christians, even today, remains a pretty small percentage of the population. It's about 1 to 2%. And of course, how many of them are practicing, or the degree of which they take it seriously is, well, that's something that's hard to quantify. In any case, the brief bloom of that Christian century in Japan was followed by a very, very long winter. Well, that was interesting, wasn't it? Thank you for joining me. Who knows what'll happen in the future? Perhaps one day Japanese Shinto priests will come to Europe to proselytize and get a lot of converts. Who knows, maybe. In any case, it was an interesting story. And if you go around Japan today, I was actually there a few weeks ago, actually, you'll see the occasional Christian church. Same as in China, you'll see the occasional Christian church pop up. It's quite eerie to go and sit in a few of the older ones, especially the ones set up by missionaries of the time that are still there. Quite eerie indeed. In any case, I'd like to thank the top-tier patrons, keeping the channel ad-free and all that good stuff. Kimberly, Christine, Sally, Ember, Susan, Cameron, Gary, Charlene, Lynn Therese, Katiana, Nicholas, Ulfanir, Alexander, Charles, Christine, Dr. Neuronerd, Aaron, Jaden, Jim, Jeffrey, Jessica, Madeline, Melissa, Orthodox Review, which, if you want to learn more about Christianity, you probably should go to him. He's better at the theological side than I am. Then we got Scott, Shell, Wendy, Josie, Sarah, Ryan, Thor, Cameron, Stefan, Kevin, HMSHH, Crystal, Talbury, Anthony, Lucy, Brandon, Gugu Bubonic, Nicholas, Craig, Neftis, Alexander, Gogan, Dorsey, Vanita, Claire, Courtesy, Carol, Robert, Mary, Bridget, Nefertari, Yvette, Miss Mochi, 11, Allison, Free American. I love saying that. Leprosy. It's one of humanity's most haunting and oldest diseases, and for thousands of years it's carried an almost mythical weight in cultures around the world. To the ancients, those poor sufferers of this disease seemed to undergo a living death, their bodies slowly disfiguring and rotting away, while they lived in isolation from society. It was feared as a curse of the gods, a punishment for sin, a hereditary taint, anything but an ordinary illness. Yet, we are a long way from the ancient times, and attitudes changed from medieval times to Victorian period to now. Over the millennia, our understanding of this disease has evolved dramatically, from those earliest mentions in the ancient texts and the skeletal remains that we found through archaeology, to the medieval rituals of exclusion and that scientific breakthrough of identifying its bacterial cause in the 19th century. We're finally able to understand effective cures and treatment in the modern era. And so today, we are going to talk about the history of leprosy. We're going to talk about how each era viewed and dealt with the disease, and also about its stigma and the cultural impact that it had. It's a story spanning ancient civilizations all the way up to our year 2025. And let's do our best to approach it with the most amount of respect possible. Now, before we get into all this, I would like to welcome you to the channel. As is customary, I'd like to say hello to any newcomers, and if you feel inclined to, hit that subscribe button. And thank you to anyone coming back. This video and everything else on this channel is ad-free, and that is due to the generous contributions of those on the Patreon, YouTube members, those who checked out the merch store, and the occasional donation through either YouTube or PayPal. You have my thanks, those supporters, and I will read a list of them at the end of the video. And if you want to become part of that prestigious club, well, all of the links that you need to find are in the video description, the channel description, or the pinned comment. Now, with all that being said, let's get on to the topic of today: leprosy. So if we want to speak about leprosy, we have to go way, way back. It begins in deep antiquity. But that being said, the exact origins of the disease are still pretty mysterious. But archaeological evidence suggests that it has afflicted humans for at least 4,000 years. Well, for example, in India, they uncovered a 4,000-year-old skeleton with bone damage characteristic of leprosy, the oldest physical evidence of the disease, at least for now. Who knows what we're going to find later on. Likewise, DNA from ancient burials indicates leprosy was present in ancient Egypt and the Near East. By the first millennium BCE, leprosy was clearly recognized in great civilizations of Asia and the Mediterranean. However, ancient people didn't call it leprosy. That term would come around a little bit later. They described it with their own words, and often confused it with other ailments due to limited medical knowledge. Can't really blame them for that. Early written records hint at leprosy's presence too. The Old Testament of the Bible contains notorious passages about a condition called tzara-ath, long translated as leprosy. Now we find in Leviticus 13-14, sufferers are described as having skin spots and are declared unclean. They have to live apart from the city, and whenever they approach, they have to cry out, "Unclean, unclean," to warn others of their approach. And we have to note, however, that the Hebrew tzara-ath likely lumped together many skin diseases. Even mildew on walls was often called the same name, by the way. The term was more about ritual impurity than a specific clinical diagnosis. But still, these biblical laws established a lasting image of leprosy as a divinely cursed affliction, and one that required banishment from the community. Similar ideas appear in other ancient Near Eastern texts. In the Persian Empire, according to the Greek historian Herodotus, 5th century BCE, lepers were shunned because the Persians believed the illness was a punishment from the sun god, so much that the native Persians with leprosy were forced to live outside of society. And as for foreign lepers, well, they were deported entirely. Go somewhere else and be a leper. Such accounts reveal that by 500 BCE, at least 500 BCE that is, people in the Middle East recognized a chronic, disfiguring disease, and they responded with exclusion and fear. Well, let's go a little bit east, to the Indian subcontinent, and there were also ancient descriptions of what was probably leprosy. The Vedas, that is, sacred Sanskrit texts, perhaps composed well before 1000 BCE, mention a disease called kushtha, meaning eating away. Doesn't sound good, doesn't it? Well, many scholars believe that it referred to leprosy, or at least a group of skin diseases that included it. By the early century CE, Indian medical compendiums gave more clarity. They described kushtha symptoms consistent with leprosy, that is, such a loss of sensation in patches of skin, things like that. And they even tried to prescribe some treatments. Now, remarkably, one remedy was the oil from the seeds of the chalmugra tree, an ancient Ayurvedic treatment that, though only partially effective, would re-emerge centuries later as a key to the first modern cure. Now, this shows that Indian physicians had identified the disease and experimented with therapies long before Western science had. Meanwhile, even further east in China, the earliest likely reference to leprosy comes from the Warring States period. Now, if you're not familiar with the Chinese chronology, that's about the 4th to 3rd century BCE. The medical text called The Models for Sealing and Investigating around 300 BCE uses the term Li for a chronic skin disorder and gives a description close to leprosy. It notes symptoms like the destruction of the nasal septum, loss of sensation, changes in voice. And this is quite significant. The collapse of the nose's cartilage is a classic sign of advanced leprosy. Yet outside China, such a detail wasn't recorded until over a millennium later. Now, why is this? Perhaps it's because when leprosy was advanced, well, those lepers were already banished to the colonies outside. It wouldn't get to the point where they would see advanced lepers around people who would record these details. Maybe. That's just my opinion. In any case, and in subsequent centuries, China and other East Asian writings continued to discuss Li or Da Fan disease, often with an understanding that it was chronic or at least very hard to cure. Similarly, ancient Buddhist texts from Sri Lanka told legends of princes afflicted with leprosy who went into exile and found cures through herbal medicine, showing knowledge of the disease in Southeast Buddhist culture too. Now back to the Greco-Roman world. They became acquainted with leprosy a little bit later, likely through contact with the East. Classical Greek physicians initially had a different concept. The Greek word lepra originally meant any scaly skin condition, so think of things like psoriasis or perhaps skin peeling after a sunburn, this kind of thing. Now, what we call leprosy today was probably rare in Greece before the conquest of Alexander the Great. After Alexander's armies marched through Egypt and into India in the 4th century BCE, references to new disfiguring diseases start to appear. Greek writers and later the Romans often called it elephantiasis, not to be confused with the modern filarial disease. The term evoked thick, rough skin like an elephant's hide, hence the name. Roman authors like Aulus Cornelius Celsus and Pliny the Elder in the 1st century CE described this elephantiasis as a foreign disease. Celsus thought it came from Egypt. Others blamed Asia Minor. Either way, it was seen as an outside affliction. And these accounts likely refer to leprosy, by then making inroads into the Mediterranean world. The Romans observed the telltale features, patches of insensible skin. nodules on the face and ears, and progressive mutilations of extremities. However, because medicine was still quite primitive, they couldn't be sure what caused it. Some thought it was due to unhealthy diet, some blamed the climate, but no one really knew for sure. It was all speculation at this point. In any case, by the end of antiquity, around the 5th century CE, leprosy had established a foothold from China and India to the heart of Europe. So how do we summarize the ancient period leprosy? Well, we can say that leprosy originated earlier than recorded history. Genetic studies today suggest it may have first arisen in either East Africa or South Asia, and then spread along human migration and trade routes. It was certainly recognized as a distinct affliction in various ancient cultures, though often confused with other diseases or lumped in a big umbrella term. But most importantly, ancient societies had one thing in common. They uniformly regarded leprosy with superstition and existential dread. With no cure and a frightening course of physical deterioration, it's no wonder that leprosy was often seen as a disease that, quote, eats the body and soul. Of course, the ancient world just sets the foundation, the stage for how medieval people would treat victims of leprosy, often with that same fear, exclusion, and moral judgment, although tempered at times by charity and religious duty. So let's talk about leprosy in the medieval world now. So during the medieval era, that is, roughly 5th to the 15th century CE, leprosy became quite common across Europe, Middle East, and parts of Asia. Tragically common. But this period is often what people imagine when they think of leprosy. Those forlorn creatures cloaked in rags, banished to the edges of towns, ringing that bell to warn others as their approach. It's really quite sad. But it is a little bit exaggerated. Well, it's kind of the truth, but somewhat exaggerated. Medieval society's response to leprosy was shaped by both long-standing fear and the moral framework of Christianity, and in other regions, of course, Islam and Buddhism. We'll get to them. In the early Middle Ages, that is 500 to 1000, leprosy was present but not yet at its peak in Europe. The decline of the Roman Empire meant fewer written records, but we know from skeletal remains and sparse chronicles that cases did exist. Christian teachings, drawing on biblical precedents, viewed leprosy through a dual lens. You see, on one hand, it was a sign of divine punishment for impurity, which echoes the Old Testament ideas, and on the other hand, it was an opportunity for charity and saintly compassion, since Jesus was said to heal lepers in the Gospels. Now, this tension led to ambivalent treatment of leprosy sufferers. For instance, early church councils occasionally discussed leprosy. An example is the Merovingian Church Council in Orleans, France in 549, which already advised separating leprous monks from the healthy. Well, the mention of that suggests that institutional separation was indeed starting quite earlier on. But by the high Middle Ages, that is 1100 to 1300, leprosy had surged to alarming levels in Europe. But it's still debatable on why it became so widespread then. Some point to the Crusades. Soldiers and pilgrims traveling to the Middle East may have encountered leprosy and brought back new strains back home, not the kind of souvenir they were hoping for. Growing trade and urbanization could have also facilitated its spread. But whatever the cause was, medieval Europeans responded by creating a vast network of leper hospitals. These were essentially quarantine settlements for people with leprosy, usually just outside the city or town limits, and it's estimated that around the year 1200,
Europe had thousands of these hospitals. A 13th century English chronicler, Matthew Paris, claimed that there were about 19,000 leper houses across Europe. Possibly an exaggeration, but it certainly gives a sense of scale. And yes, every major city and many small towns had at least one lazar house, as they were called. For example, in England, a leper house at Harbletown near Canterbury was founded as early as the 11th century, and many more popped up thereafter. In the Islamic world, too, dedicated wards or isolated houses for lepers were established. The earliest Islamic leprosy hospital on record was founded in Cairo in the 12th century under Sultan Saladin's rule, showing that Muslim societies also practiced compassionate isolation. But life in a medieval leper colony was a mix of refuge and prison. On one hand, these houses offered shelter, food, and care, often run by religious orders as an act of charity. Lepers were not simply thrown to the wilderness. Many communities and churches felt quite a duty to provide and care for them. The love of God, this kind of thing. But on the other hand, the entry into a leprosarium usually meant a permanent separation from normal society. A newly diagnosed person might undergo a ritual akin to a funeral. Medieval records describe how a priest would perform a mass of separation for the leper. The individual stood in the church doorway while the ceremony declared them dead to the world. They had to don a special garment, often a coarse robe, sometimes a bell or wooden clapper to announce themselves, and were therefore, and thereafter rather, considered legally and socially dead. One chronicler described the person as, quote, separated from the communion of the living, but not from the mercy of God. Probably cold comfort for the time, I suppose. The leper was then taken to live in the leper community, dependent on charity or a small endowment for survival. Well, inside the leprosarium, a strict code often applied. In some places, residents took monastic-style vows of poverty, chastity, and obedience. They were typically expected to stay within the colony's limits. Leaving without permission, well, that could be punishable. Many leper houses had their own chapel, so leprous individuals could worship separately. Yet despite these harsh separations, medieval lepers formed their own communities. They referred to each other as brother or sister, and there is evidence that some leper houses were not utterly miserable. With support, many patients lived for years or decades, and basic needs were generally met. A famous medieval quote from a bishop instructs, "Do not refuse to sustain those who have died to the world and live only for God," emphasizing care for lepers as a Christian duty. Medieval imagery and literature reinforced the idea of the leper as both pitiful and menacing. Art from the time often depicted lepers with clanging bells and ulcerated skin, sometimes even portraying them as demonic figures, which is a little bit unfair, don't you think? Not their fault. Jeez. Well, an engraving from the 15th century shows a leper beggar drawn as a devil, reflecting the fear and moral stigma attached to these poor people. Popular legends and romances use leprosy as a plot element too. For example, in the legend of Tristan and Isolde, King Mark contemplates punishing Queen Isolde for adultery by handing her over to a band of lepers. A fate considered worse than death, of course, as the lepers themselves gleefully promised to keep her alive in endless degradation. Well, such stories show how lepers were imagined as dangerous and vengeful outcasts, who might inflict cruelty and revenge upon the world that cast them aside if given the chance, which further justified society's fear. Well, Speaking of fear, it sometimes boiled over into outright persecution. A notorious incident was the 1321 Lepers Plot. In that year, there were rumors sweeping southern France that leprosy sufferers, perhaps in league with Jews and Muslims, were conspiring to poison the wells and springs to infect the healthy population. Of course, this only snowballed out of control and led to violence. Lepers were arrested en masse. Many were executed, burned at the stake, and repressive measures against those who survived were tightened. A disturbing episode of scapegoating, similar to how witches or Jews were blamed for calamities in other times. The 1321 panic reveals the extreme stigma leprosy carried, that's for sure. They were seen as not just sick, but as an existential threat to society. Though it is worth noting that such extreme persecution was not the norm, was quite the exception. But the fact that it did occur at all is something that we have to mention. It's quite telling of the era's fear. Things that people don't understand. They always get scared of that. Well, alongside the fear and cruelty, the Middle Ages also saw remarkable compassion towards lepers. The same period that produced the leper mass and the leper's plot also produced saints who embraced lepers. The most famous is St. Francis of Assisi, 1181 to 1226. In his youth, Francis felt repulsed by lepers. Well, as did everyone else. Nothing special there. But in a pivotal moment of spiritual crisis, he encountered a leper on the road. Overcoming his horror, Francis gave the man alms and a kiss of peace. He later described that act of mercy as the moment his life changed. Quote, "What had seemed bitter to me was turned into sweetness of soul and body." After that, Francis often ministered to lepers, seeing Christ in their suffering, somehow. His example influenced others in his new Franciscan order to care for leprosy patients with love and charity. And similarly, other religious figures such as St. Damien of Molokai, though he is 19th century, he was later canonized, and historically earlier St. Basil, the 4th century, who reportedly founded a charity house for lepers in Cappadocia, reflected this Christian ideal of charity over fear. Institutionally, the Church even created an order of knighthood dedicated to leprosy. During the Crusades, a hospital for lepers in Jerusalem grew into the Order of St. Lazarus. This military religious order, established in the 12th century, took as its mission the care of those suffering from leprosy, and also included knights who themselves were afflicted, an astonishing reversal of norms. Some members, known as leper knights, were both warriors and patients, depending on how they felt on the day, I'm sure. The Order of St. Lazarus allowed leprous knights to continue a life of purpose. They were often crusaders who caught the disease in the Levant, fighting or managing hospitals, rather than being completely cast out of society. The very Grand Master of the Order, who was traditionally required to be a leper. Although, over time, the military role faded, the Order maintained hospitals across Europe for centuries. This unique institution shows that medieval society's attitude to leprosy wasn't all the same. It wasn't this monolithic negativity. It could also inspire organized compassion. And I like that term, organized compassion. Well, since we are in the Near East, we may as well talk about the Islamic world. Well, attitudes there paralleled those in Europe in quite a few ways. Classical Islamic physicians preserved and built upon the Greco-Roman medical knowledge. Ibn Sina, the great Persian polymath, included leprosy in his canon of medicine in 1025. Now he's also called Avicenna in the Greek rendering, I believe. I believe it's a Greek rendering. In any case, He gave one of the era's clearest clinical descriptions. He noted skin lesions, loss of sensation, muscle weakness, and even suggesting contagion as a factor. He wrote about the disease being specifically contagious, while entertaining inherited susceptibility. Islamic teachings encourage humane treatment. The Prophet Muhammad is traditionally said to have urged kindness to the sick, including lepers, although there are also hadiths cautioning people to keep a distance from leprosy, as one would from a lion. In practice, medieval Muslim rulers often established hospitals that had sections for chronic diseases like leprosy. Notably, these hospitals did not expel patients once admitted, and in some cases, lepers could live comfortably with provided stipends. The city of Damascus, for example, had a well-known leprosy asylum as early as the 13th century where patients received regular food and baths. Thus, in both Christian and Muslim lands, by the late medieval period, the isolation of lepers became a formal part of public health and charity. Leprosy was, in a sense, the first disease to inspire proto-sanitary legislation and institutional care on a large scale. But by the late Middle Ages, something interesting began to happen in Europe. The cases of leprosy began to dwindle. Around the 14th to 15th centuries, contemporaries noticed that the dreadful disease was not as prevalent as before. Leprosaria gradually emptied out. Some were converted to other uses. For example, many became shelters for the poor or hospitals for other ailments. By 1500, leprosy had largely vanished from many parts of Western Europe, though pockets remained in places like Norway, Spain, and Eastern Europe for a few more centuries, but we'll get to that. Now, there are several theories for this decline. One theory credits improved living conditions. Better nutrition and hygiene may have bolstered general immunity among Europeans, helping them resist leprosy. Another intriguing theory involves tuberculosis. The germ that causes TB is related to the leprosy bacillus, and it's thought that as TB spread in Europe, it conferred a sort of cross-immunity against leprosy. Which one would you rather have, tuberculosis or leprosy? It's a rock and a hard place, isn't it? But there's also a grim possibility, and that's that the Black Death of the 14th century simply killed a large portion of the susceptible population, indirectly reducing leprosy's spread. By the 17th century, leprosy had become a rarity in most of Europe, remembered as largely a medieval horror of the past. But the world is much bigger than Europe now, isn't it? And the story was quite different globally. Even as Europe's leper houses closed, leprosy persisted in other regions. In part of the Middle East, Africa, and Asia, the disease remained endemic. Travelers and colonists from Europe in the 16th to 18th centuries occasionally wrote about encountering leprosy in distant lands, sometimes with the same fear and disgust as their medieval ancestors did. And so, that's the segue, which leads us to the early modern and colonial era. And this is when leprosy truly became a global story. European expansion would spread the disease to new areas and sometimes re-import it to Europe. And Western observers, they would study it with fresh eyes and a bit of fresh scientific perspective. So from the 16th through to the 18th century, leprosy kind of receded from the European consciousness, at least to some extent, but it certainly did not disappear from the world. In fact, this period saw leprosy pop up in regions where it had never been recorded before, likely as a result of increased travel, trade, and, also those horrifying migrations of the slave trade as well. During the age of exploration and colonial expansion, Europeans encountered leprosy in Africa, Asia, and the
the Americas. Sometimes they were re-encountering a disease they knew from history, and sometimes they mistakenly thought it was a new sickness, unique to those lands they encountered. But there is one historical question, and that's whether leprosy existed in the Americas prior to European contact. It's an interesting thing to ponder. You see, for a long time, conventional wisdom was that leprosy did not exist in the pre-Columbian Americas, that it was introduced by European colonizers or African slaves, and the reasoning behind that was that Native American populations had no known word for it, and early Spanish chroniclers didn't clearly identify it among the indigenous peoples. I mean, it's kinda hard to miss, right? And indeed, as the Atlantic slave trade tragically brought millions of Africans to the New World, some of those enslaved people did carry leprosy, which was present in parts of West Africa, where the African slave markets were centered. Well, they brought this back to the Caribbean and Americas in the 17th and 18th centuries, and, well, the rest just snowballs out of control, doesn't it? Leprosy began to be reported in Spanish colonies, Brazil, and the southern United States. For example, by the 18th century, there were leprosaria hospitals established in places like Colombia and Cuba for leprosy patients, many of whom were of African descent. European plantation owners, unfamiliar and fearful, segregated those afflicted. However, recent scientific findings as of 2025 have shaken the old assumptions. We're talking really recent here. Genetic analysis of ancient skeletons in the America has revealed that a form of leprosy was present among the indigenous people at least 1,000 years ago. And I don't know how good your mathematics is, but that is well before Columbus. It's a surprising discovery, and it suggests that leprosy may have reached the Americas via early human migrations or other unknown means. But still, it was after European contact that leprosy became widely noted in the New World written record. So yeah, there's that. But in Europe, as noted, leprosy had waned to quite a dramatic extent, and everyone was quite happy for that news. By 1700, if a European doctor saw a case, it was a rarity worth noting about, often termed lepra or elephantiasis in medical texts, but considered quite exotic. For instance, Norway and Sweden still had some cases in rural areas, and these drew interest from physicians later. Yeah, we'll get back to Norway soon, actually. But there is a curious footnote too, and that's even after leprosy ceased to be a major threat. The word leper remained in the European lexicon as a metaphor for an outcast, or even in some cases a morally tainted person. The imagery had so permeated culture that it stuck around to stigmatize long after the actual disease mostly left. Meanwhile, in Asia and Africa, leprosy continued into modern times much as it had in the past. In India, for example, the disease was widespread in the 18th and 19th centuries. Under British colonial rule, officials grew concerned about leprosy in the local population. Missionaries in India often encountered many cases, and sometimes even founded asylums for lepers, seeing it as both a charitable mission but also a way to, well, contain the disease, fingers crossed. In fact, in 1870, the British doctor Frederick Moat reintroduced the ancient Indian remedy of shalmugra oil to Western medicine after learning of its use locally. Colonial authorities eventually passed the Lepers Act of 1898 in British India, which provided for the segregation and incarceration of pauper leprosy patients in asylums. But of course, in practice it wasn't fully enforced everywhere, but it does show the thinking of the time. Isolation, that is the primary tool against the lepers. In other colonies like those in Africa, similar patterns occurred. For example, In the Dutch East Indies, that is, Indonesia, and in various African colonies, leprosy settlements were established in the 19th century. It's important to mention that well into the 1800s, too, no one actually knew what caused leprosy. A few people thought they knew, but they were a little bit off the mark. The prevailing theories oscillated between hereditary origin and contagion. Some believed it ran in certain families, or even in certain races. Others thought it was spread by contact, but were quite puzzled by its low contagiousness. Unlike plague or smallpox, leprosy typically affected only a small fraction of those exposed, and it progressed quite slowly. This uncertainty, meant that policies were inconsistent. Some places enforced strict quarantine. Others allowed patients to live in villages, while just discouraging close contact. Don't go to the guy with leprosy's house. In any case, by the late 18th century, a few European physicians had begun to take systematic interest in leprosy as a scientific question. One notable development came from the Caribbean. In 1755, the Spanish doctor José de Bustamante in Caracas wrote an important treatise on leprosy, describing it in detail and noting how he believed it was actually quite contagious. And on the other side of the world, in 19th century Hawaii, American and Hawaiian doctors confronted a sudden epidemic of leprosy in the native population, likely introduced around the 1830s, possibly foreign sailors or workers from China or elsewhere. The disease spread rapidly among Hawaiians with devastating effect, and by the 1860s, the Kingdom of Hawaii's government instituted one of the most infamous leprosy isolation policies, the establishment of a leper colony on the remote island of Molokai. Now, the Molokai leper colony was founded in 1866. Patients in Hawaii who were diagnosed, often just on pure appearance, were forcibly taken from their families and shipped off to this rugged peninsula, essentially left there to survive on their own, just away from the eyes of polite society. Now, in the early years, the conditions on Molokai were horrific, to say the least. An eyewitness account from the 1870s described the scene. Hundreds of ill people with ulcerating sores and deformities, living in ramshackle huts with scant food or clean water. Little law, little order, and a sense of abandonment that bred despair. One visitor wrote, "Physical decay was accompanied by mental and moral decay," noting the colony was plagued by filth, alcoholism, violence, and hopelessness. This was leprosy's human toll laid bare. Not only the disease itself, but the social exile and loss of dignity that came with it when patients were left without support. It was in this desperate place that one of history's greatest humanitarians arrived. Father Damien de Vester, a Catholic priest from Belgium. He volunteered to go to Molokai in 1873 to serve the leper colony. Originally, he intended to spend only a short time providing comfort and last rites, but he ended up staying 16 years, transforming the settlement in the process. Father Damien found the colony in chaos and immediately set work to bringing order and compassion. He built churches, organized the construction of simple houses, a school and a proper hospital. He even engineered water catchment systems to provide fresh water. But beyond material improvements, he gave the residents back their dignity. In his very first sermon, addressing the crowd of outcasts, he opened with the words, "We, the lepers." In that simple phrase, he included himself among them. Well, if anything, that was to erase the social barrier. And, well, it had a profound effect. Over the years, Father Damien nursed the patients, dressed their ulcers. He even ate with them and gave them spiritual hope. Now, inevitably, he contracted leprosy himself, likely to years of close contact and perhaps tending to wounds without protection. But he continued the work, even as the disease began to disfigure him, until his death finally in 1889. It was a self-sacrifice that made him world famous. He became known as the Apostle of the Lepers, and ultimately he was canonized as a saint in 2009. His story is quite a counterpoint to the fear and stigma, don't you think? It shows the possibility of empathy overcoming fear. But also it illustrates how dire the conditions were that such heroism was needed in the first place, just to restore basic human dignity. There were others who followed in Damien's footsteps too. For instance, Sister, now Saint Marianne Cope of Syracuse. She led a group of nuns to Molokai to help after Damien. And Kate Marsden, a British nurse, who undertook a perilous journey across Siberia in the 1890s to find and aid leprosy patients in remote Yakutia, even seeking a legendary herb cure. But these individuals founded leprosariums and improved conditions for the afflicted in far-flung regions, and that shows a growing international humanitarian concern. Well, by the end of the 19th century, even as charity workers toiled in colonies and remote areas, scientists were closing in on leprosy's deepest secret, the cause. And, well, the stage was set for the breakthrough that the world could connect leprosy's ancient saga with a modern bacteriology, changing the approach from mere isolation to maybe even hopes of a cure. It was the year 1873 that was the pivotal moment in the history of leprosy. In that very year, the Norwegian physician Dr. Gerhard Amer Hansen peered through the microscope in Bergen and saw something that no one had seen before. Tiny, little rod-shaped organisms in a sample of leprous tissue. He had discovered Microbacterium leprae, the bacterium that causes leprosy. Historic milestone indeed. It was the first time a bacterium was identified as the cause of a human disease. This occurred just a few years before Robert Koch's famous discovery of tuberculosis bacillus, and at that time when germ theory was only just beginning to gain traction and acceptance. Hansen's road to discovery, however, was not easy, to say the least. Leprosy was still prevalent in coastal Norway in the 19th century. They had thousands of cases, one of the highest rates in Europe at the time. Working at a leprosy hospital, St. Jürgen's Hospital in Bergen, by the way, Hansen was determined to prove that leprosy was caused by a microbe, and not simply hereditary as many believed. After staining tissue samples with special dyes, he finally observed the minute bacteria clustered in patients' lesions. He announced his finding in 1873. However, proving that these bacteria caused the disease required going further, ideally infecting a healthy subject with them, since Koch postulates for establishing causation were not yet formalized but implicitly sought by scientists. Hansen's attempts to solidify his discovery got him into a little bit of trouble. Now, because the bacteria cannot be easily grown in a lab, he tried to demonstrate its infectiousness through animal and human experiments. He attempted to inoculate rabbits and other animals with leprosy, but they did not develop the disease. So, in frustrating fashion, he in 1879 took the drastic and rather unethical step of inoculating a sample of leprosy bacteria into the eye of a female patient, without her consent, by the way. Yeah, there was no point in asking for consent on that one. Of course, he was doing this to see if it would produce symptoms. Now, as for the patient, understandably suspicious of the procedure, later sued Dr. Hansen. and a Norwegian court actually ruled in her favor, too, and Hansen was censored and stripped of his clinical post for performing an experiment on a patient without consent. Now, this case is often cited as one of the first legal precedents for uninformed consent in medical research. But despite the setback, Hansen's scientific legacy was secure. By the early 1880s, other researchers confirmed the presence of the bacteria in tissues, and his discovery was hailed worldwide, kind of overshadowing the human experimentation, everyone conveniently forgetting about that. Well, the germ was now referred to as Hansen's bacillus, and eventually leprosy itself would be officially named Hansen's disease, and that is a term that is still used, by the way, particularly to avoid the stigma of the word leprosy. And so, with the bacterium identified, the late 19th century saw a shift in thinking. Leprosy was conclusively an infection, not a curse or a purely hereditary ailment. This vindicated those who had long suspected contagion. Ironically, proving leprosy infections led many governments to double down on strict isolation policies. For instance, Norway, after Hansen's work, passed an 1885 law requiring compulsory isolation of leprosy patients, either at home or in hospitals, but with quite a lot of precautions, though most of the hospitals would not really want to take on that responsibility, and in practice the wealthy could quarantine at home, but poorer patients were forced into institutions, effectively a life sentence. Other countries followed suit. Japan, influenced both by its own fears and Western science, which it was just getting a hold of at the time, enacted laws to segregate all leprosy patients in sanatoria. Eventually, the 1907 and more sweeping Leprosy Prevention Law of 1931. As for the British colonies, they had already begun confinement policies, which intensified under the new research. Thus, by 1900, the dominant approach to leprosy worldwide was segregate and isolate. In the United States, for an example, a national leprosarium was established in Carville, Louisiana in 1894, and patients from all over the U.S., sometimes from overseas territories, were sent to Carville. Many of them lived out their entire lives there, separated from their families. And interestingly, Carville developed its own patient culture. They had a baseball team. They published a newsletter too, and some even married, though they were not allowed to have children on the site. That being said, try stopping people from doing that. But they often used aliases to spare their relatives the shame, which shows the stigma that did persist. A diagnosis of leprosy still meant social death. While isolation may have helped reduce transmission somewhat, it was far from a complete solution, especially with so many hidden cases, and the long incubation period of the disease, which was 5 years on average, sometimes 10 or more. Who knows? You might have it right now. That's a scary thought, isn't it? Well, what was really needed, just like any other disease, was a cure. And it's here where we have a hopeful turn in the early 20th century. Researchers dusted off that old ancient remedy, chalmugra oil. This thick oil from tropical seeds has an anecdotal success rate in India, China, and Burma for centuries. Western doctors in the 19th century tried giving chalmugra oil by mouth to leprosy patients, but it did not taste very nice and caused everyone to vomit. Rubbing it on the skin had very little effect. The real breakthrough came from a young chemist known as Alice Ball. In 1915-16, Alice Ball, an African-American researcher at the College of Hawaii, which is now the University of Hawaii, by the way, developed a method to modify chalmugra oil into a form that could be injected. The ball method, as it came to be known, involved saponifying the oil to make it water-soluble. But unfortunately, Miss Ball died at the age of 24 before she could see the full impact of her work. But her innovation allowed doctors to inject leprosy patients with chalmugra oil derivatives that actually stayed in the body and fought the disease. The results were quite promising. Over the late 1910s and 20s, dozens of patients at Kalihi Hospital in Hawaii and later Carville and elsewhere were treated with chalmugra injections. Many showed dramatic improvement. Lesions healed, sensation returned, and ultimately the disease went into remission. By 1920, as a direct result of Ball's injectable oil, around 28 formerly segregated patients in Hawaii were declared leprosy-free and allowed to leave the leprosarium and go back to normal life. It was essentially the first effective treatment for leprosy in history. Well, it wasn't perfect, by the way. Injections were painful and had to be given over months or years, and not everyone responded. But it was something. It was a ray of hope. It's either that or spend the rest of your life in the leper colony. Ugh. Well, throughout the 20s and 30s, chalmugra oil and improved compounds from it remained the standard therapy. People started to speak of cures, and a few leprosaria even closed, as there wasn't enough lepers to really justify keeping them open. Some skepticism did remain in the medical community about what constituted a full cure, since the bacteria were hard to eradicate completely. But patient outcomes definitely did improve, and no one could really argue with that. As the 20th century progressed, so did medical science. In the 1940s, well, that was the next leap, the era of antibiotics. The first specifically synthesized drug for leprosy was promin, a sulfone compound introduced in the early 1940s. Promin had to be given by intravenous injection, but it produced striking improvements, and much faster than chalmugra. This was quickly followed by a pill form called dapsone, which has a very long medical name that I won't attempt to pronounce. Actually, I will. Let's see if I can do it. Diaminodiphenylsulfone. Diaminodiphenylsulfone. I think that's it. In any case, by the late 1940s, dapsone became the wonder drug for leprosy. Taken as a tablet, it could halt the progression of the disease and gradually kill the bacteria. So for the first time, doctors had a relatively easy to administer and pretty effective medication. Patients no longer necessarily needed to be kept in lifelong isolation. If treated early, they could avoid the severe disability entirely. Very lucky. However, as more patients were treated with single drugs like dapsone, a new challenge emerged. The leprosy bacillus slowly developed resistance to the medication when used alone. Uh-oh, that's not good. By the 1960s, cases of dapsone-resistant leprosy were appearing, threatening to undermine the gains. So what was the solution? Well, they had to wait until the 80s for that. It was multi-drug therapy, a combination of drugs to prevent the bacteria from outsmarting the treatment. The World Health Organization recommended a regimen of dapsone, rifampicin, and clofazimine in 1981. Now this would cure leprosy in as little as 6 to 12 months of daily treatment, and the multi-drug therapy was certainly a game-changer. It not only treated the disease, but rendered patients non-infectious after the first doses, meaning they no longer had to be isolated while undergoing the treatment. Over the next decades, MDT, multi-drug therapy, was rolled out globally, often provided free of charge by governments and NGOs. And the results? Pretty damn good. the worldwide prevalence of leprosy plummeted from millions of cases in the early 1980s to a few 100,000 by the 2000s. And by the year 2000, the WHO declared leprosy eliminated as a public health problem, at least in most countries. Well, that is defined as less than one case per 10,000 people, though pockets of it still remained. Now, although effective treatment exists, the legacy of leprosy's long and troubled history is not so easily erased. One of the biggest challenges, even today, is the stigma attached to the disease. And that doesn't just go for leprosy, it goes for a lot of different diseases. Our societies have feared leprosy for centuries, and many of those old attitudes still linger on. We're probably guilty of it ourselves, to be honest. In some communities in South Asia, Africa, or Latin America, people diagnosed with leprosy still face ostracism. Family members might shun them. You might get fired from your job. Marriage prospects evaporate. No one really wants to get married to a leper now, don't they? Well, much of this is due to the lack of awareness that leprosy is now curable and only mildly contagious with prolonged contact, and that's if you're not taking the medicine. Health workers often have to fight not just the disease, but the rumors and the fear surrounding it. And this is where, well, all diseases get. It's a difficult thing because people don't want to go to the doctor because they fear that, well, maybe it'll just go away on its own. It has to, because if I go to the doctor and if I get diagnosed with this disease, all my friends and family are going to think that I'm just disgusting. If you have any problems, just go to the doctor. People are even afraid they're going to get judged by the doctor, even in this day and age. But I think you'll be pleasantly surprised. In any case, I hope no one is suffering with leprosy out there. And it is sobering to realize that even in the 20th century, after the age of antibiotics, some governments continued draconian segregation policies. Now, you might be thinking of some African country or perhaps some place in the third world, but no. The most poignant example is Japan. You see, Japan had a long-standing law, first passed in 1907 and then strengthened in 1931, mandating that all persons with leprosy be confined to special leprosariums, often in remote areas or on an island somewhere. And the law stayed in effect for decades, fueled by an exaggerated fear of contagion or eugenic ideas. The law even enforced abortions or sterilizations on patients to prevent them from having children. Now that is pretty monstrous for the 20th century. Even after effective drug therapy was available, Japan did not rescind compulsory isolation. Parents who were cured with multi-drug therapy in the 1980s were still not allowed to leave the sanatoria. And it wasn't until 1996 that Japan finally abolished its leprosy prevention law and acknowledged the policy that had been a grave injustice. Many former patients and their families later sued the governments for compensation, and quite rightly so, get the bag, citing psychological and social harm caused by those lost, wasted years. And in 2001, the Japanese courts ruled in their favor, and the government issued an apology, and hopefully a big wad of cash as well. While other countries had similar issues, in some places old leper colonies turned into lifetime refuge communities for survivors who had nowhere else to go, or they simply remained by choice. For example, the inhabitants of Carville, Louisiana, once treatment was possible and the isolation policy relaxed, were technically free to leave by the late 20th century, but many had lived there so long, estranged from the outside world, that Carville had become more of a home than their old home had. It transformed over time into more of a long-term care facility than a prison. Not today, Carville is closed as a leprosarium. It's a museum and training center now, by the way. And patients in the US are treated as outpatients like anyone else with any other infectious disease. Globally, as of the 21st century, our year 2025, when I'm recording this video, leprosy remains endemic in a few regions. About 200,000 cases are reported each year, mostly in countries like India, which accounts for over half of all cases. Brazil, Indonesia, and several African nations, they have their numbers pretty high too. The good news among all this is that virtually all of these cases can be cured with multi-drug therapy. The focus of organizations like the World Health Organization and the Leprosy Mission is now on early detection, finding cases before nerve damage and disability set in, and on combating stigma too, so that patients can come forward for treatment without being shy to do so, as I mentioned. Public health campaigns also emphasize that leprosy is not highly contagious. In fact, and here's something that makes you feel a little bit more comfortable, 95% of humans actually have a natural immunity to it. Just hope you're not the 5%. And that after a few doses of medicine, a patient cannot spread the disease at all. It effectively cuts the bacteria off at the knees. Well, education efforts and community outreach are gradually changing attitudes. But there's still plenty of misconceptions persisting in some places. For instance, a false belief that leprosy might be a curse or that it isn't curable. Things like that. In fact, it wouldn't surprise me that many people, even listening to this video, would think that it's an incurable, debilitating disease. It's no fault of their own, that's how it's been presented to everyone. Every little bit of media that we've got just presents leprosy as this horrible thing. So yeah. In any case, that is it from me today. I would like to thank you all for coming along. And I would like to thank my top-tier patrons and supporters. Kimberly, Christine, Sally, Ember, Susan, Cameron, Carrie, Charlene, Lynn, Therese, Katiana, Nicholas, Ulfinir, Alexander, Charles, Christine, Dr. Neuronerd, Erin, Jaden, Jim, Jeffrey, Jessica, Madeline, Melissa, Orthodox Review, Scott, Shell, Wendy, Josie, Sarah, Ryan, Thor, Cameron, Stefan, Kevin, HMSHH, Crystal, Talvery, Anthony, Lucy, Brandon, Gugu Bubonic, Nicholas, Craig, Neftis, Alexander, Gokan, Dorsey, Venita, Claire, Courtesy, Carol, Robert, Mary, Bridget, Nefertari, Yvette, Miss Mochi, 11, Allison, Free American, Jennifer, Brittany, David, and Cody. Thank you so much. Okay. Well, that is it for everyone. I remind you all to please wash your hands, and I will see you in the next video. Lots of love to you all, and good night.